Chapter 481. Flash. A dazzling light first darkened his vision. There is not a single person in the world capable of reacting to the thrust at the speed of light. It is something that cannot be avoided without predicting it, without reacting, or without gaining some kind of enlightenment that goes even beyond that. Fortunately, Mary had not fully mastered the fifth secret technique yet. Moreover, even though it was executed too quickly without any preparatory movement, Jean was able to move his body despite being caught off guard. He threw his body to the left. The range of light-speed thrust was not limited to a single point. It started as a point, spread out like a fan, and converged back into a point. Therefore, even though Jean had moved considerably away from the trajectory of the sword chain viper, he still felt the energy of the sword passing near his cheek and neck. His hair stood on end. Is Tychon okay? Along with the sensation of warm blood running through his clothes, Jean quickly calculated in his head how to handle the situation. It's too late to look back. I have to counterattack first. He judged that the direction of light speed thrust narrowly avoided Tychon. It is unlikely that his sister would have gone to the extent of disobeying her father's orders and risking enmity with him by executing the light speed thrust. Jean lowered his body and, leaping like an arrow, thrust his sword. Sigmund's pale and sharp blade was heading towards Mary's forehead. She easily deflected her brother's thrust. Then she laughed as if she were very satisfied. The ongoing clash between the siblings was a fast and dizzying spectacle with two streams of light reflecting and intertwining. The spectators could not keep up with the pace of the sword energy's movements that flickered and dispersed and quickly rejoined. Wow! Mary Nim is amazing from the first move. Hey! What's that? What's that? There's a hole in the sky above Tychon. Cosmos seemed to have taken on the role not only of the host but also of the commentator. The spectators followed his pointing and looked at the sky, where indeed a huge hole had opened in the clouds, and they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The fact that a human could create such a phenomenon by wielding a sword just once was incredible, even seen with their own eyes. This is Run Candle. Everyone could only admire it like that. Not only Mary's remarkable thrust but also Jean, who dodged it and even counterattacked, seemed like a monster. Not only the audience but also Jin's comrades were excited and amazed by Mary's skills. To perform such a thrust while standing. Well, can that be called a thrust? I think I understand why Valka's Nim asked me to bet money on Mary Nim. Valka smiled silently in response to Kashimir's words. Cosmos keeps talking smoothly, so it seems Tychon hasn't been given up. Jean felt relieved that his decision to counterattack immediately was indeed correct. If he had hesitated even a little or had tried to check on Tychon first, he would have had to endure the follow-up attacks with a compromised posture. TSK. Still far from what father executed. I've polished it quite a bit, but anger quickly boiled inside Jean at seeing his sister licking her lips, but he barely repressed it and made eye contact. You really came with the intention of killing me. You almost wiped my head off. But you didn't die, did you? I knew you'd naturally avoid it, Didn't you say first that we should avoid big techniques? Kakik. Did I say that? If you really think so, then remember what I said. Little brother. The rule is simple. You and I fight in the fleet. However, highly destructive techniques that excessively damage the fleet are strictly prohibited. Although we decided not to use mostly big techniques in this duel, this older sister will do her best. Highly destructive techniques that excessively damage the fleet are strictly prohibited. Big techniques are mostly sealed. But I'll do what I can. In other words, it meant that any technique could be used as long as it didn't excessively damage the fleet. It was just a way of speaking, wasn't it? Thud. Jean involuntarily gritted his teeth. Now that he thought about it, his first duel with Mary had been like this too. Back then, Mary wore shiny armor and scattered first-level mana bombs on the battlefield. Although Jean normally didn't fall for such wordplay or superficial tricks, it was strange how he always seemed to fall for this kind of trick when facing Mary. Now I understand what you meant. Oh, really? It's lucky that you finally get it. Come on. Attack me again. Attack me. By the way, why didn't you activate your helmet? Mary spoke excitedly and pointed the tip of her sword at Jin's head. Ah, do you mean the Myulta rune? Is that what it's called? Anyway, the black helmet. If you had used it, you probably wouldn't have been hurt so much. That's the same reason you wore the eye patch, older sister. Mary stopped at Jin's response. She hadn't worn the eye patch because she had lost an eye. She thought that if Jin couldn't use his secret technique of the magic sword or the sword of legends, wouldn't it be fair for her to have such a disadvantage? Mary believed that, even though Jin was clearly superior to her, she had an advantage in pure swordsmanship. Oh, really? Think carefully, older sister. We were evenly matched even in our first bout. I was even afraid you'd die back then, so I pushed my limits. But should I use such an artifact now? It won't be too late to say that after you create a situation where you have to take off my eye patch. Little brother. As soon as they finished speaking, Mary closed the distance again. When Jin blinked and opened his eyes, the snake had already flown in front of his nose, blocking his vision. Jin judged it to be a stab and raised his sword to block it, but the chain sword extended and its trajectory changed. The chain sword, moving like a snake or a whip, flew in all directions, making it hard to believe it was a single person's attack. In the eyes of the spectators, Jin seemed to be completely trapped in the trajectory and aftermath of the snake. Every time the two clashed, the deck cracked and splinters flew. The pressure of the chain sword was increasing. It was the result of Mary's entire body starting to be tinted with an aura. It was a variation of Runcandle's seventh final movement, more of a physical strengthening than a self-destructive move. Seventh final movement of Runancell Volcano. Mary Runcandle. Mary had named her Volcano, thanks to Siren, who had given her permission. Jin had only seen Mary execute her Volcano once. The form was somewhat different then and now. It's a variation of the Volcano she used when she came to rescue us from the little beastmen. And me from the specters. Maybe she has progressed since then, but it feels completely different. He didn't have time to think about it with gratitude. Moreover, there was no need to ask if it was okay to use such a powerful attack, given that it would surely destroy the fleet. Coup dash! As soon as Volcano was executed and his sword clashed, Jin staggered backward, spitting blood. It was a strange sword. The blow from Mary's Volcano sword could be considered a sincere blow from a 10-star knight, but for some reason it did no damage to anything other than Jin. Why doesn't the impact escape outward? Mary's snake, tinted with the aura of the Volcano, only aimed at Jin. Even when Jin returned the blow with incredible force, the deck didn't even crack slightly. As a result, to the spectators it seemed like the siblings were just fooling around. They were waging an ordinary battle, except that Jin seemed to lean forward and spit blood every time the sword touched him. At first, this phenomenon was extremely difficult for Jin to accept. The shock should have escaped outward, following the laws of nature, but it was firmly contained within his body. What's going on? It looks like a light attack, but Jin is spitting blood. It's a crisis for Jin. Like the spectators, most of Tychon's comrades couldn't understand what was happening. Even Kashmir, known as the Ghost Blade, had never seen such a sword. Oh, indeed. Valkas, your assessment isn't far off. Who would have thought that Mary Runcandle had already reached such a level? She has more delicate aspects than I thought. There weren't many people who could use that even in my time. Murakan, who had lived for over 3,000 years and experienced the peak of Runcandle, immediately recognized what was going on. What's happening? Well, Quicantle. What was that called? It's been so long since I've seen it, so I don't remember. Timar called it Heart of the Sword. It's a method mainly used by warriors rather than swordsmen. Oh right, Heart of the Sword, that was its name. It's a sword that only causes internal injuries, without external impact. That's why the boy is suffering ordinary attacks. Clang, clang, clank. Jin felt a terrible pain, as if his internal organs were pierced by awls every time their swords clashed. Cold sweat filled his bristled hair. First of all, I have to increase the distance. It was impossible for Jin not to know that natural response. However, he couldn't use any technique strong enough to push Mary away, and it wasn't easy in the limited space. He won't be able to sustain a volcano and keep wielding a sword like this. After all, the variation of volcano is a technique that subjects his body to enormous tension. Jean realized that relying solely on this was a gamble and an impossible task. Mary already had information about his magical spells, including the lightning cannon, so he couldn't buy time. Therefore, she had to finish him off quickly. And, indeed, that had been her plan from the beginning. Jean was somewhat nervous about the variables of lightspeed thrust and the volcano sword. Jean wasn't prepared for a long battle in such a confined space. Therefore, he first selected the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends with good reason. Crackle. Mary opened her mouth as the lightning energy radiating from the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends began to cover Jin's entire body. Is that the technique you showed? In the Garden of Swords? You're definitely going to get a disqualification with that. Or do you want to kill your older sister, regardless of victory or defeat? Jean nodded, and Mary let out a mocking laugh. Chapter 482. Crack. Jean released his lightning energy, and Mary felt a sensation as if thousands or even tens of thousands of punches were piercing through her flesh. He was just raising his energy, but it caused this overwhelming pressure. Jean. Jin's eyes, tainted with murderous intent, emitted a colorful light in the lightning energy that spread like huge blue blood vessels. When their eyes met, Mary involuntarily swallowed saliva. Her blood was boiling like crazy. Her life had always been filled with battles and wars, but there weren't many battles that made her heart burn so fiercely. Kook! Cosmos staggered backward under the weight of Jin's energy despite being quite a distance away. For someone as seasoned as him, he could barely stay on his feet, but other pirates nearby had already retreated to the end of the deck. The fiery and sharp lightning energy even reached the Tychon's railing audience. Of course, Jin's companions had already placed protective shields to ensure that the spectators wouldn't suffer any harm. The energy caused waves that fiercely rippled. A sea breeze loaded with lightning energy blew, creating flashes of light everywhere, as if the starry night sky had shrunk and spread over the fleet. If Jean unleashed this energy, not only the fleet and pirates would be swept away, but even the spectators behind the protective shield might be caught in the catastrophe. Incredible! Jean Nim, this is the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends. The sword that once belonged to the most powerful beings on Earth is now unfolding before all of you. Despite the danger, Cosmos continued his commentary, and the spectators had no intention of leaving. They didn't want to miss the greatest spectacle of their lives, even if it was slightly risky. Who? Mary took a deep breath and was the first to act. She hadn't stayed still for a few seconds to wait for Jean, but to read the flow of his attack and find an opening to strike. Mary waited patiently, unable to fully grasp the flow of Jin's attack. She knew that waiting too long would mean being hit by a perfectly prepared technique. Has he reached a new level since the Garden of Swords incident, or is it different from the sword back then? He released so much energy, yet the fleet remains unharmed. No need to complain about cheating. To Mary, the phenomenon caused by Jin's lightning energy seemed the most peculiar of all. The sea was turbulent, and such powerful energy even reached the spectators. However, for some reason, not a single scratch appeared on the deck. In any case, Mary had no choice but to nervously entrench herself. Crack! Mary moved into the area of the lightning energy, feeling a powerful repulsion as if her entire body was being torn apart. Mary also increased her volcano aura to push back the lightning energy, but overall, Jin's energy was stronger. It was as if moving through water, and she found it difficult to advance. Fortunately, it seems that the younger one is struggling to maintain this energy, Mary thought, despite gradually closing the distance. However, Jean remained motionless in his place, like a statue. End him in one move. That wasn't just Jin's judgment. Mary also believed that if the fight dragged on, it wouldn't be in her favor. That's why she had executed the light speed thrust from the beginning. The lightning energy became denser as she approached step by step. The vision inside the lightning energy area was completely blurry, unlike when she had observed Jin's eyes from outside a while ago. Now, the distance between them was about 10 steps. Mary decided not to get closer, as if saying, "This should be enough." Instead, like Jean, she adjusted her posture and began to focus. What's happening inside the lightning energy? Woo! The aura that bloomed like smoke pushed back the lightning energy and formed its own area. A hole was punched on one side of the lightning energy hemisphere, allowing the audience to see Mary inside. What followed was a vortex. A massive aura spun in a cross-shaped vortex around the snake's blade. As the crossed vortex rotated, Mary's area in the lightning energy hemisphere expanded. At that moment, Jean felt a chill, as if a cold blade had touched his throat. It seems she also wants to end this in one move. Thank goodness. Mary still misunderstood that Jin's lightning energy was a form of the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, or another equivalent technique. Probably why she's trying to counter with strength against strength. However, just as Mary didn't know that Jin's technique was nothing but a trick, Jean also didn't know what kind of sword Mary was about to execute. First of all, her current posture is that of a thrust. He could anticipate that she would try the light-speed thrust again. However, that couldn't be all. Even with the light-speed thrust enhanced using Volcano, there was no way she would finish a failed technique. Jean tightly gripped Sigmund. He opened his eyes wide to catch the moment the snake moved. That moment would determine the outcome. "I've prepared this sword for you, the younger one." Mary's shoulders trembled. The scene seemed to unfold in slow motion. She was so focused that she barely managed not to miss that moment. Runcandle's fifth secret technique, light-speed thrust. Once again, she traced a trajectory that didn't cause any direct harm to Tychon. But the second light-speed thrust had an incomparable power to the first. The hemisphere of lightning energy tore apart, scattering countless particles in all directions. The vision was completely obstructed, as if tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of pieces of glass had shattered at once. Lightning energy particles fell like rain. Not even Jin's companions could immediately determine if Jean had managed to avoid the light-speed thrust amid the swirling particles. But the hit didn't end there. Mary had decided to go all out on this attack without holding back, as it was the final duel with her dear little brother before leaving for her training. Twice, the Volcano light-speed thrust was not limited to a single attack. Swish! A delayed shockwave reverberated, revealing that the light-speed thrust had been deployed consecutively. 3 consecutive light-speed thrusts? It was an unexpected turn for Jean. However, it wasn't an inevitable situation. As incredible or fast as the light-speed thrust was, it could only be executed within a range that wouldn't damage the fleet or the Tychon. The light-speed thrusts came from both the left and the right sides. So Jean had limited space to maneuver because the light-speed thrust attacked in both directions almost simultaneously. The center. Not even the center was entirely safe. The 2 streams of light-speed thrust passing through the center constantly caused a vortex of destruction in the central area. Amidst the lightning energy particles and the literally biting vortex, Jean could barely maintain balance. The 2 streams of light-speed thrust are just a means to keep me in place. Now Jean had no way to escape. With the light-speed thrusts occupying the space on both sides, the siblings were on a tightrope. The light extended. As the light-speed thrust spread and left behind flashes and remnants, the dazzling brilliance filled the space between the siblings. And it approached. Like a predator cornering its prey with no escape, Mary ran forward along the only path left. There was no way out, only a final confrontation. In other words, the central path where the two were was the true stage of this duel, created by Mary. "You're really impressive, aren't you?" "Truly impressive." Mary's volcano emitted an even brighter dazzling light than before. The light of the volcano grew more and more, trampling other lights. It was closing in on Jean. Jean couldn't predict that Mary would create this situation. When predictions went awry, one usually found oneself at a disadvantage. But for Jean, this was the ideal scenario he desired most. An inevitable one-on-one fight. For this, he pretended to use the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, and pretended that he could handle it more delicately than when he made the patriarchal declaration, so he sprayed lightning energy without aiming. The lightning energy forming the hemisphere, now broken into incandescent particles, was nothing more than a means to disturb her vision. It was a completely meaningless move. At the moment Mary, stained by the aura of volcanic movement, was right in front of him, Jean released his grip on Sigmund's hilt. The pale blade that fell defenseless exploded the lightning energy it contained as soon as it touched the ground and bounced somewhere. What? At that moment, Mary could only be surprised. She naturally assumed that her younger brother would execute the Sword of the Reign of the King of Legends or an equivalent sword technique. This rascal dropped his sword out of fear of killing me. I'm sure he wasn't that soft. Of course, she didn't want to kill her younger brother. He was her brother, and she always wanted to compete with him or fight by his side. Right, he did something like this before. I heard that he even dropped his sword at a critical moment when he fought against Dante Hyran in the arena. Even if Jean backed off, Mary had no intention of doing so. That's because it wasn't the run candle. Wait, right before driving the snake into her younger brother's chest, Mary couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. Considering what Jean did during the patriarchal declaration, Mary couldn't comprehend or accept his erratic current behavior. The fourth light speed thrust. That was the sword move she chose for this final moment. Originally, Mary had a different sword in mind. She wanted to show her respects to her younger brother by executing his unfinished final technique. If you act like this, you also need a lesson. As your sister, I'll remind you again. The light speed thrust directed at the center would undoubtedly damage Tychon. But I don't have as soft a heart as you do. Sibling love. The two people Mary felt the strongest bond with were Dyphus and Jean. That's why she decided to teach Jean a lesson by causing harm to his nest. She wanted to launch the fourth thrust at the speed of light in a direction that wouldn't cause irreversible damage. However, she was determined to hit Jean until he was on the verge of death once the fight was over. Also, she made sure Jean wouldn't die by being hit by the light speed thrust. She planned to carefully examine Jin's condition before striking him. But that very notion of mercy was her own arrogance, as she realized when she heard a distinct and chilling sound. Shrung. The sharp blade slid out of its sheath, producing a clear and chilling sound. Mary momentarily forgot what kind of person her younger brother was. Also, the fact that her younger brother had two swords. It was her excessive love for her younger brother that made her forget these facts, even in this situation. But in the world of warriors, one couldn't afford to be naive. I was fooled. Shadow Blade. Seventh technique. Shadow Assault. The sword move Jean had been hiding while aimlessly shooting lightning energy everywhere. Chapter 483. Mary's Viper sword struck forward. The target had been determined, and only a point of the blade and the lightning energy touched. But the blue field of vision cleared for the first time. Damn it! She couldn't see Jean because he was covered by the lightning energy. Her younger brother, who didn't dare to kill her and thus released the sword, was nowhere to be seen. Where are you? As those who realize their mistakes often do, she gritted her teeth. An indescribable chill seemed to run through her body. She would die if she didn't withdraw her sword. Her instinct told her that. The experience gained in thousands of battles warned her of the same danger. She had to reabsorb her aura, even if it caused a backlash. She had to locate the position of the younger one. Light speed thrust, a sword that pierced the sky. So there would be a backlash if she forcibly withdrew this powerful sword movement. Cra! Mary let out a cry as she changed her movements. She felt that the muscles and bones of her waist and lower body, as well as her grip on the sword, arms, and shoulders, trembled. As if they were breaking, she withdrew the sword. The advance of light speed thrust, which was tearing through the lightning energy, stopped as if it were a lie. The waves of lightning energy surged again, and flickering lights interrupted her vision. Mary twisted her body, in a fleeting moment, and could perceive that the energy surrounding her came not only from the lightning energy but also from the black curtains. What the half-sphere of lightning energy was covering was the force of the shadow. From the beginning, Jean had released the lightning energy with the sole purpose of hiding the shadow energy curtains to perform the shadow assault. She turned the recovered Viper in all directions to secure her line of sight. Every time the lightning energy rose, the black curtains became instantly visible. For no, 7. She thought that at any moment, something similar to a black sword energy would shoot at her. However, the curtains remained still, and there were no signs of them moving yet. Instead, Mary turned her body to the side. He was there. Jean pounced on her. With every flash of lightning energy, with every blink, the distance between them was closing. Along with Bradamanti, tinted in black. Finally, Bradamanti and Viper collided. It looked as if they had collided. Mary showed an overwhelming response to Jin's sudden attack despite her internal injuries. However, Viper swung in the air. The great sword energy that spread like a fan pierced through the lightning energy and shot up into the sky, disappearing. Mary couldn't help but be perplexed once again. He was right in front of me, as if he were a ghost or had somehow teleported. Her younger brother's sword was charging from the front a moment ago, but for some reason, the sword was charging from her rear once again. The shadows that spread around the two were some kind of gate. Only Jean, using the shadow assault, could enter and exit through it. That's why Jean could once again seize the rear of Mary. Just before the collision, Jean had crossed the curtain. Even my elder sister is a monster. Blood splattered. It was Mary's blood. Bradamanti, who had been aiming for her throat, barely grazed her shoulder. I thought I could at least take off her shoulder. Viper's blade also grazed Jin's cheek. The fight was no longer visible from the outside due to the lightning energy and the curtains of shadow force. However, everyone could hear the sound of the two swords clashing, the battle cries of the siblings. And everyone sensed that when the shadow force and lightning energy dissipated, the one left standing would be the victor. Ka-dash. Every time Mary roared, the half-sphere of lightning energy seemed to tremble as if it were about to tear apart. Jean unleashed a flurry of attacks to prevent his sister from gathering strength again. If I give her even a moment, she might come up with another technique. Just before Mary was about to execute the fourth light-speed thrust, Jean felt an inexplicable discomfort. The sword movement he intended to use was not the secret technique but the unfinished ultimate technique. Jean didn't know it, but his instinct warned him of danger, just like Mary's. Jean had to press on without rest, so it didn't even occur to Mary to use something else. Mary wasn't the only one breathing heavily. Jean was also losing stamina. Jean hadn't executed the Sword of the Reign of the Kingdom of Legends, but he couldn't help but get tired as he was rapidly consuming a level of lightning energy comparable to it. Surprisingly, Mary was in slightly better physical condition. Jean roared and gritted his teeth. It's about time. But how is she still holding on like this? What he expected was clear. No matter how powerful my sister is, she can't use the light speed thrust so easily without a scratch. Kadash! The moment his thought ended, Mary leaned forward and vomited blood. The time had come to end the battle. Jean stood in front of Mary and knocked down Bradamanti. Mary focused her last ounce of concentration on reading the trajectory of his attack. Bradamanti, who was raised at an angle, aimed at Mary's neck. Mary was about to miss the trajectory, but she raised the sword and managed to block it. That fell within Jin's expectations. He had anticipated that a superhuman like Mary would be able to handle it naturally up to that point. But in the meantime, she's counterattacking. However, blocking wasn't everything. She was even counterattacking. To be precise, Mary didn't exactly block Jin's final strike. Shadow Blade. Second move, Scissors. Jin's final trick. The black blade of the scissors was forming on the other side of the trajectory traced by Bradamanti. In the end, Mary couldn't block the final blade of the scissors. The shadow energy blade grazed Mary's face. What the blade cut was the pirate patch she was wearing. If it had aimed at her neck instead, it might have easily cut it. It's over, elder sister. From the beginning, Jean had foreseen his victory the moment Mary used the light speed thrust. Jean hadn't let his guard down even at the final moment. After all, his opponent was Mary Runcandle. But the fact that Mary counterattacked at the last moment would remain a haunting experience for Jean in the future. Mary Runcandle, the seventh flag-bearer of Runcandle. Regardless of each one's battle prowess, All her siblings considered her the most formidable opponent when fighting for their lives. When the mist cleared, both the lightning energy and the shadow energy on the battlefield vanished in an instant. Swadash! Suddenly, a stream of water fell from the sky. It was a stream of water falling from a massive water wall formed when part of the sea split behind Jean. It was the aftermath of Mary's final counterattack. What just happened? Did you see that? Cosmos, the pirates, the crowd, and most of Jin's comrades had no idea why the water wall had formed. Only those who had reached the rank of superhumans were aware that Mary had wielded her sword. Heh! How did she manage to wield her sword at the last moment? I couldn't see it clearly, Murakanim. I don't know what it is, but if she had wielded the sword properly, the outcome might have been different. Murakan and Valkas spoke, and Jean tried to swallow his dry saliva. I thought it was a simple counterattack, but it was faster than the light-speed thrust. No, even if I had known beforehand, I could never have dodged it. It was a cut close to divine power. Runcandle's ultimate technique. Jean immediately convinced himself that the last horizontal cut that passed by his side was one of Runcandle's 3 ultimate techniques. Definitely incomplete. If it had been a complete ultimate technique, Jean would never have remained standing. The water wall collapsed like a sandcastle and returned to the sea. Both seem to be perfectly fine, but the fight is over. Neither Mary nor Jean Nim is moving. Cosmos raised his voice with trembling pupils. The siblings made eye contact as they pointed their swords at each other. Mary knelt, and relieved sighs were heard. Arg! Damn it, I lost. I had no idea you could play with me like this with your tricks. Mary spat blood and wiped her forehead. Then, Cosmos announced the result of the battle with fireworks bursting everywhere. The winner is Jean Runcandile. Congratulations. A fiery and unforgettable battle. A great fight that won't be seen twice in a lifetime. Everyone, show your appreciation with applause. Amidst thunderous applause, Jean approached Mary and extended his hand. Why did you try to end the fight with light speed thrust when you can use an ultimate technique? If you had executed your ultimate technique at that moment, I think I would have been the one defeated. I thought you had released the sword because you didn't want to kill me, so it was a waste to show you this sword movement, but I forgot for a moment that there was no way you would have backed down like that. Damn it. I never thought I would fall for something like this. I used this sword technique against the Guardian. Inspired by one of the 10 great knights, Sarah Runcandle. She wasn't at her best and couldn't defend herself. However, assuming she had the ultimate technique, I'm not sure it would have worked against you. Are you comparing me to the old heroine of the family out of fear that your sister might get angry? Don't you feel a bit upset? Tisk. Turns out I'm the one who backed down. Mary took Jin's hand and stood up. Despite her tone, she had a refreshing smile on her face. Jean, my younger brother. Yes, elder sister. Today, you officially defeated this 7th flag-bearer of the family. Can we really call it an official match? We had too many restrictions between us. That's true. I fought with an eye patch the whole time, and you restricted the use of magic. But what does it matter? You didn't let your guard down until the end, and I made mistakes that led to my own defeat. That shows you're stronger than me. As Jean didn't respond, Mary burst into laughter. So, from today on, you hold the 5th position in the hierarchy of the family flag-bearers. Hold it well, as I might reclaim it after rigorous training. And for that, hey, Cosmos. Yes, bring that here. At Mary's command, Cosmos hurriedly took something from his bag. What he kindly handed over was a book. 5th Secret Technique, Light Speed Thrust Siren Runcandle. It was none other than a training manual on the light speed thrust technique that Siren had written for Mary. It's not reasonable for the 5th flag-bearer not to know a single secret technique of her family, right? Jean received the training manual but couldn't hide his astonishment. Chapter 484. So you thought Jean Nim would win from the beginning and still told me to bet on Mary Nim, Valkas Nim? You even lied, saying that if I had seen Mary Nim's sword in person, I would have thought the same. Kashmir put down his glass and said, Murakan and Valkas patted him on the back with a chuckle. I recently joined Taiken. Shouldn't I make a good impression on Murakanim? Jijoho, please understand. Anyway, you're foolishly stubborn, aren't you? Hey, even if we think the kid will lose, we must bet on him no matter what. Can you boldly bet 2,000 gold if it seems like the other side is going to win or not? Kashimir's forehead wrinkled as he saw the two people laughing. No. Didn't you order Valkas Nim and me to bet on Mary Nim, Murakanim? Oh, now you're shouting at me. Have you gone mad? Huh? Are you acting like this because you lost the bet and don't want to give up the money? You, the second richest man in Taiken. When did I shout again? And it's not about the money. You just shouted again. No, I can't stand it, little insect. Oh, did you? Dodge? Come here. Hey! As if playing tag, Murakan and Kashmir comically started running, and laughter erupted around them. It's a peaceful show, Mary said as she watched all this. After the Duel and Cosmo-style awards ceremony, Jean and his companions, as well as Mary and the pirates, were celebrating a light after-party. They were congratulating Jean on his victory. Jean was sitting next to Mary, fiddling with the book that Siren had written himself. He was still as stunned as the first time he received it. It seems like my father is really interested in the elder sister. Jean couldn't imagine the sight of his ruthless father writing a training manual for someone. Even if he tried to force himself to imagine it, he could only vaguely see the man's back. Is Taiken always like this? Most of the time. It's really different from the gloomy atmosphere of the Garden of Swords. By the way, you can't stop looking at it. Do you really like it that much? When Jean turned his head and smiled, Mary burst into laughter as if she couldn't stand it. Even my cold-blooded little brother can make such a silly expression. I thought the only thing you were interested in was fighting like crazy, but this is also quite nice. Jean adjusted his expression and gently tucked the book into his pocket. If you want, I can make you laugh more. What kind of expression should I put on? Suddenly speaking so dryly makes it boring. You have to be a little embarrassed to make it funny. Clang. They clinked their glasses together. Little brother. Yes, elder sister. All the major factions that haven't gone to the Gaifa Islands are gathered in a desert called Soda. Have you heard of it? Mary was talking about the information she promised to tell Jean. Nya. Before Jean could respond, Shuri, who had been lounging between Mary and Jean, they had called her because Mary missed her, let out a shout. Shuri lifted her body and used the claws of her front paw to draw on the ground the location of the Soda Desert, indicating that she knew where it was, and Mary exclaimed, Well, it always happens to me every time I see you, but you're really smart. Yes, Shuri, it's there. The desert is near the center of the Lutero Magical Federation. In the center of the Lutero Magical Federation, not only is the Soda Desert, but also the capital and the headquarters of the Zippel, Draka. The first divisions of the three major factions are gathered near that area. What's happening in that desert? They are producing new Kozaks. From the moment Mary first mentioned the word Zippel, Jean had a certain expectation. This is the combat ship that Mitter summoned with Myron from that cube. The highlight here is not the new Kozak, but the use of the term Kozaks, in plural. So they are building and mass-producing giant battleships like Kozaks in facilities located in the Soda Desert. Yes. Who would have thought they could mass-produce that? So we have to go and destroy that production facility. That's right. It was a top-secret mission like no other. In enemy territory, near the headquarters. It was an attack on a secret facility, and only a very small number of people could be sent back. Jean immediately began calculating various strategies for the mission. The solutions were so grim that he had no choice but to grit his teeth. When did the clan find out that Zippel was operating a flying battleship shipyard? The clan seems to have known about the shipyard operation for a while. They only found out the exact location shortly after you destroyed the Black King's Mountain. Elder sister, you just said that not only our family but also Kinzalo and the Imperial family are waiting in the Soda Desert. So, is it possible that our clan got the information after them? That's not true. They also got similar information at the same time and hurriedly sent their top executives to the Soda Desert instead of Gaifa. I'm sure about Kinzalo, but the imperial family may not have sent people to Soda. Runcandle and Kinzalo and the imperial family got similar information at the same time. This is clearly a trap. Jean was convinced. Zippels deliberately leaked information about the Soda Desert shipyard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Runcandle, Kinzalo, and the imperial family to send people at the same time. Dyfus Oraboni said the same. He probably also said it was a trap we couldn't avoid. Mary nodded. Indeed, it was a trap they couldn't avoid. Attacking the shipyard in the desert right next to Draka is indeed a crazy idea. Even if we were successful and returned. With our best effort, the benefits that the clan and other factions would gain would be minimal. Primarily, we would only consume Zippel's resources and slightly delay the mass production of Kozek. Of course, considering it's a project to build a battleship, an astronomical amount of resources and manpower could be invested, but it's not worth top-ranking personnel from each faction, excluding Zippel, risking their lives. As long as the technology is preserved, they could rebuild the shipyard if it were destroyed. But they couldn't allow Kozeks to continue being manufactured. In this operation, Zippel was effectively starting from scratch, trying to defeat other factions from the beginning. If they had already lost, Jean needed to find a way to win as best as possible, and only then could he avoid being defeated next time. Or even if the clan lost, Jean had to create a situation where he could gain the maximum benefit. That way, he could use those benefits when the clan finally became his. What does Zippel want? Why did they suddenly leak information about the shipyard at this moment? To lure top-ranking personnel from each faction to the center of the Lutero-Magical Federation and eliminate them one by one? No, that violates the main premise that there would be no large-scale war as long as my father is here. If the main flag-bearers were to die at the shipyard, it could lead to a large-scale war. If they intended to fight properly, they would have first built all the battleships and launched a preemptive attack at an unexpected time instead of revealing the location of the shipyard. In that case, what was their intention? A word suddenly passed through Jin's mind. Check. Is Zippels trying to check the strength of the representatives from each faction who attacked the shipyard, or if they possess any special abilities? The Soda Desert was near the capital, Draka, and Draka was located in the center of the Federation. Draka hadn't been exposed to any external force attacks in the last 1,000 years. Even for Runcandle, it would be nearly impossible to create an infiltration team that could penetrate all border networks to Draka. Attacking the secret shipyard next door wouldn't be much different. If Runcandle, Kinzalo, or the Imperial family managed to infiltrate the shipyard, it's like Zippel checking the capabilities of external forces. Kinzalo had the leader, the Legends Golem and Bouvard. The Imperial family had the Demon Men, and Runcandle had Jean, Murakan, and Joshua, the Prophet. Of all of them, the only one that Zippel might not know exists is the Prophet. A sharp intuition struck his mind. Zippel discovered that Joshua has a special ability and wants to know his power. That's why they laid out the sweet poison, the trap he couldn't avoid falling into. Of course, it could have been an excess. But if that wasn't the case, he couldn't think of any other reason why Zippel would reveal the location of the secret shipyard. Moreover, it's very likely that Zippel didn't include me in their calculations. I chose to go for Gaifa instead of infiltrating the secret shipyard in the Soda Desert. Besides, they would have concluded that Joshua and I wouldn't be able to carry out a mission together, considering our hostile relationship. Finally, a faint smile appeared on Jin's lips, which had been dark all the while. Once again, it was his role as a variable. But, elder sister, yes. Why do you entrust this mission to me instead of going to the Soda Desert yourself? Is it because of the training you mentioned earlier? That's one reason, but if I had won the duel earlier, I intended to go myself. Sending the strongest increases the chances of Dyfus Oraboni not getting hurt. Joshua and Dyfus were the two flag-bearers currently stationed in the Soda Desert, waiting for an infiltration. Mary stood up, emptied her glass, and said, "It's time for the losers to leave. This is a letter from Dyfus Orabioni. The infiltration route is marked in the letter, so follow it." In case something happens to our big brother, I'm counting on you not to let him die. Elder sister, wait. What's wrong? Trying to thank me for the training manual? Heh, try it 5 times. No, that's not it. Well, of course, I'm incredibly grateful. Please take a look at this. What caught Mary's attention as she tilted her head was a woven green rose. Actually, Elder Sister Yona was here before you arrived. She even confirmed that the ship was yours, but she was too busy to meet you in person, so she asked me to pass this on to you. Mary's eyes sparkled upon hearing a story that contained somewhat well-intentioned lies. Ah, really? Yona, that girl. Yes. Haha. Yona had such a cute and adorable side. Isn't she more embarrassed than busy? Alright, I like it. To show my gratitude for her kindness, my next challenge will be in Samel. Elder Sister Mary? Cosmos. Mary rushed to the railing and shouted the pirate's name. Yes, Captain. Weigh anchor. We just decided our next destination. Immediately, the pirates, scattered on the deck, hoisted the anchor and prepared for the journey. Mary covered her eye with the black patch again and, before running off, turned around and shouted, Return to Dyphus Oriboni without getting hurt. Understood. Jean smiled and nodded. Chapter 485 on February 27, 1800. A furious sandstorm obscured everything in sight outside the camp. The relentless sandstorm, blowing with the power to bury everything all day, was so tedious that even just observing it could induce nausea. But the fact was that this very sandstorm had hidden Runcandle's members for the past few weeks. It had also concealed the existence of a massive battleship construction shipyard here until Zippel intentionally leaked the information. Kook! Dyphus groaned softly, pressing his forehead. He felt a strong headache after reading the bulletin brought by the execution knights who had gone to the nearby village in the morning. The furious wind and the Dark Crown Prince engaged in a battle on the deck near Tychon. The sea split, and the sky opened every time the 2 knights wielded their swords. The rank war had started out of nowhere due to Mary Runcandle's provocation. The winner was the 12th flag-bearer. Cosmos, the confidant of the 7th flag-bearer, revealed. The captain wanted to keep fighting the 12th flag-bearer as soon as she learned that he had defeated the Black King's mountain alone. Were the rumors about the Black King incident true? Rumors circulated that the 12th had participated in the recent unknown battle near the Gaifa Islands. Did Jean Runcandle kill or make disappear? Amela, Zemo, the confidant of the 12th flag-bearer, confirmed. Amela was indeed sent to the other world by our Lord with a single stroke. Jean Runcandle ascended to the 5th rank in just a year after becoming a flag-bearer. Has the succession structure of the Runcandles truly changed? Crushing victory against the 7th flag-bearer. The 12th flag-bearer continued to rise. How long will his legend last? Mary, I expected you to cause a great incident, but I never expected you to have a duel with the younger one in front of the public. They couldn't visit the village every day, so it had been over a week since the news became known. While the infiltration team hid in the Soda Desert, the world was in chaos due to the battle between Jean and Mary. Do as you please for now, 'cause as many incidents as you want, train as you like. I'll deal with the aftermath. Dyphus remembered the words he had told Mary some time ago. His true intention was to help Mary live her life to the fullest. However, Dyphus desperately needed Mary's help due to Zippel's unexpected leak of information about the battleship construction shipyard. Luna and Luncia were on different missions and not available, and lower-ranked flag-bearers would likely be more of a burden if he called them. So, with the intention of getting help one last time before Mary left, he hastily sent a letter indicating the infiltration tunnel. Dyphus never thought he would hear the news that she had fought with the younger one. Could it be that she didn't receive the letter? No, it can't be. Knowing Mary's style, she probably challenged the younger one to a duel with the intention that the winner would come here to support me. Dyphus let out a sigh. Asking for support from Jean was not something that hadn't crossed his mind at all. He had just officially become the 5th flag-bearer, but Jin's strength and abilities were comparable to the most prominent flag-bearers, as demonstrated during the Patriarchal Declaration. However, the reason why he preferred Mary's support to Jin's was clear. coordination, and teamwork. Needless to say, the brother Dyfus trusted the most was Mary. If Dyfus had to entrust his back on such a dangerous mission, it had to be Mary. Moreover, in terms of teamwork, Mary fit much better than Jean. Just knowing the relationship between Joshua and Jean would make anyone think that. Of course, Jean and Joshua would probably divide the work, but this doesn't sit well with me. Swish. While thinking that, the front and rear doors of the barack opened simultaneously. Joshua and the Black Knight, who had gone out to explore, entered through the front door, and Jean, who had just arrived, entered through the back door. Younger one? Why are you here? When Joshua raised an eyebrow, Dyfus shrugged, and Jean asked a nonchalant question. There are quite a few strange tunnels along the infiltration tunnel. Did you make them, second flag-bearer? Strange tunnels. That was a question that had intrigued Dyfus as well. Joshua had created the entire infiltration tunnel in the Soda Desert. Dyfus had tried to create a different tunnel from another direction but had failed and ultimately joined Joshua's tunnel. During this process, Dyfus had also confirmed that Joshua's infiltration tunnel had a shape that no ordinary person or average magic could create. Joshua's infiltration tunnel clearly dug deep enough to cause the ground to collapse, but for some reason, it maintained its shape without collapsing. Yes, I did. It seemed like an infiltration tunnel that couldn't have been made by humans. Do you think your limited standards apply to everyone? I have clearly overestimated your intelligence. Aren't you hiding the fact that there's an assistant, the so-called prophet or something? Since Jean met Joshua in the mausoleum, right after the patriarchal declaration, he immediately judged that Joshua wouldn't take long to reveal the existence of the prophet to everyone. Even then, Jean had openly talked about her in front of other flag-bearers and elders, but Joshua hadn't shown any signs of being particularly upset. It seems you have some misconceptions. Joshua shook his head and continued speaking. I've never hidden the existence of the prophet. The fact that you and the other flag-bearers didn't know was simply because you lacked the necessary access to information. Jean chuckled. Well, I didn't bring up the topic to get a strong reaction from you. It reassures me to think that someone who has been a high secret for a long time is helping me in my work. Now, there are also two Black Knights. The Black Knights didn't react to Jin's provocative behavior. Joshua's gaze rested on Jin's shoulder, where Murakan, in cat form, was snoozing. I'm relieved to think that the guardian deity of the family is watching over this mission. Our goals are infiltration and assassination, so you are more suitable for the job than Mary. While the two conversed, Dyfus kept pondering over the word, prophet. How much information did the younger one find out about Joshua? And how did he find out? Dyfus felt a mix of bitterness and curiosity. He had long been aware that Joshua had some power or special helper behind him, but that was all he knew. Dyfus had been investigating for a long time, but he hadn't found any clues about what Joshua possessed. He had assumed that Rosa had hidden information about Joshua from them, making it impossible to find out. On the other hand, Jean seemed to know everything about the prophet since the patriarchal declaration. Dyfus couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. A defeat is a defeat, and I have to find a way for the younger one to share his information with me. I have to gather as much information as possible and move faster than Joshua, even if it's slower than the younger one. Dyfus came to that conclusion as Joshua and Jean continued to gaze at each other. I mentioned the Black Knights on purpose, but there was no reaction. Has Doc's not gone to Rick Alton yet? Jean thought. He hadn't received any contact from Doc's, so he didn't know how his orders were being fulfilled. Also, regardless of whether Doc's had gone to Rick Alton or not, it wasn't that difficult for someone like Joshua to conceal his true feelings. Joshua smiled and pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. Here is the information on the secret shipyard we've been monitoring and the details of the operation until your arrival. The document provided detailed information on the internal structure of the secret shipyard, the surveillance personnel, risks, and special considerations. Are all facilities of this magnitude built underground? Jean examined the internal structure and was surprised by the magnitude of the secret shipyard. It was much larger than he had anticipated. Joshua smiled, as if he had expected Jin's reaction. There are a total of 24 sections, each equivalent in size to a decent-sized castle. More than half of the desert's underground is the secret shipyard. It makes me wonder how they built a facility of this size and kept it a secret all this time. A few sections marked in red stood out. These marked sections are believed to be the most critical areas for the battleship's design or essential resources for its construction. The 4th, 11th, 17th, and 19th sections have the strictest security, and we haven't been able to access them yet. So far, the infiltration team had been exploring the internal structure with the power of the Prophet. The fact that they couldn't infiltrate those areas even with that special power and the abilities of the 2 main flagbearers and the 2 Black Knights meant that the only way was to enter by force. And the moment they forcibly entered those 4 areas, the real-time limit for this mission would begin. We have to choose our initial entry points carefully because we might only have one chance. Yes, the real operation will begin tomorrow at 2 in the morning. From then on, we will get information directly from the inside, select one of the 4 sections, and start the mission of destruction and takeover. The top priority is to secure the battleship blueprint and destroy the most critical resources. I suppose this explanation is enough, isn't it? Jean nodded. All right, then I guess I'll have to get some rest. Joshua turned around, picking up the bulletins that were on the table. And congratulations on reaching the 5th rank. I'll treat you to a bottle of good wine when we get back. Thank you, I'll gladly accept that. Ah, and thanks for your help during the Black King incident. The conversation turned back to Dox. When Joshua saw that Dox hadn't returned during the Black King incident, he instructed his bulletins to write favorable articles about Jean and Murakan, thus increasing the clan's prestige. As I was looking at those articles, I came up with the thought that there were times when the 2nd flagbearer and I got along well. I hope the same happens during this mission, Dark Crown Prince of Huffister. Ha ha ha. As soon as he heard the title of Dark Crown Prince, Jean felt an intense desire to try killing Cosmos again. When Joshua and the Black Knights left the tent, Jean and Dyfus's gazes naturally met. Second older brother. Yes. Jean spoke after a short pause. Let's kill that person during this mission. Dyfus was surprised by the sudden declaration. Chapter 486. Cough. The sound of Dyfus clearing his throat echoed in the barracks. What did you say? For a moment, he thought his ears were playing tricks on him, but he received an immediate response. I said we should kill the 2nd flagbearer on this mission. To kill Joshua. Dyfus had never heard such words since he was born. Not even Mary in her prime had said anything like it. I've been thinking about it, but he's really crazy, and it's also frightening. He's not someone who would say things without careful consideration. Saying let's kill Joshua means he had already finished planning it. The newcomer to the headquarters seemed to be planning to kill Joshua. Dyfus couldn't immediately figure out the basis of that plan, but it sent a shiver down his spine. Anyway, you have a knack for surprising people. Why do you want to kill that person? I'm sure it's not because you're angry with him for mocking your new title, Dark Crown Prince. Of course, that's not the reason, but it wasn't pleasant. Joshua might have genuinely thought your title was cool. When he was young, what he liked the most was his title of Black Lion. He said it felt like he was succeeding our mother. Jean and Dyfus shared a light laugh. I didn't know the 2nd flagbearer had such a cute side. You would have found him even cuter if you had spent your childhood with him. Anyway, what if I decline your offer? Dyfus adjusted his expression and asked, and Jean shrugged. Do you have a reason for it? Once the infiltration into the underground shipyard begins, all the execution knights of the Soda Desert will return to the family. Is this because withdrawing after the infiltration is impossible if they are not at the level of Black Knights? That's right. So the personnel directly involved in the mission are just you and me, Murakanim, the 2nd flagbearer you want to kill, and his Black Knights. That means each person is valuable to complete the mission. Jean let out a sigh upon hearing this. You speak as someone who came to this secret shipyard in the Soda Desert without knowing it's a trap set by Zippel, older brother. Dyfus's eyes narrowed. Anyway, this mission can only succeed halfway at best. The best outcome will be to return safely after destroying the facility. The battleship blueprints? Do you think Zippel left something like that intentionally after leaking information? Clearly, there's nothing significant in sections 4, 11, 17, and 19. The purpose of Zippel leaking the location of the secret shipyard in the Soda Desert. That was a problem Dyfus had been pondering all along. He knew it was a trap, but it was too extensive to ignore. However, it was difficult to understand what Zippel's true purpose was. Does the younger one have a guess about Zippel's purpose? Killing Joshua is not an empty statement, but what are his intentions? While Dyfus contemplated, Jean spoke again. Stop thinking and make a decision. Will you join me in killing Joshua, or not? I'll give you 5 seconds. After that, even if you change your mind, I'll handle it alone. 5, 4. Hey, younger one. Wait a moment. 3, 2. In the end, Dyfus nodded before Jean finished counting. Though he felt dragged into it, he realized that if he didn't negotiate with Jean now, he would probably be the one suffering in this mission. Above all, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to definitely kill his older brother, the second flag-bearer, whom he had wanted to kill all his life. The younger brother that Dyfus saw was undoubtedly the person who would carry out his words. Darn it! Let's do it together. A beautiful moment of brotherly solidarity. You won't regret it. Seeing Jean smirk, Dyfus muttered under his breath that there was no devil like him. But there's a condition. Go ahead. Share with me all the information you have. For example, information about Joshua's assistant, the figure known as the Prophet, and what you think Zippel's purpose is. Above all, why do you want to kill Joshua now? Is that all? Yes. I'll tell you the first one after the mission is over. However, I'll tell you the second and third ones right away. In my opinion, Zippel's purpose is to assess the capabilities of the forces of other major factions. Are you saying Zippel is using this shipyard as bait to assess the strength of external forces? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I can't even estimate the manpower and resources that have been put into this facility. You can think of it that way. However, perhaps you've also pondered Zippel's purpose beyond what I just mentioned. Is there a more reasonable explanation than what I mentioned? There wasn't. Dyfus was also more concerned because he was aware of the main premise that, as long as Siren exists, there is no total war. Especially, Zippel would have needed to confirm Joshua's abilities. More specifically, Zippel wants to see if Joshua and our mother have the strength to guard Runcandle instead of our father. Hasn't the time come when we can no longer survive just on the name of the world's best swordmaster? Kinselo had the mysterious power of its leader, the power of Bouvard's chaos, the legend's golems. The Empire had the demon men, Zippel's living golems, and mass production of battleships, and manipulation of history. In such a situation, Runcandle had only clung to his sword. At least, that's what has been revealed so far. So, by the time we start the infiltration, Zippel will have already achieved part of his goal. After all, he wouldn't have been able to create such a perfect infiltration tunnel without the power of the Prophet. I understand. And what about the third? Leaving aside the method of killing the second flag-bearer, what is your real goal? What benefits does the death of the second flag-bearer bring to the family? Dyfus asked this, but he had already drawn his own conclusion. What effect will Joshua's death have on the family? If the younger one and I kill the second flag-bearer on this mission, it will undoubtedly bring division to the family. Then I'll have to change the tides and rearrange things. Remove the rotten Runcandle from Rosa and Joshua. That was the reorganization Dyfus had in mind. After Jean made it public through Mary that information about the legacy of the first patriarch existed within the family, the siblings, especially Dyfus and Mary, no longer respected Rosa's favoritism. The premise that Rosa always makes decisions for the family had shattered. From then on, Rosa's favoritism was the biggest culprit for the destruction of the family in Dyfus's eyes. Of course, the utility value of Joshua and Mother has not completely disappeared. When the reorganization is over, I will have to confront my mother as well. The Prophet would be under the control of my mother, not Joshua anyway. What comes next? The remaining flag-bearers would continue to fight for the throne, seeking the legacy of the first patriarch of the family to restore Runcandle's ancient glory. He needed to break the curse that bound the family and enter a bright era of magic swordsmen that Jean briefly showed. Although they competed for the throne, Dyfus was in favor of Jin's statement about the return of the magic swordsman. Jean seemed to see through Dyfus's thoughts. Dyfus's thoughts seemed to have a shape that wasn't bad. The future plans that older brother Dyfus is thinking about are close to the right path. The problem is that there's no way Joshua would have sent his real body to this dangerous place. Older brother Dyfus doesn't know, so he's just thinking that this is a golden opportunity to change the family, and he accepted my offer as if he were attracted to it. Jean hid a bitter smile within himself and made eye contact with Dyfus. What benefit does it bring to the family? It's an opportunity to cut the rotten chain of favoritism and purify the family. Even if we kill Joshua, the prophet will be under our mother's control anyway, so we can decide what to do with her abilities at that time. Dyfus's eyes widened. He felt a strange sense of kinship knowing that Jean had the same thoughts as himself. It was disappointing to think that his younger brother wasn't his perfect ally like Mary. Older brother, honestly, I didn't plan to make you this proposal. I thought I could kill Joshua on my own. But elder sister Mary asked me to come back with you without getting hurt. Mary said something that doesn't suit her. Buki. But I didn't know that you're one who gets moved by such tepid words. It's not that, but I'm also a human being. Sometimes I feel family love, and sometimes I want to repay my relatives' favor. That's why I told you in advance so that you wouldn't get hurt while I killed Joshua. Incidentally, our goals align. Jean was sincere. Is that explanation enough? Dyfus nodded and reached out to Jean. All right. It's a moment of beautiful brotherly solidarity, even if it's temporary. As they shook hands, Jean couldn't help but feel a twinge of conscience for the first time in a long time. Well, even if it means killing a clone, I'll surely make it beneficial for the family in the end, so older brother Dyfus will understand. Even if he doesn't understand, it will only be Dyfus who looks foolish after the incident is over. That's if everything goes according to Jin's plan. Now, let's talk about your plan to kill that older brother. There can be many variables, so until we start the infiltration, let's put our heads together to figure things out. February 28, 1800, 2 a.m. Once the execution knights cleared the barracks and withdrew, the operation began. Jean, Murakin, Dyfus, Joshua, and 2 black knights, a total of 6 individuals, donned their infiltration gear and ran underground in the Soda Desert. They were using a tunnel that extended from where the barracks were to the secret shipyard, and it had been formed in advance by Joshua using the power of a prophet. And as soon as they reached the beginning of the shipyard after running silently for a while, the group encountered an unexpected sight. Looks like the rats used our tunnel, Joshua said as he examined a round object placed on the ground, resembling a human head. He checked its face, and it turned out to be one of the shipyard's overseers. It seems to be Kinslow, second flag-bearer. The moment one of the Black Knights made that statement, a loud clash and explosion noise began to come from beyond the tunnel. Seems like the bastard beasts are causing trouble, Joshua said, looking nonchalantly beyond the tunnel. Chapter 487, the initial divisions of Runcandle and Kinslow, which didn't reach the Gaifa Islands, set up camp in the Soda Desert while Jean met with Amila. Similar to how Joshua used the power of a prophet to create tunnels in the desert, Kinslow members also utilized their skills to form an exploration tunnel, secretly employing some of Joshua's tunnels. Jin's gaze fell on the head of the deceased shipyard director. The messy cut surface of the neck looked as if it had been torn apart. It was far from suitable for infiltration and assassination. Moreover, it's quite a distance away, and yet the commotion is significant. It's not an incident that happened on the spot during the infiltration. It was a direct attack on the shipyard. It seemed that Kinslow members had decided to approach the secret shipyard in the Soda Desert in a completely different way than the Runcandles. Why would Kinslow members dare to act so boldly? They must have a solid reason for it. The Soda Desert is adjacent to Draka, the capital of the Lutero-Magical Federation. That's why the Run Candles choose this method of infiltration. But the Kinzalo members were boldly stirring the world's most dangerous hornet's nest. There's no way our information leaked, but they started their operation at the same time. Is it just an unfortunate coincidence? As Jean began to reflect, Joshua clenched his teeth and frowned. Thud! Joshua's words were suddenly drowned out by a deafening explosion, as if they were waiting for the Run Candles. The vibrations were so intense that it felt like the tunnel would collapse at any moment. For example, it seemed that Run Candle's plan had completely failed. The thunderous alarm of the defensive magic, sounding like madness amid the deafening explosion, was getting on their nerves. Jean had been calculating how to kill Joshua and succeed in his mission since the night before. However, Kinzalo's sudden terrorist act was unexpected. But perhaps this turn of events is not so bad. At least not for me and elder brother Dyphus. Jean was sure that Joshua had information about this mission that he hadn't shared with him and Dyphus. As he had told Dyphus before, the sections 4, 11, 17, and 19 marked on the shipyard's interior map made no sense. Joshua probably believed that I or elder brother Dyphus would naively choose one of those sections to investigate. He must have thought that we had no choice but to do something, even if it meant destroying the shipyard anyway. And he would try to take advantage of the chaos to sneak off on his own to the real location with valuable information. Jean had assumed that the location of the information Joshua was trying to monopolize was the second magic tower. Draka wasn't the only place near the Soda Desert shipyard. Not far away was Zippel's second magic tower. Of course, it was only an assumption that Joshua was trying to monopolize information about the second magic tower. So, when the infiltration began, Jean had planned to watch Joshua with Dyphus's help. He would intentionally mention the second magic tower or focus the search on the part of the shipyard closest to it. There's little chance that Zippel has prepared an infiltration to the second magic tower, considering how close Draka is. It's hard to believe that we or Kinzalo would dare to meddle with the second magic tower. Both of us would have more than enough with destroying the shipyard. Woo! The moment Jean thought to that point, he felt a chill running down his spine. Maybe there's no need to watch Joshua. It's definitely the second magic tower. Kinzalo members are trying to attract the attention of the second magic tower forces and lure them to the shipyard, then steal the empty house. That's why Kinzalo is shamelessly terrorizing the shipyard. They were aware that the truly important data was not inside the shipyard but outside, specifically within the second magic tower. Moreover, damn bastards from Kinzalo. Do they also know that part of the battleship plans is in the second magic tower and not in the shipyard? Joshua thought the same. However, unlike Kinzalo, who was confidently destroying the shipyard, he felt a chill in his bones. It can't be a coincidence that they started the terrorist act right during our infiltration time. Information about our operation and the second magic tower must have leaked, although I don't know the exact route. Joshua had originally planned to entrust Jean, Murakin, and Dyphus with the task of distracting Zippels as Kinzalo members were doing now, while he took the opportunity to advance toward the second magic tower. The underground shipyard was huge, so he thought it wouldn't be that difficult to deceive his brothers and Murakin. That's why when he confirmed that it was Jean and Murakin who had come yesterday instead of Mary, he inwardly rejoiced. But now, the situation had worsened. Amidst distant explosions and the silence that followed, the attention of the Run Candles focused on Joshua. It was an unspoken pressure for him to make a decision, being the ultimate decision-maker in this matter. He felt anxiety as Kinzalo members outmaneuvered him, the pressure of having to reassess all his moves from the beginning, and the emotionless face of his younger brother right in front of him. Due to these factors, Joshua could barely maintain composure. First of all, I must stay calm. If I show the slightest hint of panic, Jean will notice. He's not one to miss a scent, that's for sure. No matter how cautious, Jean was already reading Joshua's most intimate thoughts. Joshua hadn't realized, not even in his dreams. And it wasn't only Joshua whose guts were burning. Given the magnitude of Kinzalo's terrorist attack, the mission to destroy the shipyard is practically finished. Moreover, as the younger one said, the importance of the 4 sections that Joshua claimed was just a trick to deceive both me and the younger one, so it's right for Joshua to make the decision to withdraw now. Dyfus also felt his mouth drying up as he remembered the conversation he had with Jean the night before. I mentioned earlier that there wouldn't be anything important in sections 4, 11, 17, and 19, right? That's right. Since Zippel deliberately leaked the shipyard's location, it's impossible that they left crucial data like battleship plans here. But there must be important data somewhere near the shipyard. Most likely in Draka. But we can't rob that place, so the most probable place is the second magic tower. So what you're saying is that the genuinely vital information is in the second magic tower, and Joshua is pretending to infiltrate the shipyard with US while planning to gather information from the second magic tower alone? Yes. Let's assume you're right. And our elder brother is undoubtedly a piece of trash. But he's not so foolish as to jeopardize the family's interests for his own benefit. Recently, he used the media to support you during the Black King incident. You're right. However, for Joshua to safely extract information from the second magic tower, it would be better to deceive us as well, don't you think? That's possible. But, Jean, your argument is based on possibilities, not concrete evidence. It's just speculation. And even if that speculation were true, what does it have to do with killing Joshua? When Joshua goes to the second magic tower, he won't take both Black Knights with him. At least one Black Knight has to stay in the shipyard for the purpose of deceiving us and buying time. However, we'll also go to the second magic tower without Joshua knowing. After all, there's only one Black Knight left in the vast underground shipyard. And attack Joshua, who is with only one Black Knight? We'll attack him after he gets information from the second magic tower. If we're lucky, both Black Knights will remain in the shipyard. Then he might be alone. And what if there's still a Black Knight with Joshua in the second magic tower? But since Murakan is there, we can easily kill him. No, I'm asking how we plan to deal with the Black Knight. Subduing him without killing is impossible for us, even if Lord Murakan is with us. Moreover, killing a Black Knight is a different problem than dealing with Joshua. Well, that's more an act of treason than a succession war. It's not even close. Killing the Black Knight while carrying out such an important mission? That's definitely treason. I'm disappointed because there are too many variables in your speculations. I thought you had a strong hand. It's the assassination of Runcandle's second flag-bearer. Furthermore, he's known as the next patriarch. If you can't handle this level of risk, you won't be able to do anything for the rest of your life. Even such a dangerous opportunity may never come again. Sigh. And I have no intention of killing the Black Knight. I never thought the elder brother would be so scared. But please, if you want to give up, go ahead. For now, after we infiltrate, let's search the area closest to the second tower to assess Joshua's intentions. Dyfus was trying to suppress his restless thoughts since he had this conversation yesterday. The disappointment he felt for his younger brother, adamant about killing Joshua with weak speculations, and the sense of despair that made him want to jump onto a rickety boat were overwhelming. But if Joshua chooses to continue the mission instead of a retreat, then it means Jin's speculation was correct. Unlike Joshua and Dyfus, Jean cleared his confused mind and was already calculating new variables. Kinslow, those bastards have helped me again. You're going to choose to enter Joshua. You might want to die of frustration, but as elder brother Dyfus says, you won't give up on the important family interests. Jean hid a smile. It wasn't yet a complete victory, as speculation was only becoming reality. Oh, this is so frustrating. Suddenly, Murakan shouted at Joshua indignantly. Aren't you the one with the authority to make decisions? Make a decision quickly. Are we continuing the mission or not? Why are you just standing there stupidly? Come on. I'm busy. If we're going to retreat, let's retreat quickly. I want to see strawberry pie. Joshua had no choice but to respond this way. We'll continue the mission. The moment Dyfus heard the decision, he felt his heart pounding like a drum. He was stunned. He couldn't gauge to what extent Jean had been thinking ahead. Yes, I suspected without reason. I can kill Joshua if I follow Jin's movements. Once again, Jean realized that Dyfus's disappointment was turning into anticipation. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry. What disappointment he will face when he finds out that the current Joshua is not the real one. I feel a bit guilty. Chapter 488. Jean, Murakan, Dyfus, and Joshua lifted the masks hanging from their necks. Boom! Bang! Barely a minute had passed, but the noise and vibration of battle had already significantly increased. Now that the decision was made, they had to enter as soon as possible, even if it was for a second. Draka and the second magic tower would provide immediate support. However, since the situation has changed, we'll skip regrouping after gathering internal information and disperse immediately upon entry to confirm sections 4, 11, 17, and 19. The Black Knights and I will handle sections 4 and 11, while the 4th and 12th flag bearers will take care of sections 17 and 19. Sections 4 and 11 were relatively farther from the second magic tower than sections 17 and 19. Joshua was also extremely cautious. Even in such a situation, he wanted to make sure that Jean and Dyfus were as unaware of the second magic tower as possible. Secure battleship plans or destroy the most important resources, and return safely to the main house. Also, prioritize escape if there's a chance of being captured or killed by the enemy. All other decisions are at your discretion. Understood. Joshua extended his fist toward Jean and Dyfus. The two briefly looked at his fist and lightly bumped it. I wish you good luck, younger brothers. As we live, the day has finally come when my elder brother wishes me good luck. Well, let's have a celebratory drink that you decided to give to Jean when we all return safe and sound. Good luck, second flag bearer. First, Joshua and the Black Knights entered the shipyard beyond the tunnel. Jean, Murakan, and Dyfus watched their backs for a moment. Ha! Kid, if you hadn't stabbed me in the side, I would have turned his jaw without hesitation. Did he talk to me informally just because I make him uncomfortable by making decisions quickly? Someone like a second flag bearer? Many people died at the hands of this Murakan, indeed. I think about that every time something like this happens. He didn't even wish me luck. Oh well, I appreciate your patience. Murakanim, that guy's head will fall off his body before dawn anyway. Right? It's like he's already dead. Jean, I take back what I said about being disappointed yesterday. You were right all along. Kinslow went beyond our expectations, but still, there was no need to monitor Joshua anymore, but they still had to properly assess the situation after entering. I need to calculate when Kinslow will make their move in the second magic tower. It's a problem if I go too fast or too slow compared to them. However, I must enter later than Joshua. The key was to capitalize on the competition between Kinslow and Joshua in the second magic tower. Now it was time to think fast and adapt. Reinforcements will arrive in 30 minutes at the latest. They may have already arrived. Even if dragons flew to the location, it would still take a minimum of 30 minutes to reach the Soda Desert. If that cubic thing you mentioned is also here, it's possible. A space-time device. The unidentified cubic object that Mitter Elner used in Gaifa. Jean had shared information about it with Dyfus beforehand. Since the survivors of Gaifa had witnessed the space-time device, there was no point in keeping it a secret. I think it's very likely that it's also in the shipyard. While Joshua was here, he might have received information related to it from elder brother Vigo or our mother, so it's best to assume that he's aware and taking measures. Zippel was also aware that the other three major factions knew about the space-time device, so there was no need to hide it. The reason Sandra Zippel got so angry when Mitter Elner used the device for revenge in Gaifa was that it should have been revealed at a more critical moment, such as directly attacking the Runcandle main house or forcing one of the major factions to surrender. Mitter believed he could kill Jean and his enemies and leave no evidence. Anyway, we'll have to join forces with Kinslow for a while. After entering, Jean decided to massacre the Zippels with Kinslow first, rather than going to the sections assigned by Joshua. We need to take care of as many as possible, especially those from the second magic tower. I suppose that way we can reduce the number of troops returning after entering the second magic tower, right? If there's a cube in the second magic tower. As Dyfus responded, It was necessary to reduce Zippel's forces as much as possible due to the cube. Kinslow was well aware of this fact, which is why they were carrying out such a large-scale terror operation. It wasn't just about ensuring easy entry into the second magic tower. That's right. Oh, my head hurts. So, kid, in short, are you saying we should go in and kill all the Zippels? That's right. But don't reveal your true form and conserve your strength. If they find out that you and I are here, the level of reinforcements may change. Anyway, let's start making our way through. The tunnel led to the 6th section of the shipyard. Upon entering, the first thing they saw was the dilapidated facilities, flames ravaging various places, and red tigers massacring executives with a sinister and mocking laugh, as if they were third-rate villains. Die, you miserable humans. From today, this place is under Kinslow's control. Please, forgive us. Gene and his group hid among devices, pillars, and pipes, observing them for a moment. It seemed that Joshua and his group had already gone elsewhere. The Zippels are impressive. Despite the destruction and fire, seeing the underground shipyard for himself, Gene couldn't help but be amazed. Only the 6th section was filled with countless mechanical components and devices. At first glance, there seemed to be dozens of identical components. That meant at least that many battleships were being mass-produced in series. I was deeply shocked when I saw it in person for the first time. Even if they are battleships with half the power of those in Kozek, if they are mass-produced like this, the world will soon be completely under Zippel's control. Dyfus whispered, reading Jin's thoughts. There's nothing to fear, Dyfus Runcandle. I destroyed that finished product in a breath. Unlike Murakin, who snorted, Jean felt somewhat troubled. I have to analyze the space-time device as soon as I get back. I don't know about Kozek, but the family must acquire mobile summoning device technologies or any means that can counteract them. One reason Murakin could destroy Kozek II in Gaifa with a single breath was that his strength had recovered to 50%. The level of the mages on the battleship was relatively low. The battleship's engine was influenced by the mana and magic of its passengers. If the mages aboard that mass-produced battleship were at the level of Spectres or Zippel's elite mages, the outcome could have been different. A heavy weight pressed on his chest, as if a rock were crushing him. There's no need to be impatient. We'll catch up. We must. If he could reclaim all of Timar's legacy, and if he could lift the curse engraved in the Runcandle blood, if he could restore the ancient glory of the Runcandles. By the way, it's strange that Joshua and the Black Knights had no idea that the information had leaked. Are you referring to the operation time? I don't think it's a coincidence that Kinslow initiated the terrorist attack right now. That said, I don't think there's a spy among the Black Knights Joshua brought. He would be extremely cautious about potential information leaks. Could there be a spy among the Execution Knights? No, impossible. Even if there were, no one among the Execution Knights knew the exact timing of the operation. The control was executed perfectly. Joshua couldn't have leaked it directly, so it means someone stole the information in the headquarters while avoiding Joshua's, yours, and the 2 Black Knights' guard. Joshua always carried the operation plan with him. It's almost impossible. Besides, he never spends time alone, and even when he sleeps, at least one Black Knight is always with him. It's as if some kind of ghost is haunting him. Suddenly, Dyfus stopped speaking, as if something had crossed his mind. At that moment, Jean and Dyfus thought of the same name. Could it be Yona? Yona Runcandle. There were only a handful of people in this world who could do such a thing, and the biggest one was undoubtedly Yona. Both thought of their younger sister at the same time and felt an inexplicable chill. No, wait, can't be Yona. If Yona were involved in this matter, it would only be if Mother personally entrusted the request to No Name. But does Mother have any reason to hide that fact from Joshua? Due to a lack of time, it was not impossible for Jonas to come as well. But Jean believed that if his younger sister had known about the shipyard information, she would have warned when she came to see Tychon. No, she wouldn't have. In that case, is it Owl Nim, the Nameless King? I think if anyone from the Nameless is involved, it would be the Nameless King rather than the older sister Yona. I don't think Mother would have entrusted this, but Kinslow would have sought help from the Nameless. Right, whether it's a commission or something else, it wouldn't make sense for Yona to be used by the Nameless to steal information from Runcandle. If Owl Nim and the main assassins of the Nameless are involved, that would roughly explain it. Of course, it wasn't a definitive conclusion. It would make sense as long as they left no traces, but still, the Nameless, who had been maintaining neutrality, had little reason to intervene in such a delicate matter. Even if the Nameless were involved, it's unlikely that they would get more involved in this matter. In the end, it's not a bad situation for us, so we don't need to worry too much about it. That's correct. They probably just handed over the operation information to Kinslow and then withdrew. Let's head to Section 17 and the second magic tower for now. We should assess the situation in other sections as we go. The group began to move, leaving behind the site of the Red Tigers massacring the managers of the shipyard's Section 6. But it seems a bit strange. Could it really be her? No, it can't be, right? It's probably a trick. Even if she came, as Brother Dyfus said, she has probably already returned to Samel. She would have only passed on information to Kinslow. Despite his unease, Jean opened his senses and observed his surroundings more carefully. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Jean couldn't fathom that a woman was smiling and watching him, even in his dreams. Chapter 489. Kaya. He just saw me. He saw me. Keek. Until a moment ago, you were smiling calmly and maintaining some dignity in your own way, miss. Do you really have to laugh like a maniac every time? But Jean looked at me. It's natural to thoroughly check all directions during the infiltration. He didn't look at you. Besides, it's been so long since I last saw him like this. Miss, it hasn't been more than a month since your first and last encounter with Jean Runcandle. That can be considered a long time. Jean must be happy to see me, right? Strictly speaking, you haven't seen him except for the fact that you're secretly spying on him. Jean Runcandle doesn't know that you're pressing your flushed face against the crystal ball. Miss. How much did he want to see me to come all the way here? Miss, Jean Runcandle didn't come to see you but to harm your clan. Oh, my Jean has left Section 6. Does this crystal ball show the next section? No, is that it? I don't want to miss a single second of that handsome face. Hito. The one behind is the crystal ball for the next section. And what face are you exactly talking about? All I can see is a black mask. Since we can't hear a voice, it's even hard to identify who Jean Runcandle is. Hee. But I can see it all with my eyes. Please control yourself, miss. Hito's gaze fell on Sandra's right arm. To be precise, it was a prosthetic. She wore a golden prosthesis since she had never recovered her right arm mutilated by Jean. Moreover, she had engraved Jin's face on the inner side of her forearm, and Sandra's room was filled with things related to Jean, such as carefully cut advertising brochures and newspaper articles. As a second-class butler and Sandra's personal butler, how could Hito not sigh at her like this? Hugh. In the end, Hito lit 10 cigarettes in a row. That's how it had been since that day. Sandra had been constantly talking about Jean, completely disregarding all clan matters. It seemed that stress was making her hair fall out. Mississippi. Shut up. I need to focus because Jean is going too fast. Miss Sandra. Oh, what is it? You have to report. Report what? Jean Runcandle has reached the shipyard, which means you need to report to the Patriarch. You're on duty now. Sandra opened her eyes and looked at Hito for the first time. Then she said, Hito, then my husband will die. Or he will cease to be Jean. Well, that's probably true. But considering the survival skills the 12th flag-bearer has shown so far, you never know. So don't bring up such nonsense again. Hito hadn't brought up this topic with any expectations. He knew his miss would naturally react this way. He had just mentioned it with the feeling of grasping at a straw. And if you mention it again, even if you're Hito, I'll split your mouth. Not horizontally, but vertically. Don't ruin my happiness. Understood. Yes. Do you want to try it? It probably won't work. Just don't let it happen. If you're not going to report, at least stay quiet. This time, I have nothing to say to the patriarch either. I have to meet Jean. The two were in the office of the master of the second magic tower. When Zippel built the secret shipyard, they deliberately chose the soda desert, near the second magic tower. This was to inspect the shipyard through the use of crystal balls. If they wanted to thoroughly control everything, including technology leaks, proximity to the tower was ideal. Currently, as Jean had predicted, Zippel had presented the shipyard as bait to external forces to assess their power and abilities. However, that was not its original purpose. If Kinslow had not revealed himself and if Joshua had not used his mysterious abilities, the shipyard would not have been wasted like this. While Sandra rummaged through the office closet, Hito touched his forehead and carefully examined the scattered crystal balls. Almost all sections were being attacked simultaneously. Beastmen and members of Kinslow were wreaking havoc, and Joshua and his group were also seen. Hito especially observed the movements of Jean and his group. It doesn't seem like they're trying to search the 4 sections they deliberately let escape. The movements were excessively complex. If their intention was to destroy the shipyard and only check the important section, they should have taken the shortest route from the moment Kinslow initiated the attack. But Jean Runcandle seems to be moving as if trying to oversee the entire internal situation, like someone who doesn't know sections for 11, 17, and 19. Perhaps the second flag-bearer didn't share those false pieces of information. No, wait. There was something strange. This time he wasn't thinking about Jean but about Kinslow. Not a single high executive of Kinslow is visible among the people destroying the shipyard. Even after looking through the crystal balls of all sections, not a single high executive was visible. There were no figures like Barak or Bishkal, and most were beastmen at the assault team leader level. At that moment, Hito fully understood the situation. Kinslow didn't come alone to destroy the shipyard. They used the attack on the shipyard as a diversion, and high executives are targeting other places. Some place with the real information. Right here, the White Knight Tower. As long as Kinslow isn't insane, they won't target Draka. After convincing himself of Kinslow's intentions, he observed Jean again and understood his movements. Jean Runcandle is also aiming here, and he is calculating when to enter the second magic tower to take full advantage of Kinslow. Once the objectives and movements of the intruders were understood, it was time to respond. Hito, how about this shirt and coat? I ordered them especially for the high circles of the Golden Pung, and they say they are exactly to his liking. They even went into detail explaining how close they are to him. It made me jealous, and I almost killed them. Miss, how many reinforcements did you send earlier? How does the outfit look? They are beautiful. But, could you tell me how many tower mages you sent to the shipyard? I sent them all. I must have misheard. Could you repeat that? I thought tower mages would cause a commotion and disturb my enjoyment with my husband. So I told them to leave. Emergency reserve personnel? Yes. And the space-time device. That bastard used it in Gaifa and shattered it into pieces. Oh, I see. How foolish. Ting. Hito's muscles bulged even more, causing the buttons of his shirt to pop off. When Hito felt intense stress or anger, his muscles tended to swell. However, what angered him was not Sandra's cheerful response. The first reason was the broken spacetime device, and the second, the actions of the Spectre Corps. Are those Spectres fools? Even if the young lady ordered them, how can they just leave like that? It was highly unlikely. The Spectre Corps had underestimated Sandra. Sandra's orders would have seemed irrational and strange to anyone who heard them, so at the very least, they should have come to receive her confirmation. Octavia Zippel underestimated the young lady, so her subordinates will see her as a brat and treat her as such. Thud. Crack. His shirt was completely torn, revealing his enormous physique. The incredibly powerful muscles, which no one could forget once they saw them, had repeatedly exceeded their limits. They combined remarkable strength with indescribable beauty. I suppose I should give them a warning. Hito gritted his teeth, and Sandra hummed. Anyway, isn't my outfit beautiful? Having Hito praise it is the first time since I was 5. Isn't it? Aha, what if Jean falls in love with me? Here I go, Jean. Just a little more. Ah! When Sandra was about to run out, Hito grabbed her by the nape. What are you trying to do? Miss, your outfit is very nice, but it has too many wrinkles. And your hair is messy. Really? It's better to have a well-dressed appearance, especially when you're about to meet someone you admire and want to impress. You should take a bath. In the meantime, I'll prepare your clothes. I'll also choose appropriate jewelry for you. Hito carefully removed dirt from Sandra's shoulders. And what if I can't meet my husband? Jean has to escape soon. Reinforcements will swarm from Draka like cockroaches. Don't worry, miss. Jean Runcandle will come here. What did you say? Are you sure? Yes. And what if he doesn't come? If by chance my assumptions are wrong, I will personally capture him and bring him here. Hito had never disappointed her, so Sandra nodded immediately. Very well. Good thing I sent everyone away. A second meeting in this empty tower is very romantic. Hito, you'll leave too when Jean comes. Understood? I want some alone time with him. To avoid lying, since Kinslow and Joshua would also arrive, Hito changed the subject with a smile. And miss, before you go take a bath, please give me the key. He referred to the key to the vault that held the most important items of the second magic tower, including the ship plans. In such a situation, it was safer to have them in his possession than to leave them in the vault. Here, take it. Sandra handed him the key hanging from her neck. As she was about to turn around, she remembered something and told Hito. Oh, Hito, before telling me to dress nicely, you should put on some clothes too. What's wrong with you? Everything is in tatters, and you're barely wearing scraps of fabric. Even your glasses are crooked. Sandra jumped up and adjusted Hito's glasses. They were still crooked, but Hito laughed. I never thought I would serve someone as shameless and crazy as you. I didn't know I would fall in love with Jean either. The two left the room together. Sandra went to the bathroom and Hito headed to the vault. By the way, Runcandle and Kinslow really have potential. I thought they would only focus on the shipyard, but it seems they are also aware of this place. While Hito inserted the key into the vault, he paused and raised an eyebrow. The sensation of inserting the key into the lock was strange. It was as if someone had already opened the vault today. An unsettling feeling, as if the key went in too smoothly. Click! He quickly opened the vault. The inside was empty, and Hito could only touch his forehead once again. Chapter 490, Wu Dash. Joshua swung his sword once, and the bodies of 5 magicians were split in 2. Other nearby magicians tried to escape and were killed by Jane's sword. The Black Knight standing next to them couldn't even emit a final scream. It had been 30 minutes since their infiltration. During that time, they had killed over 200 bosses and magicians, and also taken down over 30 members of Kinslow and Beastmen who, unfortunately, witnessed the scene. Reinforcements from Draka and the second magic tower had already entered the underground shipyard. They had managed to suppress Kinslow, but had not yet encountered Joshua and his group because the shipyard was immense, coupled with Joshua and his group's exceptional stealth capabilities. But it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Instead of pressing forward, Joshua and Jane waited for another Black Knight while purging the trials. Mon is here, second flag bearer. Joshua turned his head in response to Jane's words. The Black Knight named Mon had been observing Jin's movements for the past 20 minutes instead of moving with them. The reason Joshua had ordered Mon to stay behind Jean was simple. He wasn't sure if Jean had discovered that the blueprints were in the second magic tower. What did it seem like? He didn't take the shortest path to sections 17 and 19. It looked like he was carefully monitoring the actions of Kinslow's members. Did you personally hear what my brothers were discussing? The 12th flag bearer was on high alert, and Zippel's reinforcements were continuously added. Especially, Murakan's senses were sharp. If I had approached even a little, it would have become a problem. Not everything is possible even for the Black Knight. It was challenging for the Black Knight to get close enough to hear Jean, Murakan, and Dyphus without being detected. The only reason he could glimpse their path at all was because Mon was a Black Knight. They're not taking the shortest route. Joshua pondered on that fact and shook his head. I think it's best to proceed assuming that Jean is well aware that the battleship blueprints are in the second magic tower. My ominous premonition seems to have been correct. I share the same opinion. Even if he wasn't aware at all of the second magic tower, he would have realized after seeing Kinzelo's terror. The 12th flag bearer is sharp and perceptive, so it's impossible that it would have escaped his notice. We should actively use Jean and his group from now on. Kinzelo will also send true powerhouses to the second magic tower who won't engage in terrorism. It's a bit annoying that we haven't shared information about the second magic tower with the 4th and 12th flag bearers from the beginning. That's not an issue, Ma Nim. Jane Nim. I didn't withhold information about the second magic tower from my brothers because I wanted to monopolize it. Joshua sincerely believed that Jean and Dyfus would divert the attention of Zipples within the shipyard, and he could easily get the blueprints. If only Kinzelo hadn't acted this way. That's right. The real problem is that our information leaked to Kinzelo. The only individuals who could penetrate the guards of the 3 and extract information are mainly Yona Runcandle and the Nameless King. But it seems unlikely that nameless personnel were involved in this incident. The leader of Kinzelo may have used a special power, or there may have been some demon involved. At the moment, not even the Prophet was able to find the location of the battleship blueprints without leaving a trace and without anyone knowing. Mon and Jane responded like this, but indeed, there were traces that numerous humans were used to help the Prophet find the location of the battleship blueprints. Her prophecies and magic always required a living human as a catalyst. However, the 2 Black Knights were unaware of this. We will confirm the information leak through the Prophet later. Joshua thought for a moment. No matter how the information leaked, I have to compete with Kinzelo. And Jean is probably thinking of taking advantage of the opportunity created by my involvement with Kinzelo to steal the second magic tower. For now, let's follow Jin's plans. That's the conclusion Joshua arrived at. Perhaps it's for the best. After all, my original plan was to infiltrate the second magic tower alone, without Kinzelo. The cooperation of Jean, Murakan, and Dyfus could be really helpful. Besides, both Jean and Kinzelo won't let this slide. Joshua reached into the pocket of his infiltration suit and touched an object. It was a key, the key to the armored vault of the second magic tower that Sandra Zippel wore around her neck. Before infiltrating the Soda Desert, the Prophet had meticulously copied the location of the vault and its contents, even replicating this key. Accessing the armored vault of the second magic tower quickly is impossible without this key. There are hundreds of illusory and defensive spells. They won't activate if you have the key. Are you sure? When have I lied? Wouldn't it have been better to copy the blueprints? You're talking nonsense again. That wouldn't have been possible with more materials. I managed to create the infiltration tunnel, locate the armored vault, and even replicate the key for you with the limited resources I had. You should be grateful for that. Did you think a dead demon like Rontelgius could achieve something like this? What do you mean? Did you think I wouldn't know that you relied on that bastard demon? I just turned a blind eye to your pitiful and comical acts. Now make sure to succeed this time, and bring back the battleship blueprints and the object. Joshua recalled the conversation he had with the Prophet before his departure. He didn't know the Prophet had information about Rontelgius, but that no longer mattered. Jean will discover the true nature of the Shadow Force marble, and if it is as significant as my intuition suggests, I can retrieve it at that moment. For a while now, the Prophet had been needling Joshua, probing his pride, and showing signs of betrayal, but the Prophet was undoubtedly Joshua's most crucial asset. Besides, if Kinzelo's leader and other special individuals had abilities equal to or superior to the Prophet's, they would have taken not only the plans of our operation but also this key. Joshua remained the most likely candidate to loot the objects from the second magic tower. As his thoughts converged, he felt reassured that the situation would unfold once again according to his calculations. Mon Nim, Joshua said with a determined tone. Please tell me, second flag bearer. We will stop lurking in the shadows and move swiftly. Mon Nim, you must divert Zippel's attention from now on. Although they had already killed more than 200 bosses and magicians, as well as over 30 members of Kinzelo, Joshua and his group were still in the midst of their infiltration mission. Zippel had only suffered losses due to acts of terror. Joshua's words meant they had to cease the infiltration and start causing destruction. If the Kinslow members with the rank of assault team commander or lower roaming freely in the shipyard were small fish, the Black Knight was a whale. The miscellaneous fish couldn't match his presence. I and J-Nim will head straight to the second magic tower. If possible, join us after the destruction, but prioritize your survival and escape. Understood. And Mon-Nim, please tell me the path Jean and his group took. It's time to team up with him again. A sudden pause. Jean and his group, who were running, stopped at the same time. This was because they felt a strong energy and an explosion out of nowhere, as if a punch had been thrown. Although acts of terror were continuous, this level of change was something even those who had reached this level could feel. Hey, what's going on? Were there Kinslow guys with so much energy? With this kind of vibration, a couple of whole sections over there seem to have disappeared. It's towards sections 4 and 11, Murakanim. That's where Joshua and the Black Knights were, so it might be that a battle erupted between them and the specters who came for support. No, I don't sense any magic, Elder Brother Dyphus. If an explosion of this magnitude were caused by magic, it should have altered the mana flow within the facilities. In that case, Joshua might have genuinely attacked sections 4 and 11. As I anticipated, Joshua may have left a Black Knight in the shipyard to act as a distraction. Is the Black Knight pretending to have genuinely attacked sections 4 and 11, and Joshua takes the opportunity to head to the second magic tower? Normally, one would have questioned if their conjectures went too far, but Dyphus had decided to trust Jean after seeing Joshua's decision to continue the mission, at least for this mission. In any case, now it's likely that Zippel's reinforcements will converge over there. This means that the optimal time for us to enter the second magic tower is imminent. Let's wait a moment to see if the vibrations are approaching or receding. The vibrations were rapidly receding. It seems like the Black Knight, Jean, who had been talking until then, suddenly held his breath and brought his index finger to his lips. Seeing that, Murakan and Dyphus also quickly ended their presence. A distant scream was heard. Jean and his group were at that moment near Section 17, and like Joshua and his group, they had come this far and killed most of Zippel's and Kinslow members. In particular, they didn't leave a single magician alive who came to support from the second magic tower. In other words, there weren't many survivors near Section 17. Therefore, unless there were newly arrived reinforcements, there should be no sound of fast footsteps. The sound of footsteps is too scarce to be reinforcements, and the footsteps are too fast. They seem like highly trained warriors running at full speed. Someone was approaching Jean and his group after massacring the remnants near Section 17. Dyphus and Murakan could also feel the sound of those footsteps running carelessly, as if there was no need to be cautious. And shortly after, Jean and his group, who were hidden in the pipes near the entrance to Section 17, could witness two figures disappearing as fast as light. Joshua and the Black Knight. Dyphus was the first to speak. There was only one Black Knight. He got goosebumps all over his body, checking that Jin's prediction was right once again. Oh kid, you were right. Murakan also whistled amazed, but Jean had a rather stern expression. That might not be good, Elder Brother Dyphus. Dyphus raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why? It was perfect to leave a Black Knight to draw attention and sneak into the second magic tower in the meantime. But doesn't it seem like he's heading to the second magic tower if he wants us to see it? If they're running at full speed, it means they must want to get there as fast as they can. Although we're on a path that's relatively close to the second magic tower, there's a separate shortcut. In other words, Joshua should have taken another path, not this one. Listening to Jean, they realized it was indeed so. If that's the case, Joshua might have been following us to figure out our path. Kid, maybe they were running fast without thinking much? Murakan, didn't you say earlier that it seemed like someone was following us from behind? Well, I did mention it. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. And Elder Brother Dyphus and I also had that feeling, right? There was a moment of silence. Ugh. Fine. I don't know about Joshua, but a Black Knight could have confirmed our path from a distance. So why? If they checked our path, it should be with the purpose of secretly infiltrating the second magic tower, right? There's no reason for him to intentionally let us know, right? Dyfus spoke, sounding frustrated, and Jean pondered for a moment. Well, maybe because he's sure of something, but what that something is, honestly, I can't think of anything. I guess we'll have to be dragged by that guy. Chapter 491. Jean decided to follow Joshua and his group and head slowly towards the second magic tower. Joshua and his group advanced while massacring Zipples and Kinslow members in the following sections, so there was no need to engage in battles or hide. Scenes of corpses, blood, and destruction continued. From behind, the vibrations and noise of ongoing battles could still be heard, and it seemed that, at this rate, the entire shipyard was going to collapse. I guess it's up to us to be dragged by Joshua. As they moved, Dyfus recalled Jin's last words. Yes, not even Jean can understand everything perfectly. That fact did not disappoint him at all. Joshua, that viper, is not only skillful at scheming but also possesses the abilities of the prophet. It's impressive enough just to perfectly understand the flow of events so far. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to keep up. Dyfus felt anguish knowing that he still couldn't be of much help. Second elder brother, honestly, I didn't plan to make you this proposition. I thought I could kill Joshua on my own. But Sister Mary asked me to come back with you without getting hurt. Note, remember, that Dyfus is the fourth flag-bearer but also the second elder brother of Jean. He remembered the words Jean had told him just before starting the operation. If things continued like this, even if he managed to kill Joshua, he would end up being led by Jean. As a fellow flag-bearer and as an elder brother, he couldn't accept such an outcome. I need to be of help. Just like in the time of Barton, I must not fall into a situation where I have to retreat unless I receive help from Jean. Since Jean had mentioned that he didn't know why Joshua felt confident at that moment, Dyfus also couldn't come up with an immediate solution. However, what was important was that he could cling to his spirit and will, which had momentarily been lost in the excitement of being able to kill Joshua. Dyfus had rarely failed in what he had set out to do so far. The group soon crossed to Section 20 after passing through 19. According to the shipyard's layout, there was an emergency passage near the second magic tower. Looking around, they saw signs that Joshua and the Black Knight had forcefully opened and destroyed the passage. Jean, it seems there was no fight in the passage. Did Kinslow use a different passage? Or maybe they used their leader's steel door ability. That ability he showed during the terror attack on Sword Emperor Castle. Damn it. Except for Runcandle, everyone has surpassed the limits of transfer gates. Vermont hasn't shown such advanced technology or capabilities yet. The Empire can't be compared to us. That's why Vermont hasn't appeared here yet. Anyway, I feel bad. Let's move on. Outside the passage was the Soda Desert. Whoosh! Fierce and thick sandstorms covered the entire desert. The giant sandstorms scattered here and there gave an ominous feeling. Naturally, from this point onward, there were no traces of Joshua and the Black Knight's movements. The footprints lasted not even an instant and were covered with sand, and it was difficult to breathe without forming a protective shield. Natural disasters and adverse conditions that for civilians would be nothing more than catastrophes were not fatally effective on most trained martial artists. Even dying uselessly from falling rocks or being struck by lightning with astronomical odds, individuals with a power level of 8 stars or higher would never die unexpectedly. And much less for those like Jean or Dyfus who could be called superhumans. The Soda Desert environment threatening the group at that moment far exceeded that normal level. It's no joke. It was such a fierce environment that a civilian couldn't survive for even a second. The sand-laden wind cut through protective shields like a sharp knife. The entire desert seemed to be infested with a terrible destructive magic. Indeed, these are large-scale barriers and chained defense magic maintained at all times. They are to protect the second magic tower from intruders. The second magic tower was one of Zipple's most important areas. It was close to the center of the Ludero-Magical Federation, right next to their headquarters, Draka. Such levels of barrier and defense magic were natural. Dyfus pointed further ahead with his hand. The White Knight Tower could be seen in the distant hazy sky, obscured by the sandstorm. The problem was that there was no tower. It's an illusion barrier. I never observed this phenomenon during all my explorations before your arrival. This defensive magic, including the illusion barrier, is likely to be activated when someone deviates from the predefined path or enters a specific area. There were a total of 5 towers. All but one were illusions created by the illusion barrier. And as with this type of barrier, another trap was activated upon reaching one of the false towers. This time, Murakan pointed to the sky. "Hey, why is it so dark like that? Brat, Dyphus, take a look at that." Numerous battleships floated in the sky. At first glance, it seemed there were more than 100. If Jean, Murakan, and Dyphus feared Zippel, it would have been a sight that would have weakened their legs. Unlike the towers, they couldn't be sure that the battleships covering the sky like a group of whales were an illusion. Considering the size of the shipyard they had just checked, it was a number that could easily exist if there were several more shipyards. In other words, these battleships could be finished products of mass-produced battleships deployed to support the shipyard. Shall I fly up to the sky and deal with those first? I can also check which of those towers is real. If you start flying up there in your original form, the 3 of us will be as good as dead, Murakan. And, by the looks of it, there are more than 100. Even if these battleships were illusions like the towers, flying openly above the Lutero-Magical Federation would be madness. If it were that easy, there wouldn't have been a need for the infiltration plan. Ah, this is a specialty of that despicable demon. Mishanim? Yes, that's right. I don't have the ability to discreetly eliminate these barriers, although I might be able to break through them with brute force. I can roughly understand the basis of the confidence Joshua has shown. He has a means to avoid being exposed to the barriers. Unlike me, he probably planned to steal the second magic tower, not the inside of the shipyard, from the moment we set up camp, so he must have prepared the necessary means in advance, using the power of the prophet, said Dyphus. Jean had similar thoughts, and he probably thought that we couldn't get through it. He moved as if he wanted us to follow him. Dyphus continued. As he said, Joshua had a hidden motive to actively use Jean and his group, since Jean and Kinslow wouldn't be able to pass through the barrier as quickly as he could with the key. He naturally wanted to use them as bait after breaking the vault. Even if the vault opened without a trace with the key, the fact that there was an intrusion and theft would soon come to light. Naturally, Zippel would have to locate the culprit. To do that, all barriers near the second magic tower would have to be removed to facilitate the search for allies, and then Jean and his group, along with Kinslow, who were still wandering among the barriers, would become the main suspects and be subjected to intense pursuit. This was part of the scenario that Joshua desired. Dyphus clenched his teeth, vaguely guessing the process. He couldn't let things go on like this. Murakan Nim. Yes. How about advancing while using my body as a shield? I'll do my best to handle the traps, while Jean and you follow Joshua as fast as possible. Is that so? Are you as sturdy as the first flag-bearer of Runcandle? I can endure to a certain extent. Do you know how destructive these traps can be? As Jean said last night, this is a time to take risks. Such a risky opportunity may not come again. Let's go in, gather real information, and kill Joshua. That's bold, I like it. Put your body on the line, and let's overcome this crisis. Murakan, speaking as if he agreed, looked at Jean for a moment. As always, the decision had to be made by him. Jean flatly refused with an attitude that there was no need to worry. No, that's a last resort. If by any chance you fall into a trap, the losses will be too great, older brother Dyphus, and if our location is exposed due to the activation of the barriers, there will be no escape. I knew you'd say that, the younger one. Do you have any other option? Swish. Bradamanti came out of its sheath. I have experienced this terrible desert once. I have a sword that I obtained along with enlightenment at that time, and I think it might work. Shadow Blade first movement. Soul Slash. Jean had passed through the final gate of the Great Mitra Desert with that sword. Although Zippel's barriers and magic were formidable, they didn't seem superior to Soderet's trial. After forming a blood alliance with the Phantom Legion mercenaries, the Soul Slash had also been effective when the remains of the Seagull clan tried to commit suicide in the unnamed desert in the eastern part of the Empire. Swish, the blade of Bradamanti darkened. If the Shadow Blade doesn't work, then I'll consider using my knowledge to personally unravel the barriers and spells. And if that doesn't work, then I can consider putting you in the front, older brother. Jean closed his eyes and began to concentrate. The will to cut, the belief that he could cut, the will to cut and pass through. The strength of will and knowledge acquired in the Great Mitra Desert passed through his entire body and mind. Before swinging the sword, a smile appeared on Jin's lips. This was because a mysterious and indescribable sensation extended from the tip of his sword, as if he had already glimpsed the future and the outcome. The barrier and magic were cut with a gentle stroke of the sword. Every time he lightly swung the sword, the sandstorm diminished, and the illusions covering the tower gradually faded away. Jean continued to wield Bradamanti until all the spells were erased, and it seemed as if he were performing a sword dance. When Jean opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed, as if he had just taken a bath. The horrible sandstorm and tempest had mysteriously disappeared. In the serene twilight, with a gentle breeze blowing, the lonely White Knight Tower appeared. The White Knight Tower was much closer than the illusions had hidden. The moment you have to risk your life for the family shouldn't be due to mere barriers like this, older brother. After saying that, Jean waited for Dyphus to respond. He felt that he owed him, but for some reason, there was no response even after a few seconds. Instead, the sound of Murakan clicking his tongue was heard. TSK. Well, after all, they were all real. Dyphus was momentarily speechless, realizing that all the flying ships filling the sky were indeed real. Chapter 492. Jin's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. This is madness. A curse escaped his lips reflexively. Anyone not belonging to Zippel's flag would have reacted the same way. The massive battleships, over 100 of them, looked like a dark and vast tumor in the early morning sky. The battleships blocked out the stars, and the peaceful serenity of the clear night sky was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a gloomy darkness. The situation had two fortunate aspects. Firstly, the fleet seemed close due to the illusion barrier, but in reality they were quite separated. Secondly, not a single battleship emitted light. The ships remained stationary in the sky, unmoving. For a moment, the three couldn't take their eyes off the sky. Mirror. Jean immediately thought of Cologne's divine artifact. To handle so many ships, it would require at least 7 or 8-star magicians, tens of thousands of them, even more to maximize the power of the battleships. If there was an artifact like the mirror providing infinite mana, so many magicians wouldn't be necessary. Even without the mirror, there were means such as the living golems and the demon god orb. Jean had confirmed back on the Gaifa Islands that they could operate and produce battleships by reviving the deceased. Of course, the demon god orb was not yet complete. But for how much longer? When the demon god orb is complete, and the mass-produced battleships go into full operation. If even the cube is used in conjunction, Runcandle, or rather the world, will be over. It was impossible to predict when the demon god orb would be complete, but one thing was certain. Jean himself was the most crucial material for the demon god orb. I have to focus more on escaping. And I must get the battleship blueprints. Having the blueprints was essential to effectively confront the mass-produced battleships. Blueprints were the most important means to identify the weaknesses of the battleships and the critical resources needed for production. Moreover, Sandra Zippel's right arm and spacetime device must have something in common with the blueprints. Since they all use the power of the demon god orb, it should be useful for research. Jean remembered that it was from the core of the demon god orb, so renewed tension ran through his body and mind, making him more alert to the fact that this was Zippel's headquarters. Murakan spat abruptly. TSK. These Zippel maniacs. When did they make and park something like this? About 100 ships. Well, I can bring down a battleship with one breath, so I guess 100 breaths would be enough. Contrary to the content, there was a hint of confusion in his words. This time, even Murakan was surprised. Damn it! Dyphus spoke as if chewing the words. As soon as he saw the fleet, for the first time in his life, he couldn't help but think. Is it possible for our family to win in a total war against Zippel? Dyphus had never doubted or suspected it. He believed that someday, Runcandle would surpass Zippel and become the true victor of the world. But facing the fleets that filled the sky, it seemed like such a thing would never happen. Moreover, this fleet might not be everything there was. There could be another fleet hidden somewhere, not in the Soda Desert. Born in Runcandle, today he finally saw the true identity of the enemy, and his vision became distant. Still, he quickly pushed his feeling of frustration aside and regained composure, thanks to a fact that came to his mind. Even with a fleet like that, Zippel can't conquer Runcandle. They couldn't conquer my father's Runcandle. Jean knew it because he heard Siren say it directly, but Dyphus had been vaguely guessing it for a while. The fact that his father, Siren Runcandle, didn't have much time left. My father will disappear from our family in the not-too-distant future. Before that happens, I must prepare for any contingency, no matter the cost. My mother's favoritism toward Joshua must be for that reason, though it's hard to accept. Dyphus's gaze settled on Jean. Jean, who remained motionless, reminded him of the day he turned the Garden of Swords into a battlefield. Magic sword, the legacy of ancient Runcandle. To confront Zippel's power, they must reclaim that power. The strength and ability of Jean are desperately needed. Aside from the magic sword, he had just used Soderet's divine power to instantly destroy barriers and defensive magic, and he also had the Sword of Legends. He needed to purify Runcandle as soon as possible. Dyphus made up his mind and turned around. Yes, just as you say, Jean, I guess the reason I risk my life for our family isn't just the barrier. Oh, Dyphus, are you thinking of dying to destroy all those things right now? If destroying those battleships and fundamentally dismantling them could deal a significant blow, I would. Damaging the material wouldn't be trivial either, but our top priority is securing the blueprints. We need to reproduce them or identify their weaknesses. That's what we must do to move forward. After pushing aside the frustration, Dyphus's unique tenacity pulsed in his heart. Now he felt he had to grit his teeth and fight against Zippel's, not against his brothers. This didn't mean giving up patriarchy, but it seemed necessary to minimize unnecessary conflicts. We reproduce them. Jean pondered that part of Dyphus's recent statement. He hadn't considered that idea before, although it wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. Jean wasn't a fan of living golems, but space-time devices and battleships were undoubtedly valuable if they could be manufactured. Since all of them relied on magical engineering and research, there had never been high expectations for Runcandle and Huffister to match the magical prowess of the Lutero-Magical Federation. But suddenly, Jean remembered a conversation he had with his brother Tantel just before leaving La Ferosa. After our time stopped, we can never go back to that world. This is a replica of La Ferosa where we lived, but it's actually some kind of other life. So, wouldn't the outside world be more interesting? What's the point of wishing for something we can't have, brother? Besides, you should know that none of the brothers we loved were there. However, I heard this story from the battle goddess sister. What is it? 5,000 years have passed outside, so there might be magical spells or developed devices that could bring us out. So, if you don't mind, I'd like you to find out, brother. The reason Jean remembered this conversation was simple. We didn't have the concept of magicians like other races, Instead, everyone who could manipulate mana became blacksmiths, like me. The words spoken by the 5th Battle King Boris, as he implanted a new molar in Jin's mouth. At that time, Jean had experienced the memory transfer magic through the molar, and it had been an incredible shock to him. The magical civilization established by the tribe of legends had some remarkable aspects, even compared to the present. Jean placed his hand on his chest. Under the infiltration suit, he felt a solid light heart. The light heart was formed from the blood of the battle goddess Vaughn, but it could take a different form if not transplanted into a person. It felt like an artist suddenly exposed to an intense wave of inspiration. Thoughts like these crossed Jin's mind. If we could create battleships powered by light hearts using the technology of the Tribe of Legends. It might just be an extravagant dream, but he wouldn't achieve it until he tried. I need to meet my brothers again. I have to prepare for my third trip to La Ferosa and find a way to bring my brothers back to this world, calling the true brothers back to the human world, not in the form of guardians with the black light call. This had always been one of Jin's most important concerns since the first trip to La Ferosa. It wasn't just a means of rewarding his brothers, but also a sincere desire to be with them once again. I still don't know what the principle of the cube is, but it's an object that can also summon resurrected dead. If I study and analyze it properly, it might be useful for calling my brothers back. Even after seeing Zippel's cutting-edge technology and its fleet of over 100 battleships, Jin suddenly felt grateful for being able to harbor such deep hopes. Let's go to Joshua again. Just like he had the means to bypass the barrier, he most likely also knew the exact location of the blueprint. I didn't expect us to break through the barrier like this, so the faster we get there, the more chances we'll have to catch him off guard. Silently and quickly, they began their sprint towards the White Knight Tower. The White Knight Tower emitted a soft glow, very different from the fleet floating behind. A tower that truly lived up to its name of the White Knight. Even after running for a while and getting quite close, the group realized that there were no additional defensive magic or barriers near the White Knight Tower. Jin supposed that there would be more traps and magic around the tower. Jin thought there would be some types that couldn't be easily disarmed even with the Shadow Blade, but even when they reached a distance of only a few hundred steps from the tower, nothing had been activated yet. This can't be. Was the barrier we encountered earlier the only one? It's as if someone deliberately blocked all defensive barriers and magical spells. There's no trace of the magicians who should be monitoring the defenses, and not a single guard in sight. Kid, since you broke the barrier, something has felt suspiciously lax. Could it be a trap? Jin's eyes narrowed at Dyfus's words, and at that moment, rumble, boom, the ground beneath them started to shake and tremble, as if it were an earthquake. It wasn't caused by a trap activated under their feet or the start of a barrier. The entire area around the White Knight Tower was shaking, and the group immediately realized the source of this tremor. Aura? This phenomenon occurred when a large-scale battle took place, or when overwhelmingly powerful beings released their energy. And the epicenter was none other than the White Knight Tower. Chapter 493. It wasn't just the aura they felt, but also a vast and highly pure mana. There are people fighting. The moment Dyfus spoke, the vibrations intensified even more. And then, an explosion occurred around the middle levels of the White Knight Tower, and light flashed. It was a kind of explosion that the group had seen numerous times in their lives. The area around the White Knight Tower was illuminated with bright colors not seen in battles between knights or magicians. And it's not a fight between Kinzalo and Zippel. There was nothing that could be called brotherly love. But the three Runcandle brothers who came here all mastered the same sword. It's Joshua. He and the Black Knights have started a battle with Zippel's magicians. Even without seeing it directly, Jin and Dyfus could accurately perceive the destructive aura unique to Runcandle's sword. They also identified the owners of the mana, the Spectre Corps. Both had personally encountered Zippel's most powerful magical unit. Without a doubt, they were the ones Joshua was fighting. I don't know if they discovered him while infiltrating, or if it was a trap from the beginning and he fell into it. Think it's the latter. In any case, it was an uncomfortable situation for the group. Judging by the scale, there probably weren't many other magicians in the second magic tower, but it had been revealed that Joshua and the Black Knights were in the second magic tower. Draka will soon send reinforcements. This was Zippel's headquarters. This means that there can't be a shortage of troops to the point where they can barely send support to the underground shipyard in the Soda Desert. Moreover, the second magic tower was much more dangerous than the shipyard. The shipyard was just a bait thrown out to test the capabilities of external forces. But the second magic tower would undoubtedly contain the blueprints for the real battleship. However, it's a bit strange. The mana I sense is from about 2 or 3 members of the Spectre Corps, or 4 at most. Why did they deploy such a small number? If Zipple had already foreseen that there might be an intrusion into the second magic tower and planned to set a trap to catch the bigger fish of external forces, they would have tried to kill them all even if it meant risking a total war. This was the perfect opportunity. There shouldn't be only 2 or 4 members of the Spectre Corps but a much larger force waiting in front of the White Knight Tower. It wouldn't be strange for someone like Keliark Zipple himself or a figure of Octavia's caliber to appear in this situation. But there are only a few members of the Spectre Corps. Could it not be a trap? It wasn't easy to quickly understand the situation, but it was a moment that required a decision. If it's a clear trap, we should retreat even if it means giving up the blueprints. In that case, Zipple wouldn't have left any blueprints in the second magic tower. Besides, even with me, Murakin, and the older brother Dyphus, we won't be able to escape from a complete force of Zipple. But what if it's not a trap? The reason why only a few people are guarding the White Knight Tower is the result of various twisted causal relationships that are difficult to take into account immediately. What if it was just a negligence and mistake on Zipple's part? What if Joshua had already obtained the blueprints, and a battle broke out? During his escape, since they arrived in the Soda Desert, Jin's head had always been hurting, but this time, it felt like it was about to burst. It was almost impossible to calibrate how many unexpected variables they had encountered so far and how many unforeseen situations awaited them. But one thing was certain. If we don't act today, we won't have another chance to get Zipple's battleship blueprints. With the fact that the run candles not only attacked the shipyard but also the second magic tower, Zipple would undoubtedly strengthen security regardless of the outcome of this incident. This wasn't just any clan. It was the most powerful one in the world. It wasn't a clan that would make the same mistake. Jean quickly came to a conclusion. It doesn't seem to be a trap, older brother Dyphus. If they had lured us from the beginning, they would have had more troops. That's true. Ugh. This is so frustrating. If it's not a trap, why are they catching that idiot Joshua and causing us so much trouble? At that moment, the central section of the second magic tower exploded again, and debris rained down. The battle continued to escalate. This is the moment to take a risk. Jean took a deep breath and continued speaking. Even if it's not a trap, reinforcements will arrive soon, so it would be a reasonable decision to withdraw. But we can't rule out the possibility that Joshua has obtained the blueprints. Dyphus nodded. I understand what you're saying. If you want to withdraw now, you can, older brother. The youngest one, what are you talking about? The decision to kill Joshua in the first place was a risk. Do you really think I'm going to leave now? I just wanted to mention it just in case. Besides, this might be an opportunity. If he has the blueprints, we can kill him after escaping and take the blueprints. Surely, Joshua will be injured in the battle against the Spectre Corps, making it easier to achieve both objectives. Also, if we don't act today, we'll never get the blueprints, that's for sure. Dyphus had already been thinking the same as Jean. The way things were unfolding was undoubtedly the best course of action. If they had known for sure that the blueprints weren't in the vault of the second magic tower, neither of them would have made that decision. Let's go, Jean, Murakinim. Let's save him and kill him ourselves before Zipple's reinforcements arrive. Of course, the issue they had to consider was that Zipple's reinforcements weren't the only ones present. Kinslow hasn't shown much presence since the terror of the shipyard. Either they're moving slowly because they're blocked by the barrier on the other side, not the area Jean released, or they're still looking for more opportunities even though the situation has progressed to this point. Jean looked back for a moment. In the distance, the Soda Desert was now a battlefield between Kinslow and Zipple, not only underground but also on the surface. It seems they are biding their time. However, if Kinslow hasn't achieved his goal yet, the members of the terrorist group should have already retreated. The three quickly reached the entrance of the tower. The central part of the tower, where Joshua and his group and the Spectre Corps were fighting, was filled with debris and piles of rocks. But there were no signs of other magicians or guards. Upon entering, a vast interior space unfolded before them. Whether it was soundproofed with magic or for some other reason, the sounds and vibrations of the battle were surprisingly silent inside, indicating the impressive construction of the tower. There's not a single soul here, Does this mean they've almost given up? Murakan said, chuckling. Even Jean and Dyfus, who saw it in person, couldn't help but find it strange. It's impossible to guess that the reason for the absence of anyone in the magic tower is simply due to the whims and craziness of Sandra Zippel. In the center, there was a massive spiral staircase with an elevator in its center, but the elevator was not operational. They hurriedly climbed the stairs. The tower was much taller than it seemed from the outside. Even when they sprinted, it felt like Joshua and the Spectre Corps on the intermediate floor weren't approaching quickly. This reflected the urgency that Jean and Dyfus felt because they feared the blueprints might be lost during the ongoing battle. Fortunately, the group soon felt the vibrations of the battle again, a sign that they had reached the middle floor. They opened the imposing iron door that was firmly closed. The Spectre Corps was, indeed, the Spectre Corps. Even in the midst of a fierce battle, they immediately shot a mana bolt towards Jean as soon as the door opened. Crack! The bolt was deflected by Dyfus, with the blade of his large sword, Volgar. The Spectres didn't let panic set in and reorganized their formation as more enemies arrived. Jean and Dyfus couldn't help but grind their teeth as they assessed the situation. Damn it, it's 4. They were hoping for between 2 and 4, but of course it had to be 4. Joshua and Jane had been fighting against those 4 specters until Jean and his group arrived. Jean and his group approached Joshua. He was breathing heavily but not severely injured. However, the problem lay with the Black Knight, Jane. Jane had injuries ranging from minor to moderate, with bleeding from small and large wounds scattered all over her body. There were even some deep wounds that could be fatal. A Black Knight might have a chance to fight in a 2v2 scenario, but facing 4 specters meant she had to put her life on the line. Moreover, they were in Zippel's territory, inside the magic tower, and it was very possible that the specters used the tower's special devices or energies to enhance their magic, beyond their normal capabilities. It was evident that Jane's injuries, of course, were the result of her protecting Joshua. It was natural for a Black Knight to protect the next patriarch of the family. But isn't the Joshua present here just a clone? Hasn't the Black Knight realized that Joshua is a clone? Damn it. The best sword of the family sacrificed to protect a simple clone. Jin's blood boiled, and he wanted to slit Joshua's throat right there. But not the clone, the original. However, Jin didn't overlook a crucial fact in the midst of all this. Joshua still doesn't have the blueprints. As cowardly as he is, Joshua's assessment is not entirely wrong. If he had obtained the blueprints, he would have told the Black Knight to escape with the blueprints, saying that he would somehow hold off the enemy. Even hidden behind a mask, Joshua would undoubtedly have an expression of surprise and happiness. The expression came from the fact that they had successfully seized information about the second magic tower and had arrived earlier than expected, giving them the opportunity to turn the tables. 4th and 12th flag bearers. Hey, aren't you going to greet me again? Can't you see me? Are you blind? And Murak and Nim, I will explain the situation later. No need for that, second flag bearer. Jean cut off Joshua's words and unsheathed his sword. Instead, tell me immediately the location of the blueprints. Let me tell you in advance that if you refuse to cooperate, you will be considered responsible for obstructing the mission and executed immediately. You know very well that I don't make empty threats. Chapter 494. The specters couldn't hear due to the distance, but Black Knight Jane could clearly hear Jin's voice. 12th flag bearer, you're making inappropriate comments, Jane said. Black Knight, please refrain from intervening. I don't wish to harm even the Black Knights who have dedicated themselves to the family. Jane's eyes widened beneath the mask. Since becoming a Black Knight with Mon a year ago, no one in the family had spoken to her like this. However, this was not a situation to hastily argue about etiquette and laws. There was no justification, and there were 4 specters attacking Jean in front of them. They know the second flag bearer and we have been hiding information from the start. Moreover, this is not a bluff or intimidation. If we don't reveal the location of the vault, he really intends to kill the second flag bearer. The Jean that Jane had personally observed was truly an unyielding individual. He never spoke empty words, as if he had just revealed. It's worrisome that we haven't shared information about the second magic tower with the 4th and 12th flag bearers from the beginning, but worrying about it now is useless. She remembered Mon's words. They didn't tell Joshua anything more at that time, but indeed, both Mon and Jane were concerned about this aspect of Jean. And what about the 4th flag bearer? If we're talking about resentment against the 2nd flag bearer, he has much deeper resentment. Could be very dangerous if we provoke him. Mon, you must come. Even though the run candles had arrived as support, Joshua and Jane felt more pressure than when they were being pushed back by the specters until now. Obstructing the mission? Jin's eyes became even more severe at Joshua's words. Your arms are still attached to your body because the enemies are right in front of us. But if you give another senseless answer, they'll be cut off. For Dyphus, the sight of Joshua being pushed to such an extent was something he had only imagined thousands of times, except when Luna ran wild during her childhood. It had been a long time since Joshua was in this state. It might not be bad to kill him now, but it's better to watch Jin's judgment. The Spectre Corps' attack began again. Dyphus, Jane, and Murakan defended against the spells falling on them. However, Murakan refrained from using his shadow energy, aware of Jin's words to hide his strength as much as possible. That's why the Spectre Corps suspected that Murakan might be one of Run Candle's Black Knights. In the midst of the battle noise, Jean and Joshua's eyes met. It's the 17th floor. Finally, Joshua answered, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and spreading it out. The paper showed the detailed location of the vault and the path. I guess this isn't all, 2nd flag bearer. What are you talking about? A means to bypass the barrier. I want that too. There's no such thing. I thought you had a good head, but you don't understand what I'm saying. Clang. Jean brandished his sword without hesitation, and Joshua blocked the strike, taking a step back. The run candles and the specters who had just started the battle also looked towards Jean and Joshua. Jean, do you understand what you're doing right now? As I just said, I hold you responsible for obstructing the mission. 2nd flag bearer, you should have informed me and the 4th flag bearer about the information of the 2nd magic tower when Kinzalo started the terrorist attack and the situation changed drastically. Unlike Joshua, who was so angry he spoke in a low voice, Jean had a calm voice. I don't know what you trust in, but you should know. If you attack me now, you'll lose a lot that you can't even compare to me. We'll only know that when the situation is over. Unlike me, you don't have another chance. To those words, Jean laughed. I'm well aware of that. I only have one life, unlike you, 2nd flag bearer clone. So, isn't your role clear? Give it all up and die for the family. Jean kept talking and swung his sword again. It seemed like they were just entangled in a power struggle, but the highly concentrated aura entwined in their swords was about to burst at any moment. Either use the volcano as you did back then, or use any other means. By somehow attracting the enemy's attention. I'll secure the blueprints and take them to the Garden of Swords. Swish! Joshua's aura was pushed back, and an explosion erupted from Bradamanti. Joshua couldn't use all his power because he had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Spectre Corps. He stepped back as the next blow from Jean came quickly, adjusting his posture. It was a peculiar battle. The battlefield was divided into two. Run Candle and Zippel were fighting each other at the front. Run Candle fought against Run Candle in the rear. Did you focus a bit on your training? The 2nd flag bearer was definitely stronger than me 3 years ago on Bluebird Archipelago. Even considering that you were fighting the Spectre Corps, your sword skills lack depth. More reinforcements will arrive soon, which means we're running out of time. Make a decision quickly, 2nd flag bearer. The reason Joshua's sword was dull was not just due to fatigue. It was due to distress. It wasn't just Jean who had been dealing with variables in the Soda Desert. Joshua was also grappling with the continuous variables and uncertainties, both physical and mental. Damn it. Not only did I encounter the Spectre Corps right after entering the tower, but now I've come to this. The Prophet's Key had undone the Magic Tower's barrier, but they still hadn't reached the vault. Therefore, Joshua had also been contemplating. He wondered if it would be better to buy time and entrust the rear to Jane. As Jean had said, There was no time. And if Jean didn't back down and they continued the fight, it was likely that Runcandle would end up losing their flagbearers and Black Knights without gaining any benefit. Moreover, if Jean is captured or killed here, my prophecy will be invalidated. I doubt it will happen, but this could be another piece of the prophecy or a turning point. Blood flowed from my clenched teeth. Every form and every method will be different. Moreover, it cannot be said that all hearts are right or good. Naturally, all the flagbearers prioritized and loved the clan above all. Joshua was the flagbearer who had an obsession with Runcandle above all. He was always the person making decisions for Runcandle. I should listen to the words of the younger one. From the moment his younger brother spoke, he should have responded without raising the sword against Jean. It was only that his judgment was momentarily clouded when he felt that an emotion that had been severely damaged for a long time was once again being shattered by the people he most wanted to resemble and surpass. Pride. Once again, Joshua had resolved to set aside that emotion for the sake of the family. Swoosh! Joshua took the key from his bag and tossed it to Jean. It's the key to the vault. Thanks to it, I've been able to ignore the barrier. I'm curious. Where did you get it from? I don't think it's necessary to tell you the details, but don't doubt that this object is authentic. In fact, you can read the mana it contains. The key to the vault was a type of artifact. The mana flow inside the key had many similarities to the external barrier. Moreover, imbuing such complex mana into a key of this size, only Zippel could achieve that. Did you have something like that, but only planned to use us as bait? I thought Dyphus and you could escape and return while I got the blueprints. After all, the family's guardian deity is also with you. Ha! Jean sighed. In the end, you made a reasonable choice, but there's one thing I have to say. If this mission fails, it'll be because of your greed. Did you risk the lives of the genuine flagbearers and Black Knights for a clone? Call it greed if you want. But one thing, if I didn't love the family, I wouldn't have given you the key in the first place, Joshua said as he turned away. He believed that Jean wouldn't stab him in the back, considering they had just pointed their swords at each other. He also acted based on his faith that Jean would carry out the mission for the good of the family, rather than seeking revenge against his own family. Go to the vault immediately. You might have already expected it, but the fact that only the Spectre Core remains here is not a trap. I don't know the exact reason, but I guess it's because they were preparing for Kinslow, so there must definitely be blueprints in the vault. The aura around Joshua's sword became brighter. He had decided, and now that his concerns were gone, he had regained his original battle prowess. Once you secure the blueprints, give us the signal. Then I'll escape with the Black Knights. Understood. Jane glanced at the atmosphere between the two and felt relieved. I couldn't hear the exact conversation, but judging by the flow, it seems like the second flagbearer has decided to buy time, and the 12th flagbearer aims to obtain the blueprints. Jane felt relieved that Runcandle's flagbearers were no longer killing each other in this enemy territory. Jane and Joshua were not only being pushed by the Spectre Core. Even in a numerical disadvantage situation, they had worn down a considerable amount of the Spectre's resistance, so Murakan and Dyphus were able to damage the Spectres relatively easily. Now all that's left is to endure somehow, for the 12th flagbearer to complete the mission. It would be perfect if the 12th flagbearer could leave behind the 4th flagbearer or the guardian deity. But even if they all leave, the fight against the Spectres will be much easier than before. Jane was lost in her thoughts when she heard a sudden dull noise. The loud thud came from outside the steel door where they were. It sounded as if a giant creature was walking towards them. The battle paused for a moment, as if the sound had promised it, and everyone's eyes focused on the door. Moments later, the source of the sound appeared. It was a muscular man dressed in a perfectly fitted suit. Enormous and strong muscles that couldn't be covered by the clothes and didn't seem at all human flesh. It was Hito, Zippel's second-class butler and exclusive butler to Sandra. In his gloved hands, he held the severed head of another man, from which blood was dripping. There are still some members of the Spectre Corps who aren't very smart. Tuck. He casually dropped the man's head to the ground and pulled out a cigarette. Chapter 495, Cheek. The sound of Hito striking a match resonated. The once tumultuous battlefield, where swords and magic clashed violently, instantly fell into silence, just as it should be since this large, muscular man appeared. An overwhelming pressure. There was no clearer and simpler way to express the presence of a man named Hito. Just by standing there blocking the entrance, the entire lobby seemed like a dead end, and the atmosphere became as heavy as mud, making it difficult to breathe. What the hell is that monster? Whose head is that? The Run Candles exchanged silent glances. Although the members of the Spectre Corps knew exactly who he was, they also exchanged glances. However, unlike the Run Candles, the looks from the Spectre Corps contained emotions. Confusion, sorrow, shock, and fear. The source of these emotions was none other than the casually dropped severed head belonging to a Spectre Corps member. Just like them. Hito killed Rube. Damn it, I came back to the Magic Tower because I feared something like this might happen. Of course, the emotions of the Spectre Corps were not conveyed to the Run Candles who had just fiercely fought against them. Not only did their hoods cover their faces, but the Spectre Corps was not a loose group that showed emotions to the enemy, no matter how terrifying the situation, because they are the elite of the elite. However, those who had been selected from birth and had donned the gray robes of the Spectre Corps through terrible efforts and training knew better than anyone that sometimes there are untouchable monsters in the world, and that at the top of one mountain, there is another mountain in the sky. Just like some of the superhumans they had encountered while living as specters, and this man in front of them. The long cigar burned quickly like a fuse. The thickened ashes didn't flutter but fell in heaps. With a single puff of smoke, the entire cigar turned into ashes. Hito then exhaled the accumulated smoke in his lungs, and the acrid smoke, which might as well be called poisonous smoke, covered the voluminous upper part of his body. It was Murakin who broke the silence. He continued speaking with an expression that seemed as tough and inflexible as possible, but it didn't seem like he had lost composure and was impatient. What's your problem, punk? You've come uninvited. And now showing off your body? Did you come from a bodybuilding contest? If you don't want me to break your face, pretend you haven't seen anything and move on. As he said this, he subtly nudged Jin's side and whispered, "Kid, you better leave." Jin also felt it instinctively. The 4 members of the Spectre Corps were formidable opponents, but with Run Candle's current strength, they could handle them easily. However, that unidentified man was beyond their capabilities. Even with Jean, Dyphus, Joshua, the Black Knight, and Murakin, who had regained 50% of his strength, it was not something they could handle. Definitely not a Genesis Knight. Run Candles and Murakin, who had experienced the majesty of a Genesis Knight more closely than anyone, were sure. Although he is not a Genesis Knight, he is undoubtedly close to that level. A giant standing in such elevated domain. They had never heard of such an incredible being in Zippel. Could it be Kinzalo? Not only Jean but also Joshua, Dyphus, and the Black Knight were unaware of Hito's true identity. There was no description of Hito even in the confidential document about Zippel's secret forces that the Black Knight and the main flag-bearers could access. Hito crushed the dead specter's head with his foot, bursting it, and spoke. The specters didn't even dare to open their mouths when they saw him. No punches, I haven't thought about that issue after becoming Zippel's second-class butler. Black Dragon. This isn't Run Candle's territory, right? So he was Murakin, the Black Dragon? The moment Hito said that, the Spectre Corps members realized they were wrong. It's not that they didn't consider it at all, but they thought it was more likely for Murakin to be the Black Knight since he wore a mask. The mask wasn't broken, was it? How did you recognize me? Everyone knows that the Black Dragon prefers a somewhat vulgar tone. The person wielding the great sword is the 4th flag-bearer. The person wielding the black sword caner, painted to look like an ordinary piece of iron, is the 2nd flag-bearer, and that person is the Black Knight Jane. And the last one is the 12th flag-bearer, Jean Run Candle. It was only a matter of time before his identity was revealed, although they had only fought against the specters, so it wasn't that surprising. They had also put on the infiltration outfit to minimize unnecessary exposure from the beginning. However, all the Run Candles couldn't help but be surprised by the second-class butler's introduction. That an individual of such caliber is simply the second-class butler is something that goes far beyond common sense. Moreover, Zippel's butler list had been publicly available for a long time, without the need to consult Runcandle's confidential intelligence documents. Not only Zippel but also Runcandle, the imperial family, and other prominent clans and factions usually did not keep information about their butlers confidential. Butlers not only handled internal clan affairs but also various external tasks such as negotiations, guest reception, banquets, and various events. The media often reported on these incidents, and the names of butlers who handled related tasks were frequently mentioned. The publicly known second-class butler is Melvin Grauchy, known as the best brain. But is that monster the second? If Hito's words were not false, he held that position for some reason. Because he wanted to. Everyone in the group thought so. Second-class butler? And Mr. Physical Beauty. Are you saying you're just a second-class butler? Well, I also perform other functions. Among them, I have the role of guardian. Of this tower. Guardian of the tower? Yes, it would be better to introduce myself formally again. I am Hito, the guardian of the White Knight Tower. Hito bowed, bringing his right arm to his abdomen, saluting them. The guardian of the White Knight Tower. By revealing another position, Hito was subtly examining Jean. Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, whom his young lady, Sandra Zippel, had decided to love. He was generally indifferent to external matters, but since before Sandra started making a fuss about love and marriage, he had occasionally shown a bit of curiosity. Who the hell is that person who so often causes such a stir in the world? It was the first time that a Runcandle flag-bearer had attracted so much attention since Luna. However, if it weren't for Sandra, Hito wouldn't have been very interested in Jean at this moment. Could you take off the mask for a moment? No. Although we belong to opposing families, I have shown courtesy by revealing who I am. It doesn't seem like a difficult request to unveil your true identity. I appreciate you revealing your alias and position, but it's impossible for a flag-bearer of a great swordsman family to comply with a request from a mere butler of Zippel. Please reveal your real name and position. In that case, I will take off the mask. Too much audacity is sometimes called foolishness, 12th flag-bearer. As you wish. Swoosh. Hito slowly unsheathed the long sword strapped to his waist as he spoke. It was twice the length and thickness of a normal long saber but not as robust as a great saber. Instead, it had an elegant and agile shape. For a moment, Murakin showed a doubtful expression as he looked at the sword. However, you must understand that my mercy decreases in proportion. A sharp, tearing sound, as if a needle pierced the eardrum, covered the entire room. Hito took a step forward and swung the long sword. The group couldn't believe how such a huge body like his could move so quickly. Moreover, the sword's energy did not travel in a single direction. Although it rotated from the center, the sword's energy formed a giant fan that covered everything in front of Hito. A single strike but hundreds of sword energies. It was a state of wave of swords that was transmitted as a legend among martial artists. The sword energy spread like waves, enveloping everything in its path. The Runcandles raised their energy, raised shields, and used their best sword movements to resist Hito's attack. Terrifying. Everyone who faced the sword felt the same. In the midst of the commotion, the Runcandles couldn't help but ask themselves a question. If he attacks like this, won't the Spectre Corps be affected too? Hito's sword energy not only threatened the Runcandles but also seemed to be directed towards the Spectre Corps. Although Jean and the others still couldn't deduce the reason, one thing was certain. Within Zippel, Hito had the power to trample at will even the Spectre Corps. Does Hito have an authority that surpasses even Octavia Zippel? No. Thinking like that might be a bit strange. At the moment, Jean sensed something strange in the Spectre Corps' attitude. If this situation is Hito rebuking the Spectre Corps as a superior for some reason, the Spectre Corps should have at least sought forgiveness. But these guys seemed to accept Hito's attacks as if it were inevitable. Ugh! Crack! Before he realized it, Hito's long sword approached Jean and fell on his forehead. The feeling of just blocking the sword was as if his wrist was about to break. Before Hito could retrieve his sword, Murakan and Dyphus attacked him with sword and fist, while Joshua and Jane tried to flank him. And in the moment when the Run Candle's attacks were about to fall, Hito's muscles expanded, and in the next instant, the group had to perceive how their swords and fists pierced and hit not human flesh but something indescribably solid, resembling hard mineral. The swords and fists bounced off. Although they attacked hastily, it was the first two flag-bearers, the sword of the Black Knight and the fist of Murakan, who had regained 50% of his strength. Everyone was shocked, especially Murakan, who had his eyes wide open. The other Run Candles couldn't divert their gaze from his stunning physique. Murakan was studying his unusually long sword as if something had hit him. That sword. Where did you get it? Murakan spoke softly, looking puzzled. Hito laughed, tilting his head once. What a peculiar question, Black Dragon. By the way, I've heard about your battle prowess from those who went to Gaifa, but it didn't reach this level. Inside the mask, Murakan's eyes, fixed on Hito's long sword, trembled. Oh, maybe. If you're worried about revealing your true strength because you're concerned about main house support, don't worry. You don't have to worry about reinforcements coming from the clan. Chapter 496. Run Candle and Kinzalo invaded the second magic tower. Is that all? The white-haired elder responded calmly to the journalists rushing through the transfer gate. It was Keliark Zippel, the strongest archmage of this era and the leader of the world's largest clan. At the time the shipyard was attacked, he was on an uninhabited island in the Western Sea, where Baradin's villa was located. During the Battle of the Western Sea, fought by Talaris, Misha, Octavia, and the Spectre Corps, the uninhabited island was completely destroyed and vanished. But now, the island, the villa, and all the objects used by Baradin had been perfectly restored. Furthermore, Miss Sandra has sent all the forces to the second magic tower. If you give the order, I will immediately send Draka's mages to the second magic tower. For a while, Keliark flipped through the pages without saying a word. Then, as if he found an interesting passage, he raised mana in his fingers, underlining it, and smiled. Don't be too surprised. It's inevitable. Before Keliark could speak, the journalists felt as if their guts were being torn apart. Time was of the essence. However, Keliark had anticipated from the beginning that external forces might attack not only the shipyard but also the second magic tower. He wondered if it was necessary to prepare separately. Hito, because that man was in the White Knight Tower. This incident might be an opportunity to test him again. Since Hito became a member of Zippel, Keliark had always wanted to put him to the test. Even he couldn't easily guess whether Hito was truly someone who would wholeheartedly devote himself to Zippel. Send reinforcements only to the shipyard. Also, as the capabilities of external forces have already been confirmed, losing more resources is pointless. Preserve as many resources as possible. As you command. The journalists bowed in unison and retreated into the darkness. Keliark silently looked across the sea, recalling the moment he met Hito a long time ago. Who? Suddenly, Murakan covered his head with both hands. His back bent as if he was invaded by an unbearable headache. Jean and the Run Candles quickly surrounded Murakan, casting a protective shield around him. Although they had predicted it from the moment Hito appeared, the tension after receiving the sword was nothing compared to what it was before the battle began. Needless to say, showing such weakness before a transcendent being like Hito was undeniably fatal. Fortunately, he didn't take advantage of Murakan's weakness. Not that he couldn't. Hito didn't demonstrate it, but he was a bit intrigued by Murakan's recent words. It's the first time I've seen someone talk as if they know Baal. Even the Patriarch and Siren Nim seemed to have no idea about the identity of this sword. Baal. Such characters were engraved in small letters on the blade of a long sword that Hito obtained by chance a long time ago. He didn't know exactly whether it was the name of the sword, the name of the blacksmith who made it, or the name of the person who used it. In his youth, when he actively sought extremes as a warrior, he was curious about the true nature of the longsword. But soon after, Hito came to the conclusion that Even if he knew the identity, it wouldn't matter much. So, he decided that Baal was probably the name of the sword. Hito didn't seize the moment when Muraken's stance crumbled, because he was simply waiting for him to speak about Baal. It was also a matter of trust. Even with this level of leisure, the outcome wouldn't change. The reason Zippel didn't send reinforcements to the second magic tower was also in the same context. Keliark knew that Hito was present here, so it was undoubtedly the case. Muraken. Jean called softly and checked Muraken's condition. He seemed very distressed and confused. It's similar to the day we met the leader of Kinzalo in Old Otyrium. I don't know why, but Hito's sword is stimulating Muraken's confused memories. Unlike Jean, the other run candles didn't know that Muraken's memories were incomplete and that such issues could arise in times of conflict. The sudden panic of the clan's guardian deity in a desperate situation only served to bewilder them. Kook! Muraken groaned again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With each passing second, the run candles felt the sense of crisis multiplying. If Muraken couldn't fight properly, there was a high probability that run candles would be captured or killed. Jean made a decision. It has to work like back then. Like the day we met the leader of Kinzalo, when he was spouting nonsense. Swish! Bum dash! Suddenly, a fierce strike that shook the eardrums burst into the silent room. Jean literally swung his fist, with all his might, delivering a swift blow to the back of Muraken's head. Jin's actions were based on experience, but since the others didn't know the circumstances, they couldn't help but think that Jean had gone mad. After receiving such a strong blow to the back of the head, Muraken stood erect like a rigid pole for a while. He seemed to have turned into a stone statue. Only his head was slightly tilted in the direction where Jin's fist had struck. Jean, what is this? Dyphus spoke with a trembling voice, trying to calm down. For a moment he thought Muraken might have died. Of course, that wouldn't make sense, but Muraken was so motionless that it wouldn't be strange even if he had died standing. The direction of the neck seemed somewhat ambiguous, and receiving a blow with all of Jin's strength in a defenseless state couldn't be riskier. Ugh, damn, it hurts like hell. Fortunately, after what felt like an eternity to the run candles, Muraken finally spoke with an irritated voice. Are you awake? I guess I had a chronic illness? Yeah, it seems like I had a chronic illness. Brat, even if that's the case, why did you hit me so hard? Thud. Crack. Muraken turned his head, loosening the joints in his neck as he continued ranting. Can't you see how many eyes are watching us? Huh? My image is going to be ruined. My image. Huh? Excitedly talking, Muraken stumbled and lost balance. Although he had regained consciousness, there was a fact that Jean had overlooked. When he used the same shock therapy in Old Otyrium, Jean was exhausted, and now he had all his stamina. And he had also become much stronger than back then. Wow, this is crazy. You should have controlled your strength a bit, brat. My bones ache and the world is spinning. But what the hell is that damn sword? It seems to have a close connection with me. I feel like my head is going to explode when I try to remember. He was curious to the point that it was driving him crazy. But for now, he had to focus on the fight. After all, he had to save his contractor. This physical beauty doesn't seem like someone who would tell lies or use superficial tricks. She clearly said that no reinforcements would come. It was time to unleash all his power. Kid. Yes. I'll transform into my true form. If for some reason that physical beauty turns out to be an insignificant liar, and reinforcements come, leave me and escape. Understood. Jean nodded heavily. He didn't really intend to abandon Muraken, but for now it was better to accept. Regardless of whether reinforcements came or not, if Muraken didn't go all out, there was no solution. There are some parts one don't quite understand, but let me make it clear that you needed time for the operation. Do I have to wait longer? Hito, who had been waiting for Muraken to speak about his sword, concluded that no more patience was necessary. Humph, undoubtedly, you are the best of this era among those I've seen with my own eyes. However, I am Muraken. Although my majesty and the long rivalry with your master's family have faded over 1,000 years, I am still Muraken. Womb. As Murakan finished speaking, his shadow grew. Soon, it dispersed into black smoke with a gust of wind, transforming into the true form of a black dragon, beating a pair of dark wings. Ka! After the sharp and ominous roar, Hito casually adjusted his glasses with a courteous gesture. I'll look forward to it. A black curtain spread out of nowhere, dyeing the ceiling black. The vortexes of shadowy force swirling wildly inside seemed like the eyes of giants, and each one pointed at Hito. In the shadow-infused Bradamanti, blue flames formed, and from the swords of Joshua, Dyphus, and Jane, a dazzling aura emanated. The members of the Spectre Corps also gathered their mana, and Hito took a deep breath. The sky seemed to tear apart from the amplified energy of the superhumans, and the entire tower vibrated unsettlingly and unpleasantly. Expansion just before the collision. It was Hito who first broke that precarious situation. The contained spirit of Hito's long sword, Bale, rushed into the chaotic scene where shadow force, aura, and mana mingled. It was a simple thrust. Moreover, it was perfect. The trajectory of his sword cut through the center of the entangled energies in a diagonal line. The target was Murakan. It was a speed and distance that could never be avoided with Murakan's uniquely gigantic body. Normally, compensating with a similar or greater force or counterattacking to avoid mortal wounds were the only options. For the dragon, however, at that moment, Murakan turned back into black smoke, dispersing his body to avoid Hito's sword. At the same time, he counterattacked with dozens of shadow force vortexes. Ugh! He didn't come out unscathed. At Hito's level, the sword wave swept through, scattering Murakan's particles in the smoke. Hito, furthermore, instead of just receiving the attack with his body this time, used footwork to evade it. Not only did Murakan's thrust miss, but the poisonous strikes of the run candles also followed. As a result of Murakan dodging Hito's thrust, the extraordinary energy of the sword left no chance for the Spectre Corps behind the run candles. Therefore, the Spectres felt so betrayed and unjustly treated that they almost went mad. Chapter 497. Sword energy akin to a storm scraped against the Spectre's protective shield. The Spectres never expected Hito to fight them with such intensity. I didn't expect Hito to cooperate or join forces with us. But this attitude towards enemies is not very different. Wielding Bale once again, Hito showed no intention of ensuring the safety of the Spectres. A lightning spread under the black curtain Murakan had deployed. It was the light emanating from Joshua's black sword, Kaner. Run Candle's sixth decisive final movement, Lightning Bolt. It had already been proven that ordinary attacks couldn't inflict damage on that tremendous physique. Unless it was a special attack like a decisive lethal move, a secret technique, or a Crimson Sword aura obtained through some enlightenment, it might even become a vulnerability. The condensed aura in Kaner exploded, scattering sharp fragments like shattered obsidian. Thousands of fragments emitted an intense sound, as if brain energy were erupting, and the dazzling light contained in each fragment flickered on and off repeatedly with surprising speed. Finally, Kaner, leaving a varied trajectory, rushed towards Hito. The sword energies, irregularly scattered, momentarily covered Hito's figure as they reflected the light. He knows the form of the final movement, Lightning Bolt. Just like Barton Vicena, Jean thought as he followed Hito's movements with his gaze. He had already experienced Run Candle's lethal decisive movement several times. Thus, he skillfully predicted the lightning's trajectory and used his footwork. The ground trembled with each step Hito took, and the air became stifling. He was not only evading but also deploying his energy to contain the run candles. Crack! The lightning dissipated, and Hito's figure reappeared. Hito either dodged or deflected most of it, and the group was no longer surprised to see him resist the second flag-bearer of the family's decisive lethal move without a single scratch. Everyone had regained their composure. They were the flag-bearers of Run Candle and the Black Knight. No matter how desperate the situation, those at the forefront of the Swordsman clan always found a way out. Next was Dyphus's sword. The blade of the great sword, Volgar, descended as if it could touch the ceiling. The third final movement, Meteor Shower. As the name suggested, Countless sword energies fell like a meteor shower, eroding Hito's area. Hito's figure blurred. It was not obscured by the meteor shower as the lightning did. He simply moved from the point where the meteor shower was falling at an incredible speed. Beyond the speed of sound, a shockwave spread from where Hito was, and a loud explosion sounded. The next moment, Hito was under Muraken's wings. He was right in front of Jean. Jean felt as if a wall had suddenly appeared before his eyes. Dyphus had just executed the meteor shower, so he couldn't casually recover the aura. He adjusted his posture a bit late, and Jane couldn't match Hito's speed. Brat! Muraken descended like a hawk to protect Jean. But Hito had already swung the long sword, now lying on the ground, towards Jean. It was too late to dodge. It seems like a rather dangerous sword. 12th Flagbearer. Ah! Jean managed to block the attack, but he couldn't exert all his strength because he was focused on gathering aura and mana for the magic sword. He ran the risk of being pushed back, just like Dyphus, who hadn't recovered the aura used in the meteor shower recklessly. Although he activated the Shadow Force armor to mitigate the impact, Jean felt excruciating pain in every bone of his body as his swords and Hito's clashed. The next slash was also an upward strike. Jean turned his body to the side to avoid the sword, and meanwhile Muraken, who had charged, blew black breath over Hito's torso. However, Hito easily evaded the black breath. As a result, the breath flew back towards the specters behind Hito. One of them ended up letting out a death scream but was drowned out by the deafening noise of explosions and destruction throughout the room. Swish! Jin's mask split in half and fell to the ground. Hito's second upward strike wasn't meant to kill Jean from the beginning but to remove his mask. He looked at Jin's face for a moment and said, "You're very handsome, but I'm not sure it's worth celebrating to the point where the lady would give her right arm." The words, "the lady would give her right arm," were muttered so low they were barely audible. "Stop babbling nonsense and fight," Joshua shouted with bloodshot eyes. In the trajectory of his charge towards Hito was a posterior image, and the black sword caner was ready to execute the fourth final movement, Fallen Petals, with the aura prepared. It's not that he was angry for being ignored and accused recklessly. "I need to gain time. Time for Jean to execute the magic sword secret technique. Seems like a rather dangerous sword." Joshua was attentive to what Hito had just said. If Jean could breach with his hellfire once, Joshua and the other run candles, as well as Muraken, could inflict damage on Hito. Even if they couldn't finish him off, they could wound him and secure an escape route. If that's not enough, I also have to consider using that power. With those thoughts, Joshua dove into the fight. Dyphus and Jane also charged at Hito with similar determination. When Jean executes the hellfire, I'll pour everything I have. However, the specters didn't stand idly by. Although they hadn't experienced the power of hellfire, they could clearly see how the run candles were moving and what plans they had. Qua! Muraken unleashed his breath and a barrage of Shadow Force spears towards Hito and the specters. The spears sprouted not only from the ceiling but also from the floor. The aura dispersed in the air kept turning into decisive lethal moves, pressing on Hito. It wasn't even easy to determine the other's location among the dazzling lights of the decisive lethal moves. Jean prepared to attack again under Muraken's protection. But there's something off. Jean suddenly had a strange thought while accumulating mana and aura. If I were Hito, I wouldn't fight like this. Frustrated, Hito had two clear opportunities that could have been fatal for Jean. Maybe he could have killed Jean. He feels strangely passive. Why? Even now, Hito could easily break through the defensive line. If he wanted to enjoy the fight or revel in combat itself, he would have fought more aggressively. If he belonged to the category that adores the tension of life-or-death battles, the group was an inadequate opponent. Actions follow reasoning to achieve objectives. And if you know the other person's purpose and can use it, the fight was destined to be easier. Does he want to capture me alive instead of killing me and use me as material for the demon god's orb? That doesn't make sense either. Is it just the whims of the powerful? There's no time for deep contemplations. The brothers who had thrown themselves at Hito were continuously repelled and rose repeatedly. Hellfire was complete. The azure color of the blade intensified, and as the Shadow Force armor was released, the glowing runic characters created flames. In an instant, Jean turned into fire. From him, the flames began to spread like a tidal wave in all directions. The blue flames completely consumed the interior but didn't engulf the allies. Is this the achievement of the 12th flag-bearer? Is this the power that single-handedly demolished the Garden of Swords? The specters immediately ceased their attacks and concentrated all their mana on defense. Even in their best condition, the 4 specters couldn't completely block Jin's hellfire. They had to avoid the damage. However, it seemed impossible to evade it without a place to retreat and with obstacles everywhere, including the run candles and Murakan launching an offensive. If Hito doesn't help, we'll suffer mortal wounds that will at least incapacitate us for fighting. Or death. They were already exhausted from the battle with Joshua and Jane before Hito arrived. The specters were dragging considerable fatigue. Furthermore, they were simultaneously enduring the attacks of both run candles and Hito, so surviving in this situation seemed challenging. Notable, Hito felt impressed for the first time as he cleared away the blue flames flooding him. The swords of the other flag-bearers and the Black Knight were mediocre compared to the run candles he knew, and Murakan's combat prowess, of which there were only rumors, was still below expectations. On the other hand, Jin's magic sword technique had something dazzling even to Hito's eyes. However, Hito could sense that Jin's magic sword was not yet complete. Well, if it keeps growing like this, he might be able to handle my troublesome miss. Of course, assuming the miss isn't a zipple, and the 12th flag-bearer isn't a run candle. Suddenly, Hito felt bitter. Sandra's love would never bear fruit. After all, Jean and his family were no different from patients diagnosed with a terminal illness, so maybe he wondered if it would be better to slit Jin's throat now rather than let him become an ingredient for the demon god's orb. What should I do? In the moment of confusion, the screams of the specters scratched at Hito's nerves. Hito, are you just going to stand there looking? Hito had no plans to help them from the beginning. Letting them all die would serve as a proper warning to Octavia Zippel. Why are you calling me? You should be begging for your life from the enemies. Swish. Suddenly, Jean, who had lunged forward, thrust his sword into Hito's face. Guardian of the White Tower, you are undoubtedly a warrior worthy of respect even as an enemy. But you are too relaxed. Although Hito managed to block Jean, he felt as if something oily fell on him. The flames flowed over Hito's body through the bale sword. In an instant, the upper part of his body was completely immersed in blue flames, but Hito looked at Jean without showing any signs of pain. At first glance, it seemed like the flames were burning him, but there was no visible impact. However, Jean didn't hesitate. The power of Hellfire and the strength of Run Candle were not his only abilities. 12th Flag-Bearer, I have a suggestion. A suggestion? If you happen to have picked up something here, give it to me now. Then I will consider sparing your life for now. Something picked up here. There was no need to think about what that meant. It was clear. It was the battleship's blueprints. What is he talking about suddenly? Have they already stolen the blueprints? In that moment, Jean tried to suppress his absurd feelings and choose a response. Among the hellfire surrounding Jean, something fell with a dull sound. It was the key Joshua had given him. Hito fell silent for a moment and could only open his eyes and fixate them on the fallen key. Chapter 498. No, why is this falling now? Jean looked at the key with that thought. Jean felt his heart sinking. If the battleship blueprint had already been stolen by someone, then Runcandle had gone through all the trouble for nothing. Could it be Joshua? No, considering the timing and the situation, it doesn't make sense. Even when handing over the key, he seemed to have made his own decision. If that's the case, the only one left was Kinslow. Only the 4 specters remained in the second magic tower because the rest of the forces went to track the stolen blueprint. For now, there was no other plausible deduction. However, Hito's goal remained a mystery. If by any chance you have picked up something here, give it to me now. Then I will consider sparing your life for now. Logically, it wasn't something one would say to the enemy. Thud. Swing dash. The fallen key was swept away by the hot wind of the hellfire flames and disappeared into the fire. Hito exhaled a sigh as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. It was a moment that could lead to more misunderstandings. It wasn't easy for Hito to quickly realize what the situation was, because Jean also had the same key that Sandra had given him. Why did Jean Runcandle have the vault key? Until now, Hito knew that there was only one key. At least, that was the case until a moment ago. 12th Flagbearer, I don't know where you got that key from, but what I just said still stands. Hito narrowed his eyes and spoke as if he didn't want to complicate things too much. If the key was duplicated, or if there were really extras that he was unaware of, or if Runcandle had stolen it, whatever the case, the verdict was simple. As long as he could retrieve the blueprints and send Jean away alive, it was enough. Sandra Zippel awaited Jean on the rooftop of the tower, fully adorned. There was even a table set for a dinner for two in the center. Hito prepared it himself just before the group arrived, and to endure the anticipation and excitement, Sandra was sipping on an aperitif while watching the view of the explosions in the secret shipyard of the Soda Desert. As that unsettling image came to mind, the veins on Hito's forehead thickened. Miss Sandra, what? You must report it. Report what? Jean Runcandle has arrived at the shipyard. You must report this to the Patriarch. Since you are currently on duty. Hito, then my husband is dead. Or he won't be Jean anymore. Probably. Well, considering the survival skills the 12th Flagbearer has shown so far, you never know. So don't say those things twice. Considering that conversation, he thought it would be better to keep Jean alive and send him away if possible. He had set the table to calm her down, but expecting a dinner would not be realistic. I don't have the blueprints. You just dropped the key, didn't you? Don't make foolish judgments. I don't want to kill you if it's not necessary. You make me cry. But what do you want me to do if I don't have it? And it seems you've forgotten. We keep fighting, Tower Guardian. Jean was able to continue his words, and the hellfire became even more ferocious. The flames clinging to Hito's body caused an explosion, and the spreading flames gathered to engulf him. Sarah Runcandle's secret technique, renowned as the strongest among the 10 great knights of the ancient. Runcandle. Although the technique was still incomplete, it couldn't be taken lightly. With a small groan, Hito took a step back for the first time. The hellfire had a much greater power than his expectations. Blocking or avoiding this sword from the beginning would have been the right choice. I might have been too complacent, as Jean Runcandle said. This could be a bit exhausting. The heat of the hellfire penetrated through the protective shield and flesh, reaching his internal organs. It had been a long time since he felt so much pain. Even if he emitted energy to push it away, it seemed that it would take some time to diminish this fierce heat. The problem was that the hellfire was not the end. Other Runcandles had been waiting just for this moment. Well done, younger one. The first to follow was Dyphus. The second meteor shower he executed was falling behind Hito. Not only that, the destructive power of the meteor shower was undoubtedly one of the highest in the final movements, but it seemed that by itself, it wouldn't deliver a proper blow to the giant. Dyphus had prepared another sword movement, the most refined sword he possessed. Runcandle's fifth secret technique, light speed thrust. A sword he had perfected beyond the limits several times with Mary. Flash. A dazzling flash surged towards Hito's back before the meteor shower. It was the light speed thrust, surpassing Mary and reaching its peak. Hito couldn't dodge Dyphus's sword. The light speed thrust distorted space and pierced through his mountainous back. Hito bent forward and vomited blood, but even the light speed thrust couldn't penetrate his immense body. The shockwave that spread along with it shook the entire tower. There were 6 streaks of those flashes in succession. Dyphus would inevitably fall into a recoil, but anyway, there was no turning back. Dyphus realized that this was his last chance to turn the tables. After finishing the attack, Dyphus spat out a dark puddle of blood. Krah! Hito screamed in agony. It wasn't clear if it was a scream or a roar. However, one thing was certain. Hito showed no signs of collapsing even after being struck 6 times by a light speed thrust along with a meteor shower. Even in the midst of this, Hito continued to wield his longsword to restrain Jean and was aware of another sword. That would come next. Monster! Next were Joshua and Jane. Although the 6 light speed thrusts didn't deal a significant blow to Hito, that didn't mean he was unharmed. Jane, she, approached amidst the meteor shower, thrusting her sword into the wounds created by the light speed thrust. The wounds were barely an inch wide. However, Jane's sword clearly pierced Hito's wounds. Blood splattered and flesh tore. You! Hito rolled his eyes and pushed Jane away, releasing sword energy. Jane, she superficially stabbed Hito about 5 times, and Hito threw Jane against the wall, shattering her wrist and causing significant internal injuries. However, Jane wasn't disappointed. Blood gushed from the depths of her chest, but she finally managed to land a valid blow on that monster, creating a small opening. A very small opening. Joshua's sword pierced through that gap. Ka! A desperate and venomous scream, an effort from the heart. No one said Joshua was the best flag-bearer in pure martial skill. He was always overshadowed by Luna, and among the siblings, the prevailing opinion was that he became the next patriarch not for his sword skills but due to Rose's full support. It wasn't entirely wrong. However, he was undoubtedly Runcandle's second flag-bearer. He had challenged and lost against Runcandle's strongest flag-bearer many times. In other words, Joshua also had potential. He gained enlightenment through numerous defeats and humiliations, learning to incorporate it into his sword. This was the result. The black sword, Kaner, was enveloped in a dark aura. The energy was similar to shadow strength but not as intense, and it possessed the characteristic glow of the aura. It wasn't Joshua's unique domain, like Luna's mind sword, but rather a unique colored sword energy one must reach to obtain Runcandle's ultimate technique. Runcandle's 4th secret technique. Black cross. Joshua's sword drew a perfect cross. Bright black sword energy spread through a perfect cross without a single inch of deviation. The point where the sword energy intersected was Hito's shoulder. Originally, it aimed at the center of his face, but it altered due to his reaction. However, Black Cross wasn't a type of sword technique that significantly lost its power if it deviated slightly. Black Cross wasn't a cross formed by 2 lines, as its name suggested. As soon as the secret technique began, Joshua's black sword energy expanded into a giant circle, pointing at Hito from all directions. Swoosh! As if snipers who had finished the siege opened fire simultaneously, numerous black sword energies in the form of crosses gathered at the intersection and began to slash at Hito. If Joshua had executed the black cross alone, it would have been difficult to land a precise blow. However, the Runcandle swords that had attacked Hito before did not do so in vain. He writhed in agony at last. Though small, he let out more of a groan than a roar. And he couldn't deflect at least 1/10 of the countless black sword energies from the black cross. If it were anyone other than Hito, just that 1/10 would have torn the body into hundreds of pieces, turning into minced flesh. Kook! Joshua sat down, breathing heavily. Damn it! It wasn't enough. Hito, who began to shake off the black cross, seemed to regain strength with each passing moment. He was covered in blood, but he hadn't suffered mortal wounds. Just as the Black Dragon said that Murakan is Murakan, a Runcandle remains a Runcandle. I was a bit surprised. Tiske, Hito spat blood, wiping his face, and spoke. I'm tired of this bastard. Murakan was absorbing the remnants of the hellfire with a vortex. At this point, the Spectre Corps was barely standing, having exhausted their strength in constantly protecting against the hellfire, final movements, and secret techniques. Hey, brat, it seems it won't work. It's a desperate situation. Take care of the others and escape. I'll deal with him somehow and catch up with you later. Well, it seems like a reasonable plan, but unfortunately, I can't help you, Murakanim. Unless Runcandle returns what they stole, I have no choice but to withdraw. What? This means I will request support from the main house. I don't want to waste my strength unnecessarily anymore. My patience is running out. You're saying 2 things with one mouth. You're starting to show your true colors. It's not that you don't want to waste your strength unnecessarily, but it seems the battle is starting to weigh on you. You've taken more beatings than expected. Feel free to think as you wish, but you know very well that doing so won't improve the situation. Black Dragon. Humph, and what nonsense is this about us stealing the blueprints? We haven't raided the vault here yet. Have we? You're making unfounded accusations. Murakan and the other run candles hadn't witnessed the moment when the key burned in the hellfire. Nor did they hear the conversation between Jean and Hito. Hito decided to speak with Jean instead of Murakan. You have a talent for making difficult problems simple, 12th flag bearer. If you keep insisting, you'll regret it. Before that happens, let me clarify one thing. I'll give you the greatest consideration I can offer. Just as he finished saying that, Hito suddenly turned around and brandished his long sword. He felt that someone had eluded his senses and was approaching him at close range. It was an assassination attempt. And the number of people in the world who could attempt an attack on Hito is so few that they can be counted on one hand. One of them is a rare assassin born in the Garden of Swords. She was Yona. Chapter 499. On the day Mary led the fleet and puberty ship to Tychon, Yona had nowhere specific to go, so she immediately returned to the nameless city of Samel. She had been in a bad mood all day, feeling sad and disappointed for not being able to take a proper stroll with her younger brother, Jean. So she looked at her mission list. It was about erasing distracting thoughts by doing something. The more difficult and complicated the mission, the more effective it would be, so she only looked at requests classified as higher grade or ones she decided to reject. One of them was Kinzelo's request. Owl was only going to tear up the request letter, as it asked to steal an object from Zippel's second magic tower. Heh, Owl Nim. Why don't you accept it? Because it's a perfect job if you want to die. Why? Considering the recent unusual trends among the major factions, the international situation, the complicated relationship of interests, and the position Samel should take in this flow, etc. So I thought it would be better not to accept it. Understand? Even if I hear such bothersome stories, I don't really know what you're talking about. You just don't want to do it, right? That's how it might sound. But still, you listened to me, so it's much better than the days when you wouldn't even listen to what I said and suddenly disappeared. Anyway, it seems like a very important matter. Why isn't my clan looking for me? Perhaps they are planning to use you for an even greater purpose than this, and there are orders from Sirenim. Owl concealed those words behind a sly smile. Well, whatever the reason, it's better not to look for you, especially in cases like this. Did Leader Kinzelo make the request personally? Leader Kinzelo. Since Yona was able to control chaos, she was a bit interested in him. It was because she knew that he understood chaos well. Why do you ask? I just wanted to meet him once. Why? I wanted to ask him some questions. Owl shrugged. Although he complained about the difficulty of the mission, Owl was not completely lacking in ambition. It's an object from Zippel's second magic tower. Owl was convinced that the object was the blueprints of a battleship. He also knew that Zippel had recently leaked information about a secret shipyard in the Soda Desert. Obtaining the blueprint was an excellent business from the nameless perspective. This had a high potential to become the best means to proactively negotiate among the major factions. Regardless of the request, if Yona, and not me, acts unilaterally, it will be difficult for the major factions to hold us accountable. Especially, Run Candle would never demand accountability. No, beyond that, if Yona got the blueprints, it would actually be about protecting and thanking the nameless. Moreover, in the first place, Yona would leave no trace of having entered the second magic tower. Her infiltration and assassination skills far surpassed those of Owl. She's not the type of person who will listen to me even if I try to stop her anyway. Maybe it's not a bad idea to let her go at once. Without the need for further considerations by Owl, Yona had already made a decision. I will accept this request. No, you can't. Even if you stop me, I'll go, If you really have to go, I have some conditions you have to follow. In the end, after reaching a non-negotiable agreement with Owl, Yona headed towards the second magic tower, and in the process, she learned that Joshua, Dyphus, and the youngest would also participate in this mission. From that moment on, Yona's top priority became not completing the request, but confirming the life or death of her younger brother. Not only because her younger brother seemed to be alone in the middle of Zippel's territory. Wow! Can there really be something like this in the second magic tower? It's not even Draka? Seriously. While they were stealing and returning the key in the second magic tower, the siblings witnessed a monster that was far beyond what they could handle. These were the background details of Yona's arrival at the second magic tower. She had been watching Jean and Murakan from the moment they entered the underground shipyard. And she sought the right moment, a moment when she could approach her younger brother, avoiding the surveillance of the crystal ball, Hito's senses, and Kinzelo's eyes. In the end, she didn't succeed. Even Yona had her limits, and not everything was possible for her. Therefore, what had just appeared was inevitably a compromise she had chosen. The optimal moment to assassinate the monster called Hito was far from ideal. But if she didn't step forward now, her younger brother might really lose his life. Swing. Yona's sword, Death, and the long sword, Bale, clashed, leaving sharp traces. Except for one person, Hito, who was the target of the assassination, no one else realized that Yona had appeared. It was a moment when the transcendent power of Hito's strength became even more evident. Elder sister Yona? Yona? All the run candles widened their eyes. Yona's sudden appearance was shocking, but even more surprising was the fact that Yona had left a long and deep wound on Hito's chest with a single sword movement. Slosh! A fresh spurt of blood gushed from Hito's robust body. The wound inflicted by Yona was far more severe than all the final movements and secret techniques the group had used to stake their lives. On the other hand, Hito's counterattack only sliced the tips of Yona's hair, who had once again stabbed him in the side. Ugh! Death had momentarily pierced Hito's side before re-emerging. It was a clearly grave injury. Normally, Yona should have seized this opportunity to finish the target, but she refrained from continuing the assault and distanced herself. The extremely limited advantage she had gained using the silver dragon claw that Jean had given to Sin Nombre had ended. Sin Nombre's assassins had always regarded the silver dragon claw as a divine artifact. If processed in their unique way, it could freeze any target in the blink of an eye. The reason Yona could easily cut and stab Hito's body was thanks to the divine power of Sin Nombre's weapon. Of course, her assassination skills were exceptional as well. Younger one, ugh, elder sister. As Yona withdrew from Hito, her legs wavered, and she suddenly swayed towards Jean. A thin stream of blood flowed between her lips. When she slashed and stabbed Hito with Death, the longsword, Bale, did not directly touch Yona, but she still suffered internal injuries from the energy explosively released by Hito. This was due to the aftermath of having used chaos not long ago, and Yona's chaos had not completely calmed yet. It was you, the one who stole the plans. Hito, with flaming eyes, charged towards her, Yona, like a bullet. Murakan blocked his path with his breath and punch, and then the siblings and Jane stood in front of Hito. Despite being severely injured, Hito's formidable strength persisted, like a wounded beast becoming even more ferocious. The group was amazed by his relentless charge, even after being hit directly by the shadow energy punch and breath. But Hito was still human. He could be close to the strongest among the 10-star warriors, but he was not a Genesis Knight. He endured the accumulated blows with sheer willpower. The run candles were well aware of this fact. We must escape with elder sister Yona. This was the first and last chance to get rid of Hito. The entire group was thinking the same as Jean. Moreover, as Yona had the plans, if they managed to escape unharmed, this situation would be a victory for the run candles. The long veil of the sword fell upon the gathered siblings' heads, with the feel of a collapsing mountain. Ka! The warriors' shouts echoed as their swords clashed. The run candles defending against Hito's strike had their ankles embedded in the ground, and finally, the sturdy space that had not collapsed even amid the battle crumbled completely. The roof was completely destroyed as well. The shockwaves created by the swords wielded by the run candles to stop the longsword and Murakan's punches were responsible for this destruction. The entire tower was collapsing. While the run candle and Hito fell, they stepped on debris, engaging in a battle in midair. Every second, dozens of sword energies clashed fiercely, intertwining and devouring the airspace. The wound is deep. I've been hit by a rather extreme poison, which even spreads every time I move. Hito gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation. Not even Hito expected the variable Yona run candle. If he had known of her existence, he would never have casually involved himself in the fight, as Jean had suggested. In the end, I need to request reinforcements from the main house. As long as the run candles kept fighting, Hito was confident he could defeat them all. However, the run candles were not fools. Escaping was the only natural course of action. Therefore, Hito could no longer tolerate this. Among those falling, Hito was the first to reach the ground. At the same time, the thick gold ring on his index finger, engraved with mysterious runic characters, began to emit light. The ring was an artifact, a type of signaling magic similar to the inscriptions on each Tower Master's staff. The signal was immediately transmitted to Draka, Zippel's main house. Even before 3 seconds passed since the ring emitted light, a large-scale alarm magic was activated from afar. I'm sorry, miss. I can only hope that the 12th flag-bearer has celestial luck beyond rumors. Hopefully, he'll be able to survive even the pursuit by Draka's main force. Hito still had no intention of killing Jean. However, in this situation, if he let the run candles go, not only would it raise suspicions about himself, but it could also bring disadvantages to Sandra. This was an unavoidable choice. Now Hito had only one thing to do: eliminate the witnesses who had seen him offer to spare Jin's life. The specters were exhausted and continued to fall, or gasped caught in the cracks of the broken tower. Hito raised his head to confirm their positions and prepare to shoot sword energy, but he was surprised to see that the tower's roof was completely open. Certainly, didn't the roof collapse? Why is it open like this? Throughout the battle, Hito controlled his energy to ensure that even if the inside of the tower was destroyed, the rooftop would not suffer major damage. In other words, someone had damaged it. Hito had a feeling. He knew who the culprit was, and that thought gave him a throbbing headache. Hidu Dash, the owner of that incredibly loud, sharp, and irritable voice, was none other than Sandra Zippel. She had been waiting all this time for Hito to bring Jean, and upon realizing the activation of the support signal, she pierced through the floor and leaped into the battlefield. You useless, muscle-brained idiot. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Why did you call the main force? Do you plan to kill my Jean? While she shouted vehemently, Sandra, who had just landed on the ground, made eye contact with Jean. Then, she spoke in a different tone. My love, I was waiting for you. Where do you think you're going? Let's go together. Even in the midst of urgency, Jean felt a chill hearing Sandra's words. But, at the same time, he had the intuition that she might be of great help in escaping from that place. Chapter 500. Sandra had her arms wide open as she descended, wearing a radiant smile. For those unaware of her circumstances or eccentric personality, it seemed as if she were welcoming her lover, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, with a heart absolutely thrilled. Is that Sandra Zippel? Did she just refer to the 12th flag-bearer as my love? Is there some kind of relationship between the 12th flag-bearer and Sandra Zippel? Joshua, Dyfus, and even Jane couldn't help but squint their eyes as they looked at Sandra. It was absurd for her to appear out of nowhere and call Jean my love. And it was shocking to see how Hito, who looked like a monster, awkwardly reacted to her words. Thunk. Sandra landed about 10 steps away from Jean with agile and light movements uncharacteristic of a magician. Ha ha ha. I thought you'd catch me and embrace me coldly. Are you going to avoid me like this? In this world, some people consider avoiding a wise move. How do you like my outfit today? I ordered it with a special recommendation from the upper echelons of the Golden Pung. Do you like it? Jin's eyes didn't focus on the black coat and shirt that looked similar to his run candle ceremonial uniform, but on the golden prosthetic hand. Jean also recognized that the engraved drawing on it was his own face. A right arm. That seems fair. What do you mean by fair? I think it's too early to give everything I have. A right arm is neither too much nor too little. We're only on our first date. Jean got goosebumps again, recalling the conversation they had in Gaifa. The ongoing battle came to a halt, and everyone fell silent for a while, with only the sound of debris and shattered stones falling to the ground. Jean simply nodded. It wasn't a difficult decision. It suited Jin's tastes, and, more importantly, it seemed she could be of some help to get out of this dreadful crisis. I'm relieved. If you had deceived me, I was thinking of ordering that stupid muscle pig to kill those cute rats. Damn muscle pig. Damn it. Hito, how are you going to handle this? How are you going to take responsibility? Huh. By a dash. The alarm sound grew louder. In the sky, Draka's dragons had already taken flight, and the battleship Kozek was preparing to depart. You said you'd definitely let me have dinner with Jean Nim. There was a small hiccup, miss. A hiccup? A hiccup. At this crucial moment. Really? I'd rather die. How long have I waited? The run candles couldn't comprehend it at all. The sight of that monster being so defenseless against Sandra was surreal. And at that moment, Jean understood why Hito didn't actively display his combat skills. It's because of Sandra's orders. Jin's feelings became complex. The fact that he could be alive thanks to Sandra was more humiliating than relieving. Jean had no choice but to think this way because her eccentric behavior, which didn't seem like an enemy's trick, was beneficial in some way. If it weren't for Yona and Sandra, this mission was already a failure. It might be possible to escape, but undoubtedly, Run Candle had suffered a significant blow without any substantial gains. Not only Zippel and Hito were complacent. I and other Run Candles also thought it was too easy. But it wasn't the time to lament or blame himself. The problem could be fixed later, and today's humiliation would be paid with an even greater misfortune. What's somewhat fortunate is that the enemies didn't calculate all these unexpected variables. So, even now, he had to be the first to perfectly read the unexpected variables. I don't know why, but Hito values Sandra Zippel's orders more. However, today Sandra and I won't be able to have dinner together. So he probably just tried to keep me alive to avoid Sandra's resentment. If you have anything you've picked up here, leave it and go. If you do, I'll let you live for now. As Hito spoke those words, Jean couldn't help but feel uneasy about the phrase, I'll let you live for now. After retrieving the blueprints, Hito planned to kill everyone except me and Muraken. Not only Joshua, Dyfus, and Jane, but also the specters who behaved pitifully like shrimp. Jean was convinced of that. The reason he wants to deal with the specters is either to erase the evidence that he prioritized Sandra's orders over his clan, or because he didn't want to be bothered. And the reason he called the main house despite the fact that I might die was because if it later comes out that we stole the blueprints of the battleship and escaped unharmed, Sandra could also be in trouble. Jean felt like his mind was about to explode with consecutive thoughts about assumptions. Not only Muraken and I, but everyone in Run Candles must survive. At least until we escape from the second tower. Draka's main force would provide support, and after escaping the second tower, there might still be a challenging battle. Yona, Dyfus, Jane, and even Joshua needed to survive to have the slightest chance of making it through that and escaping the Literomagiccal Federation. How should I do it? I need a way to negotiate with the Tower Guardian. As he pondered up to that point, Jean saw in the distance, behind Hito, through the fleet filling the open sky, he could see something familiar, and the word that came to his mind at that moment was precisely this. Divine luck. The sky is helping me. No, maybe this was already planned from the moment they arrived. Jean immediately arrived at the conclusion of how to use this newly revealed variable in the sky. Moreover, it seemed crucial not to miss the opportunity to gather as much information as possible about Hito. Jean brought his sword closer to Sandra Zippel's throat. Even when the blade touched her neck, she seemed pleased to be closer to Jean. Make way, Tower Guardian. Hito shrugged at Jin's words. Hito, do you plan to use the young lady as a hostage? You should know that's not a great threat, considering what you experienced on the Gaifa Islands. Of course, I know Sandra Zippel is half immortal. However, that fact itself hasn't been adequately revealed to the outside world yet. Has it? Besides, The fact that Sandra tried to help me escape won't have a good effect on both you and Sandra if it becomes known worldwide. I've said it several times, return the blueprints. If you do, I'll let you live. I'm giving the same answer. I haven't stolen anything. And when I said to make way, I meant not to harm anyone from Runcandle here, not just me and Murakan. Hito's gaze hardened. Don't you think you're making excessively unreasonable demands on enemy territory? Even if you block my path, I trust one can escape from this place with Sandra. So, can you really control the mouth of this strange woman? There must be limits to controlling the media. You're crossing the line. Even if we engage in intense battles during the escape, Sandra won't die, and the fact that she is half immortal is actually an advantageous condition for me in the current situation. You speak confidently, but I'm sure you're aware that it's impossible to take the young lady and leave the Lutero-Magical Federation. Only you and Murakan can leave. Jean shook his head firmly. I'll say it one last time. Make way, Tower Guardian. Apparently frustrated, Hito took out a cigarette. The reason the 12th flag-bearer is obsessed with the young lady is that they need insurance in many ways. Even if he lets them go, it's impossible to escape the pursuit of the main house. Why insist on this? I thought he wasn't such a foolish person. Regardless of whether I step aside or not, unless the heavens' luck favors him, all the Runcandles here will inevitably face death. Hito had been thinking this since the moment he called the main house. The reason he wanted to kill everyone, excluding Jean and Murakan, was that he needed a pretext. He needed to have something to say when interrogated by Kellyark in the future. Although he didn't see Jean and Murakan due to negligence, he can claim to have eliminated everyone else. Honey. Sandra, who was so excited looking at Jin's side profile, opened her mouth. I more or less know why you're doing this. You hate that damn musclehead, right? Today I also feel like tearing him apart. How dare he put you in danger? But shouldn't you also consider Hito's perspective a bit? Surprisingly, she had accurately deciphered all the hidden currents between Jean and Hito in their conversation. The fact that Jean needed insurance and Hito needed a pretext. However, she had been unable to realize the change in the sky because she had only been admiring Jin's profile. If everyone manages to escape safe and sound, both Hito and I will be in trouble. We'll undoubtedly be interrogated. You don't want that either, right? Our married life hasn't even properly begun. And if I get stuck in some dungeon of my clan, you'd be sad. Wouldn't you? A dungeon? Miss, you won't end up in such a place. Hito, shut up. I got this. Sandra shouted vehemently, then giggled and looked back at Jean. So let's go, the three of us, you, me, and the black dragon, quietly. That way it's almost certain that you'll survive. I'll be the bait. Then no one else will get hurt, right? We'll even have a dramatic escape date. She didn't seem to classify the other Runcandle as people, except for Jean. Instead of responding, Jean stared directly at Hito. It seems the Tower Guardian still doesn't understand why I insist so stubbornly. Jean pointed his finger to the sky behind Hito. When you see that, you'll think it's not a bad idea to accept my offer. Hito turned around. In the sky floated over 100 mass-produced battleships by Zippel. Strangely, only one of them was illuminated. It wasn't a Zippel battleship. It was the battleship Grenil, the flagship of Kinselo that attacked the Sword Emperor Castle. Grenil's cannons were aimed at the stationary mass-produced battleships. Wouldn't it be better if you let us go to stop that thing? I don't think there's a better pretext for both you and your young miss than that. Jean smiled, and Hito's expression wrinkled as he smoked a cigarette. Chapter 501. Is that Kinselo's battleship that withstood the sword of the Sword Emperor? Was it called Grenil? Hito belatedly checked the battleship, feeling a wave of irritation. Thick veins fiercely twisted over his robust muscles. Since entering the 10 Stars realm as a warrior, Hito had never experienced such a frustrating situation. His skill always simplified complex matters. But now the opposite was happening. What should have been the simple task of saving Jean and Murakan had become tangled and complicated like a twisted rope. Nothing went as planned. The vault was suddenly breached, and even when trying to save Jean, he continued to resist with his strange, spiteful language. It turned out that Yona was the one who opened the vault, and he received a serious injury from her sword. Sandra, more impatient than usual, tore through the roof on her own, and now even Kinzelo's battleship was causing trouble. Even the timing of Grenil's appearance seemed like an absurd coincidence. If things continue like this, it will seem like I asked for support from the main house not for the run candle but solely for Kinzelo. Hito sighed and tousled his white hair. Suddenly, he thought that maybe this situation could be less troublesome in various ways. Well, it might have been more of a headache to explain to the patriarch that the reason I asked for support was because I couldn't handle these intruders. So, it's better. Hito, considering everything from his perspective, glanced at the hundreds of black dots in the dark dawn sky behind the run candle. They were Draka dragons flying towards them with magicians on board. Among them, the one that stood out the most was the flagship Kozek, with Octavia probably on board as the commander. If Keliark hadn't been absent, it would have been him instead of Octavia. A request for support from Hito meant that such a situation had occurred. Something had happened that he couldn't handle alone, so the clan had to be on guard. Ridiculous. Is it time to once again shed the shell of arrogance and presumption? Hito chuckled and shook his head. It seemed amusing to him that he, who considered himself strong, had handled the situation so negligently. Siren Run Candle, the strongest being he couldn't even match, would undoubtedly not have let his guard down even in this situation. What's that, Grenil? Are they firing cannons at our fleet? Said Sandra. Boom bang. Cannons were firing from all directions of Grenil. The mass-produced battleships anchored began to be mercilessly destroyed. Majestic flames swept through the darkness as if the gods were playing with fireworks, and the falling fragments looked like a meteor shower. If the public witnessed this, they would probably think that Zippel was collapsing. It was natural to think so, considering the astronomical investment made in creating such a fleet. However, the run candle swallowed dry saliva and were captivated by the unpleasant intuition that even this horrible blow to Zippel might not be enough. Only after participating in this mission did the run candle truly experience the dominance of Zippel, the world's largest. Hito, if we do this, the chances of saving Jean will increase. The main house will surely think you asked for support not for the run candle, but for Grenil, right? Honestly, it's absurd to ask for support from the main house for intruders of this level. Whether she was right or not, Sandra's voice was cheerful. That fact made the run candle feel more frustrated. So let's save them all, make way. If you don't move fast, I'll split your incompetent muscular mouth in half. While Sandra shouted again, Hito made eye contact with Jean. Truly, the heavens favor Jean Run Candle. Hito came to a conclusion, and Jean peeked into his thoughts. Jean intuitively read the gaze directed at him the moment Hito decided to discard arrogance, shed presumption, and enter a superior domain, thinking of Siren. It was a look that only someone with that level of determination could understand. Does it mean you're going to be stronger the next time we meet? Is that possible, Tower Guardian? Chilling shivers ran down his spine. He had to be prepared. Before that monster achieved another transcendence, he and Run Candle had to achieve an even more dazzling growth than that. Clank! Suddenly, the longsword bale emitted a sharp metallic sound and was dyed in a bright white light. Hito wielded his sword in the blink of an eye, and the Run Candle barely reacted, adopting a defensive posture. However, the sword's energy wave didn't touch the Run Candle, but extended behind them and towards the top of the magic tower. No! Hito, no, no! His sword pointed at the specters panting and lying in various places in the White Knight Tower. If the light moved like waves, it would look like this. Due to the sword energy scattered by Hito, the specters disintegrated like salt and scattered through the cracks that opened throughout the magic tower, disappearing. The screams the specters let out in their final moments vanished like faint echoes. At that moment, the Run Candles were once again stunned. It was not surprising that he had killed the four specters, but the sword technique he had just unleashed was proof that Hito had never revealed his full power until now. Furthermore, his sword disintegrated the target completely, resembling the level of mastery Siren had achieved. Leave, run candles. Amidst the eerie silence, Hito finally spoke. The bale longsword he held in his hand still emitted a dazzling light. A beauty. If you're going to clear the way, how about putting down the sword and talking about it? It's not like we're going to continue this. Aren't the kids getting scared? I say this because I don't think the courage of the run candle, who opposed me so much until now, is fake Murakanim. If you feel offended, allow me to apologize. Well, you don't have to go that far. Murakan transformed into a human and stood next to Jean. Keep that sword safe. It seems to have a connection with me. Come on, kid. As Jean withdrew the sword from Sandra's neck, the rest of the group exchanged glances and followed him. Passing by Hito without showing him their backs was almost like an act of suicide. But Jean didn't look him in the eyes and walked on. Jean wasn't afraid that Hito would swing the sword from behind. There was no doubt that he was not a man to be taken lightly. If the heavens favor you, Hito spoke quietly and deeply as Jean passed by his side. It must be because your father turned into the heavens themselves. It was a story about a coincidence and celestial luck that worked in Jin's favor in a way that Hito couldn't comprehend now. I'll make sure to tell my father that I've learned a couple of things from you. Miss Sandra. Again. Looking at Sandra impatiently turning her head, Hito smiled gently. Then, he carefully adjusted Sandra's disheveled clothes with his huge hands. Have a good time. Hito still trusted that Jean wouldn't escape with Sandra. It wasn't an easy situation for him either. Moreover, Jean acknowledged that Hito was not an easy man and walked past the bale longsword. Hito also judged that Jean was not someone who would kidnap Sandra and take her to the Garden of Swords. Sandra had only provided tremendous help to the run candles, and Hito considered it as their short adventure. Even if they were enemies, forcing and greedily using Sandra any further would tarnish the kind of trust they shared as warriors. All right, don't come back with a missing limb in the name of celebrating your reunion like last time. During your playtime, consider retrieving the items they took. Sandra chuckled. Why take away what I've given? It's not that big of a deal, right? Is it important to have mine and yours between a couple? I got a little mad when Jean Nim killed that bastard instead of me last time. Is that so? We're leaving, so handle the matter over there properly. In my opinion, that's a bigger problem than the assault on the vault. Sandra pointed her finger at the sky on the other side. The Grenil battleship was literally ramming like crazy. Yes, understood. See you later. Jump dash. In a single leap, Hito's figure shrank to a point in the blink of an eye. He shot up into the Soda Desert sky almost as fast as a cannon shot. The Draka dragons were also approaching Grenil and the fleet. As if the fierce battle that had just taken place was a lie, a fresh morning breeze swept through the broken white night tower. When Hito disappeared, the run candles breathed as if they had awakened from a nightmare. Undoubtedly, he was the worst and strongest enemy the flag-bearers had faced. The flag-bearers' chests filled with a feverish warmth. Although it couldn't be called brotherhood, the flag-bearers accurately read each other's emotions without saying a word. It was a firm determination and resolution to become stronger. However, one person, not a flag-bearer but a run candle, had a different thought. Yona had been enduring reflux and internal injuries since she inflicted a serious wound on Hito. Elder sister, are you okay? Jean supported her, expressing concern with a worried tone. I'm fine. What? Yona pointed at Sandra with a trembling finger. Hey, younger one. That noisy troublemaker said she's your lover, partner. Jean, I'll kill her. Sandra's affection for Jean was so annoying to Yona that she wanted to kill her. Even in the face of Yona's cold and deep murderous intent, Sandra's eyes gleamed. Oh, little sister. Can I call you little sister? Look at me, are you okay? You're so close to my Jean, aren't you? I know. Sandra knows everything. Wait a moment. I'll help you quickly, so you won't hurt yourself more. Go away. Die. It's not good for you to keep suffering until we leave the Soda Desert, little sister. We still have a long way to go, right? Where was the anesthesia? Everyone who witnessed that scene couldn't help but remain silent for a moment in absurdity. Jean and the run candles thus left the White Knight Tower. Chapter 502. A massive cloud, resembling an inverted mountain range, covered the sky of the Soda Desert. It was the cloud formed by Kinzelo's flagship, Grenil. The dark clouds continued to spew bright blue lightning bolts. It looked as if a tidal wave had spread across the sky. Inside, lifeless Zippel battleships simply shattered and crashed to the ground. 20 battleships, each the size of a small moon, had already sunk. Dragons numbering over 150, over 1,500 magicians, and the flagship Kozek. Most of Draka's reinforcements were eagerly heading towards Grenil. They thought that no force except Run Candle would be able to harm Zippel. Kinzelo, once nothing more than a third-rate terrorist group before the Holy Kingdom incident, was overshadowing the airspace of the Lutero-Magical Federation. Of course, after the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle, it became public that Kinzelo was not lacking in any of the three major factions. Grenil looked even stronger than when it first appeared at the Sword Emperor Castle. The spikes protruding from the hull emitted mana that distorted the surrounding space. The fall of the debris from the battleships made the entire Soda Desert tremble. The sandstorm, mixed with lightning, raised fierce vortexes in various places, and the battleships were slowly absorbed into them. This day had to come someday. Octavia Zippel, she was in the command room of the Kozek, observing the situation with expressionless eyes. Octavia, along with some high-ranking magicians who knew Kinzelo's power from before, showed no surprise. However, it's not that it didn't affect them, but they were more infuriated than those who had underestimated Kinzelo. Octavia, fully aware of Kinzelo's strength, had predicted such a turn of events. However, it was bitter to see them unfold. It was expected that Kinzelo's invasion of the Soda Desert was not a simple act of aggression but had underlying reasons. Surely, their leader has not fully recovered from the Sword Emperor Castle terrorist attack, and yet they rampage as if ready to start a total war. Run Candle. They were the reason. As long as Run Candle stood firm, Kinzelo took advantage of the fact that Zippel could not recklessly involve itself in a total war. At least for now. Handling both factions at once was impossible. Well, it might be possible, but Zippel would suffer catastrophic losses close to destruction after the war. In that case, another would take over world hegemony, not those who have lived under the tension of war for the last 1,000 years. Even with hundreds of flying fleets, the recreation of the Origin Orb, and the almost completion of the immortal living golem. The fact that they couldn't dominate their opponents in the long tug-of-war of nightmares was giving rise to intense resentment, as enemies exploited their vulnerability. We have to become stronger. We must recover the lost magic and divine powers of our clan as soon as possible. So, they wanted to be accused that indeed, they would become the masters of the surface before Siren's era ended, and before the leader of Kinzelo fully recovered. Dragons, magicians, and fleets surrounded Grenil. Perhaps the term surround is not appropriate. At first, Grenil showed no signs of fleeing, not even when everyone gathered against it. Octavia left the commander's room and stood in front of the Kozek. Then, she raised her glowing staff towards the sky. Bishkal Ivlianos. Octavia's resonant voice, amplified by mana, echoed in the sky. Bishkal was on board Grenil. He maintained his characteristic cold expression even with Octavia's arrival. I have always wondered why the leader of Kinzelo holds you in such high esteem. Is today an opportunity to see your skills? Bishkal had nothing to respond. He still possessed no particularly special ability. His virtue lay in being a meticulous vice leader, always maintaining a rational intellect. He could be considered skillful compared to other Kinzelo executives, who tended to be temperamental or somewhat eccentric. In a way, he easily gained favor from both internal and external people. In any case, Bishkal's unmoving and unresponsive demeanor heightened Octavia's strange anticipation. I hope a glimpse of your power is worth this humiliation. Swish! When mana emanated from Octavia's staff, Grenil's thunder that reverberated through the area calmed for a moment. For a brief moment, she used mana greater than Grenil's engine. That mana transformed into a massive net, enveloping Grenil, even managing to intercept falling battleship fragments. Woo dash! Warning sounds signaling impacts were encoded in granile. Although the protective shield that resisted even Ron's formless sword still had not a single crack, the battleship staggered under the force of the net. Octavia Zippel is truly the second in command of the world's largest clan. A warm drop of sweat slid down Bishkel's forehead. He wondered how much time the newly recruited woman could buy against their opponents. Hom dash! A woman behind Bishkel yawned as if she was about to open her mouth. She was dressed in an extravagant outfit unsuitable for combat, and a pair of small wings, the size of a palm, protruded from her back. It seems like the time has come. Hey, Vice Leader. I just have to fight them until they find those run candle, right? Anas. It would be better to approach the situation with a bit more caution. Anas Caligo, that was the woman's name. Humph. Are you saying that the second princess of the great Caligo family should take these lesser beings seriously? Oh, there are also dragons. Ana's arrogant and carefree attitude had been unsettling Bishkel since before they arrived in the desert. Oh, don't look at me like that. It's fine. I just have to do well, right? Anas casually lifted the large sword she had by her side. The way she stood up and twirled around her sword seemed quite relaxed. Instead of just buying time, can't I end them all if possible? Hehe. Now is not the time for jokes. See whether it's a joke or not. Vice Leader, why not relax and wait with a cup of hot tea while I sweep them all before dinner? Octavia squinted her eyes as she watched Anas, who had taken the lead ahead of Granil. Demon, could it be that you have opened the gate? So this is your ability, Bishkel Ivlianos. Octavia's eyes gleamed, and she began releasing mana again. Anas snorted as if it were ridiculous, and suddenly she leaped into the air towards Octavia. You're noisy, human. Wah! However, instead of reaching Octavia, Anas was intercepted by the magic of the other magicians and fell to the ground. Anas, who was covered by the breath of the dragons and magical bombardment before hitting the ground, ended up screaming like that. Vice Leader, help me. Help. Quickly. Bishkel sighed deeply, touching his forehead. Most regrettable was that Bishkel's despair did not end there. Suddenly, a sword energy tidal wave surged from the ground. Unlike Octavia's net, this sword energy directly hit Granil's protective shield. It was Hito's sword. Whoosh! A crack appeared in Granil's lower hull, and Bishkel had no idea why someone like that demon woman, similar to Bubear, accompanied him. I heard it withstood the sword of the Sword Emperor, and indeed it's a sturdy battleship. Hito, leaping once again, unleashed sword energy waves as she jumped to the forefront of Kozek. Octavia was surprised to see him injured and widened her eyes, astonished. It seems that Kinzalo has firmly decided. I was surprised that she asked for support, but how can you be so injured, sir? Also, on the way here, I saw that the second tower was completely destroyed. Like Bishkel, Hito also had nothing to say in response to Octavia. So he decided to reprimand her. It would be good if you took better care of your subordinates from now on, Captain of the Spectres. Spectres Captain. Take care of my subordinates. They followed Miss Sandra's orders without thinking. That's how I got into this mess. It wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't entirely true either. Nevertheless, Octavia had decided it wasn't the time to argue with Hito. It seems my subordinates have earned your displeasure. We'll talk about it later. First, we need to find those who gravely wounded him, sir. Who are they, and in which direction did they flee? Hito got to see Anas struggling to dodge the constant onslaught of attacks. Yuwa, Vice Leader, what are you doing? Demon. It seemed like a reasonable excuse. He hoped it was. It seems they were demons. They fled in the direction of the Kuta forest, but I didn't know their path after that. Was there any run candle with them? Flagbearers, Black Knight, and the Black Dragon Murakan were with them. Hito couldn't deceive her about that. Although not perfect, it certainly came closer to the truth, so saying that he has never known run candle would be a betrayal beyond simple deceit. If that happened, Sandra would be in danger. Octavia's eyes widened once again upon hearing the word Murakan. The fact that the black dragon came means that the 12th flag-bearer is also in the Soda Desert. It makes more sense why he fought, sir. You should hurry if you don't want to miss them. Octavia drew a long line in the sky with her staff. A light made of mana moved, forming command runes in the sky. Focus on the direction of the Kuta forest and search for the fugitives. Capture Jean Runcandle alive. As soon as the order was given, 10 dragons broke away from their ranks and began flying at full speed towards the Kuta forest. Having already experienced several times the misfortune of letting Jean slip away before their eyes, the specters were now determined to capture him at all costs. Unfortunately, the direction indicated by Hito, the Kuta forest, was exactly opposite to the one Jean and Sandra had taken. Hito cleared his throat and redirected the sword energy towards Granil once again. Chapter 503, Runcandles and Sandra also watched the battle taking place in the sky. A bit lower, explosions continued to occur in the ground area. The battle between Kinselo and Zippel continued in the underground shipyard. The situation remained unfavorable for the Runcandles. Yona was unconscious, supported by Jean. Joshua, Dyphus, and Jane also suffered significant injuries from the recent battle. The fate of the Black Knight Mon, who remained in the shipyard, could not be immediately confirmed. Among the group, only Jean and Murakan were in a condition to continue fighting. Moreover, leaving the Lutero-Magical Federation would still take a considerable amount of time. Ha, Jean, it seems Hito has played his role well. Seeing my aunt's magicians heading in the wrong direction is quite revealing. Sandra spoke with an excited voice, but the Spectre Corps was not foolish. If they find no traces of escape in the Kuta forest, they will undoubtedly change direction and expand the search area widely. Considering the state of emergency declared some time ago, not only the Spectre Corps but the entire area adjacent to the Soda Desert would have been under lockdown and surveillance. They had to go through all that and return to the clan. What is somewhat fortunate is that there is a high chance that Kinselo will help us escape. Kinselo, another enemy appearing at just the right moment. Jean was convinced that Granil's appearance was by no means a coincidence. They might not know the situation in detail from what just happened in the second magic tower, but they at least know about us. No, they know that elder sister Yona has stolen the vault. Since she commissioned it. Just before losing consciousness, Yona handed Jean 2 things. One was the blueprint of the battleship and the other a small and unknown type of machinery. The machine had the shape of a board a little smaller than the palm of the hand, and when shaken, it emitted a sound resembling that of a complex tangle of gears inside. Its purpose was unclear. Even Joshua, who had heard about the blueprint and the existence of the machinery from the Prophet and Sandra Zippel, could not determine the exact use of the machine. However, since it was accompanied by the blueprint, it was undoubtedly an essential item. The energy emanating from the object was strangely extraordinary. Kinselo must have sent Granil to prevent us from being attacked by Draka's reinforcements. The reason was clear. Kinselo was causing this disorder to loot the vault in the first place. Naturally, they needed to take the items obtained by Runcandle. If Runcandle was forcibly captured by Zippel's main force, they would never be able to get those items back. The identity of the Kinselo member who assumed the role of finding the group, and when they would arrive, was crucial. Or they can deal with them with their current power, or they can have a conversation. It would be good if someone arrived who fulfilled at least one of the conditions. However, even if someone who did not meet the conditions came, it would not be a significant problem. As long as we have the blueprint and the machine, I will have the initiative, whoever comes for Kinselo after us. While Jean organized his thoughts, Sandra continued talking without pause. If it weren't for my younger sister, I might have been the one carrying you on my back. It's a shame, but I can't make someone who fainted like this walk. How about we join our arms? The other Runcandles watching. Sandra could barely disguise their discomfort. Why is Sandra Zippel trying to help the younger one? Judging solely by Sandra's demeanor, they seemed like a newlywed couple who couldn't live without each other. Thanks to her, we easily escaped from the second magic tower, but is this really right? Even if Sandra Zippel hadn't intervened, the younger one and Murakan probably could have escaped from the second magic tower. It's hard to understand, but Hito followed Sandra Zippel's orders absolutely, and he was clearly trying to kill me, Dyfus, and Jane until Sandra ordered her to clear the way. If it weren't for Sandra, the other run candles, excluding Jean and Murakan, would have undoubtedly died. Dyfus and Joshua were convinced of that. In reality, it probably would have been the case. Even considering Yona's contributions, Hito was not someone the current flag-bearers could handle. Jean also struggled to decide how to treat her. Sandra Zippel. Yes, Jean Nim. I am not your lover, let alone your husband. Jean couldn't comprehend Sandra's feelings. Putting aside their incompatible origins as run candles and Zippels, her unilateral affection was something that couldn't be simply explained as peculiar. The two first met in Gaifa and it was as enemies. Sandra's behavior wasn't scary or seriously unpleasant. However, Jean wasn't content with the situation where he only received help from her without giving anything in return. But it is a fact that thanks to you, the lives of my brothers and the Black Knight were saved. I want to repay you in some way. If there's anything you need, ask for it. If it's within my power, I will take care of it after we escape. Sandra closed her mouth for the first time at Jin's calm voice. No matter how much of an enemy he was, this indifferent attitude was hard to accept with common sense. But a line had to be drawn. That was Jin's stance, and he believed that anyone in the world would think the same. Sandra seemed visibly surprised by Jin's serene words. Oh, brat. That was a very cold comment. Impressive. Very impressive. Murakan, feeling uncomfortable seeing Sandra silent, uttered those words for no reason. He had never seen a person like Sandra in his over 3,000 years of existence. However, the reason Sandra remained silent was not that she felt hurt by Jin's indifferent attitude. Right, Murakan Nim, you sure know how cool my Jean is. She simply closed her mouth because Jin's composure seemed astonishingly cool. How could such a reaction arise from my words? It was a series of surprises. A chill ran down Jean and everyone else's spine. The more I see you, the more attractive you seem. I'm more certain each time. Falling in love with Jean Nim was the best decision of my life. No, what is this? I will definitely marry you, Jean Nim. It's true we're not lovers or spouses yet. I think I've jumped the gun a bit. Just a bit. Jean almost stumbled over his words. Jean Nim, I decided to love you for no reason, so I don't ask for anything in return, and like many other types of love, there's no need to understand it. Sandra smiled and continued her words. It's just a spark in a boring life. Occasionally, lightning can strike a clear sky, right? Seeing how Sandra unexpectedly praised love, Jean concluded that there was no need to worry about her anymore. There was no response. I understand what you mean. Of course, my unrequited love is only for Jean Nim and the little sister. As for the rest, since I saved you, what should I receive in return? Him. I understand the reason for the younger one, but why is Yona included? Dyfus asked. Because she's the little sister. Ah, I see. He decided not to think about it too complicatedly now. It seemed easier to understand that Sandra Zippel was a person like that. Above all, Jean especially values his little sister, right? As far as I know, the only siblings he has a good relationship with are the older and younger sisters. Maybe Mary is included too. I'll keep that in mind. And you, fourth flag bearer? I don't know. But it's almost certain that the younger one despises that guy more than anyone else. That's why I was a little puzzled too. If I were Jean, I would have killed the second flag bearer using Hito. It's a situation where we need all the help to escape. I can't help it. But even if it were me, I would have done the same. The younger one has a truly big heart. There's nothing that's not cool about him from start to finish. Dyfus and Sandra, who laughed heartily, seemed strangely in sync. Dyfus, wake up. She's showing goodwill, but she's still an enemy. Moreover, she's a pure-blooded Zippel. Is a relationship worthy of such ridiculous jokes? As if expecting this reaction, Dyfus's eyes darkened with murderous intent. Is it a joke? Damned bastard. What did you say? I would like to crush you right now. You should know better than anyone the mistakes you've made. You, the second flag-bearer of the family, became the next patriarch thanks to our mother. You put everyone in danger on this mission. It's nothing short of treason. Treason? Are you doing this because I didn't share all the information? I know you don't like it, but I judged that it was the best for the success of the mission. Hito was an unknown variable. Bold words from you. If it weren't for the younger one, you would have perished due to your brilliant judgment. That's a fact that can't be denied. You're acting like a child, Dyfus. Fourth flag-bearer, you better stop. Escaping enemy territory is our priority. When Jane intervened, Dyfus let out a bitter laugh. It's for the mission, for the family. I feel bad. How much benefit have you gained so far with such pompous words? Surely the time will come when everyone finds out whether what you say is true or false. Once again, excluding Sandra, silence fell. The wind erased the group's footsteps. And when the noise of the battle and explosions in the sky and the shipyard became much more distant, and the thick sandstorm obscured the view, the group could confirm that a dark silhouette was approaching them from the distance. They are here. Someone from Kinsalo. Chapter 504. The group unsheathed their swords in silence. Due to the sandy storm, it was impossible to quickly identify who the approaching figure was. The approaching person's silhouette showed no signs of intimidation at all. This fact unsettled the group a bit. It doesn't seem to be Zippel. Judging by the fact that they're not immediately firing a signal flare, Joshua said in a low voice. As he mentioned, if it were Zippel, the person would have immediately fired a signal flare upon recognizing the presence of the run candles. The distance between the group and the person gradually closed. Oh, but the second flag-bearer really has excellent knowledge of the situation, right? However, what is that on their back? A sword? Isn't it too large to be called a sword? It looks peculiar. I heard of someone using such a weapon in this world. Who was it? An incredibly large and rough-looking sword. Ah, elder sister. Right, the elder sister. White Whale uses a weapon like that, doesn't she? It could be called an axe rather than a sword. There was only one person in the world who used such a weapon, Luna Runcandle. At least until recently. Jean and Murakan had encountered an individual wielding Luna's symbolic axesword like a toy not long ago at the Black King's mountain hideout. It can't be. Darn it. That crazy dragoness? Both recalled the memories of that day at the same time, while the rest of the Runcandles had no idea of the person's true identity. After all, Luna was not present. Finally, the group could see the face of the approaching person. A face so white and beautiful that it seemed to glow even in the sandy storm, and a physique so slender that it seemed strange for them to carry an axe sword. The demon dragon, Zephyrin. Wow, Jean and the black dragon Murakan. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you here. Sandra was the first to react to Zephyrn's appearance. Hey, who are you? Are you close to Jean Nim? Ah, Sandra, right? Is there a reason you're asking if we're close? If you're close to him, I'll treat you like an elder sister or consider you a cute little / younger sister. Murakan nudged Sandra on the shoulder. Sandra, who had been irritated by the clear signal that they didn't have a relationship, began to show her hostility. I almost made a mistake. What's the point of pretending we're close? Acting friendly? Wow, your words are quite harsh. Are you sure you won't get into trouble if you criticize me so confidently? Miss Living Golem. Would you like to see if I die first? Or you die first? How amusing. Did something go wrong in your head when you became a living golem? Seeing Zephyrin laugh cheerfully, Jean and Murakan remembered the challenging fight they had that day. I think it might be the dragon of Kinsalo's leader. That annoying guy? It's possible. The power he showed during the attack on Sword Emperor Castle was divine. Murakanim and the 12th flag-bearer. It seems there's no way out if the fight drags on. Is there no way out if the fight drags on? It's not that simple. We can never defeat her. Once they escaped from Hito, facing Zephyrin seemed like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Within Jin's embrace were the things Zephyrin had come for. Joshua, Dyfus, and Jane had not yet discovered Zephyrn's true identity, but they recognized that she was extraordinary. And Murakan, who would have uttered curses, showed no signs of fighting. In fact, Murakan's mouth itched so much that he was going crazy, but he restrained himself because Jean might die if he fought Zephyrin now. It wasn't just about settling scores with Zephyrin. If they engaged in a battle with her, Zippel's pursuit unit would inevitably join, and Kinzelo's forces, including Granil, could also follow suit. Sandra, on Murakan's behalf, cursed and swore constantly. It was a mystery where she had learned such terrible words, but they were terrifying enough to make even the worst alley thugs cower. And Jean silently sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's what he expected. Just as other run candles read the atmosphere from Murakan's attitude, Jean grasped the situation through Zephyrn's actions. It is clear that the plans of the battleship and the stolen machinery from the second Magic Tower's vault are also crucial for Kinzelo. It had already been proven by the resources and manpower Kinzelo had invested, but Zephyrn's actions made it even more certain. The Zephyrin that Jean remembered was not someone who prioritized talking when a problem arose. Her usual approach was to stab her opponent without warning. But now, she narrowed her eyes and spoke. Well, I guess there's no need to talk too much. I can't stand the shrill voice of that living golem anymore. Jean, hand over the items stolen from the vault. And if I refuse, then they will be killed. Simple, right? Or do you also want to know how they will die? At the mention of being killed, the other run candles felt a renewed sense of shame. Both Hito, with whom they had fought a moment ago, and the woman in front of them looked at the run candles with disdain. But there was no other way. We are weak. That was the truth. Born as pure-blooded run candles, after becoming flag-bearers, there had never been a time when they experienced such consecutive misfortunes. While the brothers gritted their teeth, the smile Jean hid inside deepened. I almost won. Even if pure strength wasn't on their side, the situation and conditions were changing in their favor. Even on the Black King's Mountain, Zephyrin had no intention of killing him. Killing me could pose a problem in obtaining Soderet's contract. If that was the case back then, it was probably the same now. Unless Kinzelo had made extraordinary progress in the meantime, Zephyrin couldn't kill Jean yet. And this place was Lutero Magical Federation, near Draka. If a fight erupted and turned into a showdown where members of Kinzelo and Zippel gathered to fight for Jean, there was a high chance that Zippel, not Kinzelo, would end up taking Jean. In that case, they would not only lose the items but also Jean, a substantial loss for Kinzelo. Kill? You talk about it too easily, Zephyrin. Do you think I can't do it? That's right. You seem very confident, believing that last time you caught me off guard and beat me. But today, I'm not in a good mood. Murakan had assessed Zephyrin as someone he couldn't defeat at that moment. Also, she, like Murakan, seemed unable to use her full power for some reason. In the Black King's Mountain, Zephyrin had left the battlefield without gaining anything. It's probably because she hasn't fully healed from that blow test dealt her back then. Of course, it couldn't be determined for sure, but intuition spoke. It said that there would be no problem even if he went all out. So, what are you suggesting? Are you asking me to comply while complaining? Are you going to keep not cooperating until the end? Probably because you think I won't kill you unless necessary. Why make useless threats when you know very well? I said unless necessary. And even if I keep you alive, killing your younger sister you're carrying, your brothers, and the Black Knights won't be a problem. Wouldn't that be sad? Then stop talking so much that your mouth hurts and give it a try. Sure. Do what Jean says. Stop barking if you can't bite. While Jean and Sandra spoke at the same time, Zephyrn's lips curled. The effort to maintain composure and a smile despite the boiling anger appeared as a spasm. For a moment, a tense silence filled the air. The group recognized that Zephyrin was stretching her patience. In reality, she was considering whether it would be better to kill them all given the circumstances. Jean handed Yona to Murakan and carefully took out the plans and machinery from his embrace. He then held one in each hand and waved them gently towards Zephyrin. You look so intimidating that I had no choice but to bring these out. Give them to me. It seems you still don't understand. Huh? Don't move. If you keep threatening us, I wonder what will happen to the items we worked so hard to obtain. I don't know either. Swoosh! Suddenly, a flickering flame appeared in Jin's left hand, holding the plans. It was a fire formed with mana. Zephyrin stood like a stone statue, eyes wide open, and the run candles showed similar reactions. Didn't you know how hard we worked to get these? Enough! You stop your clumsy threats, Zephyrin. Are you not feeling well today? Neither am I. That's why I could really throw these away. After the plans burn, I won't hesitate for a second to destroy the machinery. Crackle. The flame contained at most a 3-star level of mana, but to everyone's eyes, it seemed like a disaster. Of course, Sandra internally expressed her admiration again. Jean Runcandle, you bastard. This is what you have to do for threats, right? You came to us with an attitude as if you were grabbing straws. Don't you think you're being too arrogant, Zephyrin? If something happens to those items, you'll all die. I know, okay? In a way, I'm just gambling. Let's see whose hand is stronger. Naturally, the plans were protected by defensive magic. However, at best, this protected a single sheet of paper, and as there were sensitive runic characters everywhere, the paper would have suffered irreparable damage in seconds. Like a burning nail. Jin's words were not wrong. Kinselo and Zephyrin were also clearly aware that the whole situation was unfavorable from the moment she came to visit them. However, they had no idea that Jean would show himself so strong. More specifically, Bishkal and Margiela expected it, but they hadn't foreseen that Jean would be so uncompromising. Or, rather, they thought Jean would give them a break, especially because Zippel and Hito had pushed them to the limit throughout the journey. Jean wasn't fooled. Once again, he used his means without hesitation. Put it out. Putting it out won't be so easy. I won't attack, so put it out right now. Yes, I think you can put it out, younger one. Hurry. It's burning. The brothers thought the same as Zephyrin. Jean hadn't explained it to them, but now they almost perfectly understood the situation. But Jean shook his head again. Joshua almost shouted at that moment, telling him to put out the fire. It's not enough. There's one more condition. Damn it. What more do you want, you bastard? Jean smiled satisfied and said, You and Kinselo lost the bet, so you have to pay the price. Speak quickly. Zephyrin, until we leave Ludero-Magical Federation, you must escort the run candles away from Zippel. If you agree, then I'll put out the fire. Zephyrin was already nodding even before Jean finished speaking. Chapter 505, just 1 second. Or maybe even less than that. If it had been delayed even a bit, the battleship plans would have suffered irreparable damage. Those who confirmed that Jin's fire had been extinguished were unable to move for a while, even after seeing that the plans were safe. Just in case. Jean put the blueprint and the machinery back into his coat pocket with an expressionless face. It would be wise for you not to break your promise or plot anything behind my back. If you want to leave room for negotiation on the plans and machinery in the future, of course. For someone worried about that, you seem very sure of yourself, Jean Nim. Rest assured that won't happen. However, Zephyrin showed intense killing intent to the point that her facial skin tingled. You'll have to negotiate with us for those items somehow in the future. If you back out or change your words, I don't know how things will go for you at that time. It's a warning, and I'll break you into 10,000 pieces. Why do you try to maintain a bloody atmosphere to the end for a debatable point? If you kill Jean Nim, I won't break you into 10,000 pieces, but into 1,000,000. Living golem, humans already have a short life, so don't hasten your death too much. Do you want me to tell you how many semi-immortal beings I've sent to hell in my lifetime? Jean lightly tapped Sandra's shoulder with his finger. Jin's intention was not to provoke Zephyrin any further. I was planning to negotiate with Kinselo later even if you hadn't intervened. We obtained the plans, but our family lacks the technological capability to decipher or produce them. It was a weakness that didn't need to be hidden or disguised. Runcandle had only survived 1,000 years with a single sword. Having an extreme aversion to magic, it was natural that Runcandle had contributed little to the development of civilization derived from magical research. Other major factions had achieved various technological advances and innovations during that time. Zippel, the imperial family, and even Kinsalo, which had recently revealed its prominence, were no exception. It might have been a miracle that the family had survived so far solely based on strength. Looking at it another way, it could also be a testament to how remarkable Runcandle was. The overwhelming strength that each Runcandle possessed, the power that had sustained them for 1,000 years, was coming to an end. All current Runcandles felt it deeply. Now, Runcandles needed something more. Indeed, the Genesis Knight level reached by Siren, for the first time since Timar, was paradoxically proving it. Even though a new Genesis Knight had finally appeared, Runcandle was unable to avoid its inherent decline. The time for change had come, and even now, slowly but surely, it was changing. Among the flag-bearers, there were certainly those who tried or thought about change. Jean, who declared the reinstatement of the magic sword, Joshua, who believed in the power of prophecy, and Dyphus, convinced of the need for innovation after this incident, were representative examples. Each of them had these thoughts. I need to escape the desert and delay as much as possible the moment of sitting at the negotiating table with Kinsalo. I must obtain information about the plans and devices somehow within that time. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to make a losing negotiation. Negotiation? There's no need for that, younger one. Even without Kinsalo's technological capabilities, I already have the means to produce battleships. Joshua, Mother, and that entity called the Prophet, maybe they already have the means to produce battleships. Protect the plans and choose whom to trade with between the family and Kinsalo. It will all be a tough battle. Before returning, I have to deal with Joshua to lighten my burden. Dyphus hadn't given up on killing Joshua. We have to assassinate him before escaping from the Soda Desert, if possible. Even if I can't kill him this time, I'll create an opportunity when I return to the main family. Definitely. That is the way for us. Zephyrin smiled cheerfully. She was hiding her agitated emotions again. That's right, for Runcandle, those things are really like a pearl necklace around a pig's neck. I won't make such a foolish mistake in the next negotiation. So, enjoy today's small victory, Jean Nim. Jean, Murakan, Yona, Joshua, Dyphus, Jane, Sandra, and Zephyrin. And so began a strange and uncomfortable companionship. Zippel and Kinsalo were still waging a fierce battle in the sky and on the ground, and the dawn in the desert was coming to an end. Being protected by an enemy of another was not a pleasant situation. The Runcandles, who walked expressionless, felt a choking sensation in their chests, as if a large lump of lead settled there. Although it was not yet visible, the group felt that the Spectre Corps' pursuit network was slowly closing in. At least 2 more hours. They will undoubtedly find us in that time. It would be good if they didn't expose us until we leave the desert. Zephyrin was strong. The confidence that she could face Murakan at her best was not false. However, Jean believed that she, like Murakan, was not in perfect condition. The same thing happened when they first fought on the Black King's Mountain, and now the shock from back then would worsen the situation. In reality, Zephyrin currently did not possess transcendental power at the level of Hito. Her strength came from the leader of Kinsalo, and he was in an extremely unstable state after the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle. Even if Zephyrin were in a completely healthy state, contrary to what I thought, she wouldn't be able to face the entire Spectre Corps alone. That would be impossible even for Hito. If someone discovers the group, they would send a signal and then the entire Spectre Corps would come here. Also, Zephyrin won't sacrifice her life to protect us. In the worst case, she may abandon both us and the merchandise and escape alone. Jean glanced back for a moment. He intended to check the situation between Zippel and Granil unfolding in the sky. Zephyrin let out a mocking laugh at that sight. You seem anxious. There's no need to hope for Granil to divert Zippel and join this escort. This isn't a crisis where I need more help from the enemy. This just confirms once again that the power of your battleship is stronger than back then. Anyway, it seems like you'll never shut up even if you drown, Jean Nim. You're nothing more than a kind of insurance. And insurances don't speak. If you don't want Murakan or Sandra's useless curses, it's better to stay silent. That's right. If one leaves Soda Desert heading opposite to Kuta Forest, they will reach Roman forest, and crossing that forest will lead to the central border of the literal magical federation. The border is guarded by Zippel and 5 autonomous districts, and 8 autonomous countries. If they pass through all that and go beyond, they will reach the sea, the literal Western Sea, and then they will have to travel a long way to reach neutral waters. Infiltrating and escaping from the very center of the Federation is almost impossible. The former was achieved relatively easily through the infiltration tunnels created by the Prophet, but that path couldn't be used for escape. The group moved assuming that the infiltration routes and tunnels created by the Prophet had already been exposed. Therefore, their speed was slower, and the burden of unpredictable dangers was significant. Who in the midst of the desert winds, the rough breathing of a group member became increasingly audible. It was the rough breath of Jane, the Black Knight. She suffered the most significant injuries during the battle with Hito. Despite being a Black Knight, she couldn't withstand the continuous bleeding and setbacks without showing any signs. "Jane, are you okay?" She nodded, but her whole body trembled like a quaking aspen. Blood flowed from Jane's boots with every step she took. She carefully removed the cloak covering her body, and they could see her ribs exposed between the torn infiltration suit and bandages. Black blood oozed from her pale bones. The reason she kept walking was that she is a Black Knight. If she weren't, she would have already passed out and found death. "I need to wrap new bandages." Ugh! Healing magic bandages were only improvised first aid. She was feeling death. Not only she, but everyone felt the same. This time, Jean couldn't hide his conflicting emotions. Even though she follows Joshua, she's a Black Knight of the family. A person who has dedicated herself to the family more than anyone. Is this the only way it ends? If they didn't leave quickly, Jane would surely die. But they simply couldn't escape that fast. While the group changed the bandages, Sandra gave painkillers to Jane. "I take this when I have after effects from experiments. If you swallow it, you'll feel a little better. It's the most effective painkiller in the world." "Don't feel pain," Jean looked sad. "It interferes with our date." Jean stared at the painkillers for a moment, and at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-hatred for the thoughts crossing his mind. "It's a scene that makes me want to cry. Do you happen to have a handkerchief? I might need one too. That girl's death seems inevitable, so wouldn't it be better to send her off comfortably? Even considering the efficiency of our escape, it seems like a better option." Zephyrin said that and pointed forward with her finger. The entrance to Roman forest was visible. That forest was already besieged right after the terrorist attack on the shipyards began. It was such a tight siege that no one could sneak in, except Jean-Nim's younger sister. "We have to force our way through, but you wouldn't think it's possible with a patient, right?" There was no need to confirm the credibility of her words. Except for teleporting and flying, the only possible escape routes were toward Kuta Forest and Roman Forest. It was impossible that Zippel had left those routes unguarded. "At least, the Spectre Corps hasn't discovered us during our journey here." "Not yet." Jean exchanged a glance with Zephyrin. "It would have been difficult without you." "That's your role, Zephyrin." "Huh. From now on, clear the way on the right to divert their attention. We'll escape the desert after the Spectre Corps focuses on you. I think it would be more rational for all of us to clear the way to the border as soon as possible, and I act as bait from there, right? If there's a commotion, the Spectre Corps will come, right? Do you really think the Black Knight can survive? Do you plan to use me as bait, thinking she can survive here?" Jean remained silent. "You don't know that anyway. It would be impossible for everyone to return alive, right? You're being too greedy, Jean-Nim. That Black Knight is already practically a half-orc. Shut up and go quickly. I'm the one making decisions, not you." The reason Jean didn't give up on Jane's life wasn't just emotional issues. Although Zephyrin and Sandra, who don't show it but actually agree with that opinion, can't know that fact. "Why do you care about me? It won't be a big loss for you." Zephyrin shrugged at those words. "Well, I'll go along with it. It's not really harmful to me, as you said. It's a bit uncomfortable, but rejecting it won't set you back at all. You're doing this for the life of the Black Knight. I thought you were completely cold, but it seems there's a childish side to you." There would be no chance during the escort, but he judged that the possibility of stealing items would increase as Jean and his group escaped Zippel's pursuit. After all, she wasn't the only one from Kinslow here. Moreover, even after becoming bait, she could escape without getting caught and return to Jin's side at any time. At that moment, Jean being in a critical situation was best for Zephyrin. See you at the border. Take good care of the items. Chapter 506. Cheeing Dash. Zephyrin's axe sword emitted a purple demonic energy. At the same time, signal flares shot up from various places in the desert and the Roman forest. A variety of magical signals painted the sky in an instant, turning the battlefield into a festive display. Enemy detected. The enemy has been detect. Arg. The magician who shouted couldn't finish the sentence and met his death. Zephyrin's purple energy sword cleaved his body in half. Although it was dawn, visibility remained blurry due to the sandstorm, and magicians waiting in the Roman forest were extremely nervous and on guard. They made a fatal mistake due to excessive tension. Detonating unidentified signal flares without accurately identifying the enemy was clearly a fatal error. Gather. They are planning to force their way through. Block them. Zephyrin's sword energy ruthlessly swept through the forest. Magicians spent the first few seconds desperately blocking the sword energy, but commanders soon realized something was wrong. What? It's not shadow energy or an aura. That demonic energy, it's not Run Candle. It's a Kinslow demon. How many? Confirmed as one. Unknown identity. Presumed to be female. Damn. The signal flares. Ugh. Zephyrin closed the distance in an instant and beheaded the shouting commander. Haha. What can I do if everyone is so stupid? The eyes of other magicians almost popped out as they confirmed her identity. Are you Zephyrin? Third-class researcher. Zephyrin? Barak Nim, Miss Zephyrin is someone we cannot punish. I know. I just asked because I wanted to know if you had any tricks up your sleeve, Vice Leader. If the leader's recovery is further delayed, it will postpone our great cause. In that case, I will personally meet and make a request to him. I will ask him to remain among Zippel's ranks as a spy for a while. I think it's the most we can demand from Miss Zephyrin. After forcing the leader's power on the Black King's Mountain, Zephyrin agreed to Bishkel's request and became a third-class researcher in Zippel, working as a spy. Therefore, her appearance was an even greater surprise to the magicians in the Roman forest. Yes, I am Zephyrin. Now that I think about it, the commander who just died held a grudge against me, didn't he? Ugh. He wasn't supposed to die so easily. What kind of betrayal is this? Are you all too bewildered to understand the situation? I've been a spy from the beginning. You fools were just captivated by my appearance. Arg. Magicians were almost swept away like fallen leaves by Zephyrin's axe sword moving in all directions. At least 3 or more magicians died with each swing, but the number of magicians gathered after the initial signal flare easily surpassed 1,000. Chain barriers were erected, and attack spells rained down in all directions. Meanwhile, confusion among those observing the signals from the desert intensified. Flares were fired in the Roman forest. Have they found Run Candle? What is this? A yellow signal is being fired to indicate an internal betrayal. What is happening in the Roman forest? From Draca to the Soda Desert, passing through the Roman forest and up to the border of the Magical Federation, all Zippel members in the area were too preoccupied deciphering the chaotic content of the signal flares to focus. Octavia still had to deal with Gurnal, so she had no spare room. However, Draca and the Spectre Corps needed to make quick decisions. Was their escape to the Kuta forest initially just a distraction? This could be a double bluff, or it could be another attack from Kinslow. But there are still no traces of their escape near the Kuta forest. Squad leader. Decide. The Spectre Corps squad leader soon made a decision. Squads 1, 2, and 3 head to the Roman forest. The rest continue searching the Kuta forest. Squads 1, 2, and 3. The dragons transported almost 20 members of the Spectre Corps and changed direction. Now it was Jin's turn to make a decision. The entire Spectre Corps won't come after us. Since the signal is unclear, They can't completely abandon the search in the direction of the Kuta forest. Jane's heavy breathing calmed down after taking the painkiller. Brat, that crazy demon dragon sure knows how to draw attention. Move out. Hey, Black Knight, can you hold on a bit? Yes, Murakanim. I can fight. What's the point of fighting with that body? Are you trying to show off? Get on my back. Hey girl, Karyona again. Surprisingly, Jane willingly climbed onto Murakan's back. I apologize for showing such an unpleasant sight to the family's guardian deity. Don't be so embarrassed. Even knights from ancient Runcandle, stronger than you, have vomited and caused a ruckus on my back. In which direction? Will they move? As forces converged on the right side where Zephyrin had cleared a path, choosing the opposite direction seemed the obvious option. Everyone thought so, but Jean was reaching a different conclusion. Wait a moment. Then we will break through in the same direction as Zephyrin. Brat, what are you talking about? If that's the case, why did you tell Zephyrin to draw attention? What did you say? The Spectre Corps is coming. So why do you want to wait? Oh, Nim, do you have something else in mind? The group expressed their doubts. The Spectre Corps' objective coming to the Roman forest for support is not to subdue or kill Zephyrin. The Spectre Corps' top priority is to find us, whether the magicians die or not. The group's eyes widened at his words. In other words, the Spectre Corps will search the entire Roman forest, avoiding fighting Zephyrin as much as possible. Fighting her would only hinder the search. Jin's words were correct. Even in the midst of urgency, the group couldn't help but admire him. They couldn't comprehend how he could have such insight in such a short time. Wow. He's so crazy, so cool that I might faint. The moment the troops are more focused on Zephyrin, we'll follow her path. Then we'll silently escape the Roman forest, dealing with any enemies that may follow us. We must refrain from using aura as much as possible not to be distinguished from Zephyrin. The demonic energy, which was frantically cutting through the forest and magicians, was emphasizing Zephyrin's presence. The moment the aura blended among them, the group would immediately be exposed to the specters. I'll give you a signal when I think it's the right time. Hidden in the sandstorm, the group waited for Jean to speak again. It had been 5 minutes since Jean spoke, just after Zephyrin raised a storm with her demonic energy. Let's go! The Runcandles charged into the Roman forest. The magicians pursuing Zephyrin were visible from the start. They were too busy reading the situation and spreading information, so they didn't notice Runcandle swords falling on their necks. Thud! Not using aura didn't mean the sword would dull. The Runcandles gritted their teeth and ran, leaving behind the fallen magicians' necks. Ugh! Run! Runcandle, quickly! They were desperate. Throughout the time the Runcandles were running, they prayed in their hearts for the forest to end quickly so they could get out unharmed. Fortunately, the magicians didn't discover them, and even if they did, they killed them immediately. After running for who knows how long, the sound of the air being abruptly cut reached their ears. The dragons carrying the Spectre Corps were flying in the air. They had just arrived in the Roman forest. As Jean had predicted, the Spectre Corps refrained from facing Zephyrin and instead seemed to focus on searching the area. The shadows of the forest protected the Runcandles from their eyes. Ha, ha, ha! Finally, as morning shone fully, the Runcandles managed to escape from the Roman forest. Their bodies were covered in sticky magician blood, sweat, wood fragments, and dust, but no one was dead or severely injured. The forest magicians were still chasing Zephyrin towards the border. Additionally, some Spectre Corps members were also following Zephyrin due to the severe damage she had caused in the forest. Now, if they could cross the central border of the Federation, the chances of escaping would increase dramatically. However, it was inevitable that the group would be exposed to the Spectre Corps before they could choose a new escape direction. The Runcandles found themselves facing figures dressed in gray, their staffs pointing at them. About 10. Jean calmly counted their heads. 10 members of the Spectre Corps. The ones who had chased Zephyrin wouldn't return. Instead, the Spectre Corps stationed in the Kuta forest would hurry to support them when the battle began. Bang! Their leader fired a signaling flare, indicating that the target had been found. Nim, Jane spoke. Please let me down. The first time she obediently climbed onto Muraken's back wasn't any different. She wanted to conserve all the remaining strength she had. And the reason Jean tried to save Jane at all costs was the same. The sacrifice of a Black Knight was necessary in times like these. Although they didn't say anything, both Jean and Jane had prepared themselves from the moment they decided that Zephyrin should draw attention. Nim, there's no need to say it, 12th flag-bearer. I see. Your choice to bring me here was the right one. Sandra Zippel, even though we are enemies, I am grateful for your help. The painkillers are proving somewhat useful. Jane unsheathed her sword and stood in front of the group. There was no room for apologies. I won't forget the sacrifice today, Black Knight. A death dedicated to the family is more valuable than life. Therefore, this is not a sacrifice but the greatest glory. The tremor that felt like it could break at any moment while being carried on Muraken's back soon subsided. Jane's sword calmly and firmly pointed at the enemies. I may not be able to prolong this for much longer. Go quickly. You must survive to witness my glory. Although there were other unspoken words within her, Jane didn't say them out loud. 12th flag-bearer, truly, if the opportunity arises, I would like to serve you. Not the 2nd flag-bearer. After looking at Jane for a moment, Jean shouted, calling his elder brother. 2nd flag-bearer, Joshua Runcandle, and then continued, don't just stand there. Help Jane Nim in her final battle. That may be the only way to wash away a bit of your dishonor and betrayal. Chapter 507. It was an event that no one had foreseen. However, Jean had planned to use Joshua like this from the beginning of the escape. It's a crisis that can only be overcome if someone makes a sacrifice. And, of course, the only one in the group who didn't mind dying was Joshua, the clone. Jean also wanted to save Jane with a desperate heart. But Jane was already in a state where she couldn't be revived unless there was a numerous legacy, and realistically, she wouldn't be able to withstand against 10 specters, along with additional reinforcements. There was a brief silence. I was going to do it even if you didn't say it. Soon, Joshua replied with a calm voice, and even Jane looked at him in surprise. The person who was most shocked was Dyphus. What? Joshua? Are you serious? 2nd flag-bearer, you won't survive if you join me. I'm glad to be able to risk my life now instead of fighting the Tower Guardian. Joshua, what are you thinking? It's simple, Dyphus. I'm making a decision for the family. If you have any complaints, step forward in my place. I'm not complaining. On the contrary, the thorn I have has disappeared on its own. However, I know better than anyone that you're not the kind of person who would give up their life so easily. It wasn't the time for a long conversation. See you later, 2nd flag-bearer. Swish! Joshua threw the black sword, Caner, he carried at his waist, towards Jean. Even if the clone died, there was no need to lose the sword. I'll come back for it. I also thought the sword is precious. But with what else can you fight? At the moment Jean spoke up to there. Suddenly, Joshua's pupils turned black, even the whites of his eyes. If it's still not enough, I should consider using that power. The thought Joshua had when he fought against Hito. The power he hesitated to use in the battle with Hito now colored his eyes with an opaque black light and formed a new sword in his hand. Joshua, what is this? Tainted energy? What surrounded Joshua seemed similar to the tainted energy used by Amala in Gaifa. However, it felt much denser and refined than that. Joshua's tainted energy had a color almost identical to shadow energy. I anticipated, to some extent, that the prophet is deeply related to chaos. Is it possible to use the tainted energy to strengthen others like this? The specter's staves shot rays of pure white mana at the same time. It was a concentrated attack on Joshua, who had just started moving. And the group was surprised once again to see him easily block or deflect all mana rays with a protective shield. These can't be the abilities of that type, Joshua. Is it also the prophet's ability? Dyphus narrowed his eyes. Joshua definitely isn't at the level to be called a very strong warrior or a superhuman. Moreover, he had suffered internal injuries in the fierce battle just now, so it was impossible for him to effortlessly deflect attacks from 10 specters. I can't maintain this state for much longer. I'll try to hold them off as much as possible, so make sure to bring the stolen items to the main family. Jean and Murakin, who knew that Joshua was a clone, were calm, but Dyfus felt a strange sensation. He had always wished for Joshua's death, but he had never thought it would end like this. Of course, he was a bit bewildered, but there was nothing sentimental about it, like realizing that his feelings for Joshua were actually love and hate, not just hatred. Well, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's better to leave before you change your mind. Elder brother, make sure to decorate your last moment with grace. After all, you're in front of enemies. It probably won't be necessary, but if by any chance you come back alive, I'll personally kill you at that time. Before leaving, Jean and Dyfus waved their swords at Jane. She was wielding her sword towards the newly emitted mana rays, aiming at the group. Slash. She made an incredibly fast and precise vertical slash, and it was hard to believe that just moments ago she had been on the brink of death. Jane was burning the last of her will, like a fire that reveals a greater light just before going out. Her sword surpassed the level she had reached throughout her life, even if only for a moment. She went one step beyond, with her duty's courage. Then, a group of 3 specters approached to block her, and the rest of the group seemed to try to attack Jean and his group, who were already moving away. Aren't you underestimating melee combat against run candles too much? Crash. 2 of the staves falling towards Jane were blocked by Joshua's sword. The remaining one, transformed into a spear, was repelled by Jane. Moreover, she's a black knight. Squeak. One of the 3 rushing people didn't hear Joshua's words, because Jane, who had thrown herself backward, cut his neck with a single slash. She was stabbed in the shoulder because she had also thrust too forcefully, but she couldn't let that overshadow her final resolution. As the head of one of the specters fell, the specter core paused momentarily. As formidable as the sword of a black-helmeted one was, they never expected that an almost lifeless body could achieve such results with a simple sword. The specter core had expected Jane not to be able to inflict any significant wounds, let alone decapitate those who attacked. What is this? Did she kill him with a single blow? Seriously, just being there is a miracle in itself. These run candles are particularly unpleasant when this incomprehensible power occasionally manifests. Jane forcefully set her dislocated shoulder in place as she looked at the specters, readjusting themselves. They can't pass. Zipples. Although her entire body was torn and battered, only her eyes emitted a dim and piercing light. The remaining 9 specters felt a chill run down their spines as they met her gaze. Despite losing 1 person, they still had an overwhelming advantage, but the indescribable eerie feeling made it difficult to express discomfort. Some stay and others pursue those who flee. Given the power difference, they could easily choose those options. However, the specters were enveloped by a strong intuition that leaving only 4 or 5 would result in irreparable damage. Not only the Black Knight, but also Joshua Runcandle's power has suddenly increased. We can't afford to lose members so fruitlessly. Squad 4, 5, and 6, and the main force will arrive soon. So let's decisively finish off those 2 and resume tracking. Sandra Zippel is probably still absorbed in her crazy love game. She won't provide any significant help without Hito. The Spectres reorganized their formation. Those who were going to pursue Jean and his group began to open their mana and draw magic circles. It seems like you're determined to fight properly, Spectres. It is an honor to join you. In your final battle, J-Nim Joshua stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Second flag-bearer. It seems the rumors were true. Instead of expressing gratitude for his participation, Jane first brought up a different matter. Rumor that your body is not just one. She said this in a dry tone, but inside her, Joshua keenly felt a deep contempt towards him. It was the first time he had seen the Black Knight so openly reveal her emotions. Is it wrong? Jane didn't answer. Regardless of how you see it, I am fulfilling the highest value of the family in my own way. Although she harbored the desire to serve Jean, Jane didn't feel dissatisfied when following Joshua under Rose's orders. It was because she believed it was a way to show loyalty to the family. However, she was still human, so she couldn't help but feel disappointed just before her death. Fight. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. The sky was turning red as the specters spread their mana. What unfolded in the sky was the exclusive large-scale magic of the Spectre Core, Red Abyss, which Jean had encountered the first time he faced them. Ooh, Jane took a long sigh. It's so regrettable. You should be ashamed, Joshua Runcandle. Like red rain resembling blood, red mana particles scattered from the sky, turning into swords and chains and raining down on the two. Swoosh. Clang. Jane's first move in response to the red abyss was to block the red sword falling towards Joshua's back. Clank. Witnessing the scene, Joshua felt something familiar and terrifying welling up inside his chest. Self-loathing. A monster that had taken root in the depths of his soul one day and had never retreated from there, not even once in life. What? How dare you speak so lightly without knowing anything? Jane, Joshua shouted, cutting the chains falling towards Jane's head. Joshua's eyes, now tinged with black, trembled. What is fortunate is, despite the harsh contempt shown by my father, my sister, my brothers, and sometimes even my mother, and the countless disappointments I faced, I never gave up even once in the face of so much bitterness. I was more desperate than anyone. I dedicated my final glory to the true, not the false. The two swords moved relentlessly. They were blocking the red blades and chains falling on each other's corner, and if one didn't look closely, they could almost mistake them for wielding their swords to cut each other. Why does no one recognize me? No one, no one, no one. Screams that were almost like continuous wails continued to disperse in the air with the deafening sound of the two swords and the mana of 9 people colliding. How much time had passed? In the end, Jane's flame was extinguished. Clank! The blade of the red abyss pierced her back. Until a moment ago, she had fiercely swung her sword like a vengeful ghost, but suddenly her movements stopped. Now her body had reached a stage where it couldn't be moved by will or any transcendental thing a human could possess by themselves. Damn it, Jane! Joshua instinctively extended his sword, but protecting her was impossible, and even if he succeeded, it would be meaningless. In the moment, her devastated body was finished off by the chains and swords. Jane looked directly at Joshua one last time. I hope my current state serves as a lesson for you. And thus, Runcandle's Black Knight, Jane, met her end. The remaining clone continued the battle alone, while Jane's corpse scattered through the red abyss. Chapter 508, there were 2 red skies on the battlefield, and a red abyss also stretched on Zephyrn's side. The Spectre Corps pursuing Zephyrin had put all their efforts into subduing her, but so far, they hadn't landed any significant blows. A monster like this was a spy and worked as a third-class investigator not too long ago. The flare signal went off a while ago, but how is the situation developing? The battle on that side is dragging on, and that black power seems to be shadow energy. Is the 12th flag bearer going directly into combat? We urgently need support from squads 4, 5, 6, and reinforcements from the main base. Something is not right. Zephyrn was trying to avoid revealing her true identity to Zipples, and her physical condition was not optimal yet, so she wasn't using her power to its full extent. However, Zephyrn managed to keep the Spectre Corps at bay. She was so skilled that those unfamiliar with the axe she awkwardly used, as seen on the Black King's Mountain, might mistake her for Luna. However, like the Spectre Corps, Zephyrn was also puzzled. What is this? That is not shadow energy. It's the power of chaos. Moreover, it's not Yona Runcandle's chaos. What's happening with Jean? The sword energy that Joshua unleashed from the edge of the Roman forest almost seemed like shadow energy. However, Zephyrn quickly recognized that it wasn't. I don't think the 4th flag bearer or the Black Knights are using the power of chaos. It's probably the 2nd flag bearer. It's unpleasant because it strangely resembles that woman's power. That wasn't the only unpleasant thing. Zephyrn was aware that the situation in the rear, in the Soda Desert, didn't seem favorable. The storm created by the Granil battleship was slowly contracting. Meanwhile, Zippel and Kozek's dragons seem to find more stability. Even if we come this far, if I can't get hold of Jin's items, it seems unfair and I won't be able to sleep. Come to think of it, it seems difficult for those idiots from the Caligo family to steal Jin's items with their stupid brains. What should I do? Once again, Zephyrn's gaze turned to Joshua, and she could discern something strange in the situation. Apart from the chaos power released by Joshua, there was no trace of shadow energy, nor aura, nor blue flame, etc. What that meant was clear. Is the second flag-bearer fighting alone? Two reasons immediately came to Zippel's mind. First, the second flag-bearer could be facing the Spectre Corps alone using chaos power, and then retreat, meeting up with the escaped run candles. Second, sacrifice. Whether it's the first or the second, the crucial point was that Joshua was fighting alone. It could become a backup plan. He can rescue Joshua and hold him hostage for future negotiations with the run candles for the items. Zephyrn soon came to such a conclusion. Zephyrn dodged the red abyss sword that was approaching her back and took out a flare from her pocket. Phew, Vice Leader. Help! Help! Is help very far away? The second princess of the great Caligo family, Anas Caligo, had been shouting like that since her grand invasion from the Grenil battleship. Sweat ran down Bishkel's forehead as he looked at Anas. It wasn't because of Anas's appearance, whom he recognized as the demonic female version of Bouvard. Although she looked very out of shape, surprisingly, she was doing well in battle. Although a considerable amount of time had passed since the start of the battle, the fact that she was still alive was proof enough of Anas's skill. Of course, Bishkel did not highly evaluate Anas's combat skills or abilities. It's almost like the survival power of a cockroach. It even looks like that disgusting chubby guy in that aspect. Anas shouting for help wasn't because she was engaged in a convincing exchange of blows with the enemies. It was due to the transcendent regeneration exclusive to the highest level demons. Even if her body exploded, her head was cut off, or her limbs were dismembered, she instantly recovered and got on the nerves of both Bishkel and her enemies. I don't know if there's everything, Hedonim. Octavia shrugged. While Bishkel associated Anas with Bouvard, Octavia saw Sandra in her. I also wonder how different they are from the demons I fought before. Octavia had no doubt about Hido's lie. Hido felt a bit sorry for her. That demon may seem funny, but honestly, the Grenil battleship is quite impressive. There was only one battleship that didn't seem to be in perfect condition, and a demon that only had good regenerative capabilities. Octavia was just coming to terms with the fact that these things had been holding their own against the main force she had led so far. That battleship had already faced the Sword Emperor's sword. Seeing the majesty of their battleship, it seems that their sword hasn't dulled. Still, it seems like they're gradually being pushed back now. If the Sword Emperor hadn't damaged the armor and shield, it would have been tight even now. Even if it weren't for the demon that injured the Sword Emperor, we might have gained the upper hand earlier. As she spoke, Grenil was in a much worse state than before. Several parts were destroyed, and nearly half of the spikes forming the storm had lost their functionality. The cannons, excluding the main cannon, were now at a level where they wouldn't pose a threat. Anyway, we have to make a decision soon. The situation near the Roman forest doesn't seem promising. Octavia said, increasing her mana. The dragons were also ready to unleash their breaths, and the magicians were preparing large-scale defensive spells again. It's almost the limit. If we expose ourselves to attacks of this level a few more times, escaping will be impossible. It wasn't a situation where the leader could restore Grenil, as he did during the terrorist attack on the sword. Emperor Castle. Zephyrn, hurry! At that moment, Bishkel gritted his teeth, searching for her. In the distance, a signal flare burst in the sky over the Roman forest. It was the signaling flare launched by Zephyrn. The Zippel immediately recognized that it wasn't their signal. All right. Anas also saw the signal and raised her greatsword. Oh, it's the signal of the Grand Duke Zephyrn. I don't know what's happening, but the Grand Duke. After all, she's our Grand Duke. Let's get out of here, Vice Leader. Cheeing dash. The sharp metallic spinning sound emanated from Grenil's engine. It was the energy they had been saving from being hit until now. Those who had handled Kozek knew what that sound meant. It was the sound just before initiating high-speed flight. Escape? After being hit like this, there's still so much energy left. Octavia squinted her eyes and shouted. Everyone knew that Grenil's goal was to gain time in the first place. However, Zippels believed that they could completely defeat Grenil unless the leader appeared, as happened during the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle. Hey, Vice Leader. I'm still here. Bishkal had no intention of rescuing Aina's Caligo and leaving. Not only because he disliked her, but also because it was dangerous to waste time boarding and revealing weaknesses. We can't do anything if you die. If you become a captive, we'll rescue you through negotiation, Aina's Caligo. But I hope you survive on your own. So I won't have to waste bargaining chips unnecessarily. Aina's ran frantically towards Grenil, which had started spinning its hull. However, she couldn't get close to Grenil, as Kozek's cannon shots, Hito's sword energy, magician offensive spells, and dragon breaths were being bombarded and exploding in all directions. Vice Leader, you forgot about me. Ugh, no, cuck, kuduk, let's go together. Having turned towards the Roman forest, Grenil concentrated all the remaining power on the rear shield and acceleration. Kozek couldn't keep up, and the dragons followed him, barely launching breaths, but none hit. The colossal barrier erected by the magicians collided with the front of Grenil and shattered. At that moment, Hito explosively lunged towards Grenil. Wow! Aina's, who stood in his way, was thrown somewhere by the shockwave created by Hito's acceleration, and Octavia matched Hito's jump by generating a gust of wind with her mana. Sasek dash. The long sword, Bale, rose in the air, unleashing a storm of 20 sword energies. If not for the injuries, as Octavia had mentioned, Hito's sword wave would surely have shattered Grenil's rear shield, preventing it from advancing at full speed. A bit too superficial. The sword wave only grazed the rear shield, narrowly missing its target. At the same time, the heat and shock waves from Grenil's engine enveloped Hito's body and the dragons following closely. Even in the midst of this, Hito dispersed his sword waves in all directions to protect the dragons, allowing them to descend and avoid the shock waves. However, Aina's was once again thrown somewhere by Grenil's shockwave. Pursue them! Octavia's eyes burned with dark murderous intent as she shouted, and Kozek took the lead to catch up with Hito. Meanwhile, on the central border of the Lutero-Magical Federation, beyond the Roman forest, a woman dressed in white cleaned the blood off her greatsword. In front of her was a man covered in wounds and scars, breathing heavily and missing his left arm. It was Bianca Caligo, the first princess of the Caligo family, and the Black Knight, Mon. She suddenly stopped moving. Mon encountered her while escaping from the shipyard. He couldn't defend against her attacks throughout the battle, although he fought tirelessly. Well, calling it a battle might be an exaggeration. Mon's resistance was low due to fighting all the time in the shipyard, but Mon was sure of one thing. Bianca was an opponent he couldn't defeat even if he fought in his best condition. The only reason Mon was still alive was that Bianca suddenly stopped her attacks, as if possessed by something. Those who entered the magic tower, are they okay? I have to somehow escape from this monster and ask for support from the family. Definitely. But why is she looking at that thing so intently? What Bianca was looking at was the signal flare fired by Zephyrin. The Grand Duke's signal. I have to go. What should I do? A slow but dragging voice. Bianca was conflicted, whether she should kill the human in front of her before leaving or just hurry and leave. The orders of the Grand Duke come first. If I don't follow them, I'll have problems. You're lucky, human. And it was fun. Saying this, Bianca ran towards the Roman forest. She said it was an important signal. Flare, and even though she had such remarkable physical abilities that she could overpower Mon, it was impossible to know why she was running away carelessly. Chapter 509. Crack. Mon knelt down and vomited a handful of blood. If they had exchanged a few more blows, Mon would have met his death facing the sword of the monstrous demon. I've heard that there are formidable demons among the currently active ones, but I didn't expect someone like this to be affiliated with Kinzalo. Was the demon that the first flagbearer cut down in the past also like this? It had been a long time since he suffered such a powerless defeat and was so blatantly ignored. Mon managed to recover his amputated left arm, but it would be difficult for him to continue his duties as a Black Knight if he didn't immediately receive treatment at the level of the Holy Queen. But now was not the time to succumb to despair. The demon is heading towards the signal from the Roman forest. The battleship Grenil is also flying towards the Roman forest, and seeing that Kozek is following, there's a possibility that Jane and the others are also there. Mon didn't know the exact situation in the Roman forest. However, the fact that the forces of Zippel and Kinzalo were converging must have a good reason, and the most crucial thing in this situation was the contents of the vault of the second magic tower. Did the second flagbearer succeed in looting, or did Kinzalo obtain something and escalate the battle? Either way, what I need to do now is request support. It made no sense to detain Bianca. Mon survived thanks to the enemy's mercy, but he needed to move somehow to ensure the success of the mission. After performing first aid and healing the wound, Mon took a step forward. But border security was very strict. Every high watchtower along the border emitted light. The border troops of the 5 autonomous districts and the 8 autonomous countries alternately watched their assigned zones, the battlefield of the Roman forest, and the Soda Desert with the highest alert status ever. The battleship Grenil and Octavia's forces were quickly approaching the Roman forest as if possessed. As the battle intensified, the border troops began to worry that the Roman forest might completely disappear from the map. The border commanders decided to divert search teams towards the direction where Mon and Bianca were fighting. Since it was an individual battle, it was nothing compared to the turmoil of the Roman forest and the Soda Desert, but it was enough for the guards not to overlook it. Mon advanced, seeking a loophole in the border without being discovered by them. Damn! My body is starting to stiffen up. The bleeding was severe. Like Jane before, Mon had suffered significant injuries, enough to lose consciousness if not for the mental strength and willpower of a Black Knight. Ha! Ha! Mon leaned against a tree for a moment, catching his breath. The surroundings seemed foggy due to the fever, and with each shiver, it felt like his bones were about to break. As his senses faded from the pain, Mon suddenly changed his posture and aimed his sword beyond the bushes. He felt someone approaching. It's a guard. They were probably border troops. If there were only a few below 7 stars, Mon could handle them calmly. However, if there were more, it was impossible to kill them all before the signal flare was shot. A moment later, when the owners of the approaching steps revealed themselves, Mon could finally exhale in relief. Mon Nim. It was Jean and his group. They had limited routes to avoid border surveillance. Jean and his group had followed the same path as Mon, and in the process they had noticed the trail of his blood. Therefore, their encounter was more destined than coincidental. 12th Flagbearer. What happened? Sir, your arm. How did the mission go? Why are you the only ones here? And Jane and the second Flagbearer, Mon, who had been speaking, stopped upon encountering Jean and the others' dark and heavy gazes. We escaped from the Roman forest with Jane Nim's sacrifice. Mon remained silent for a moment and then looked back in the direction of the Roman forest where his lover had faced death. After becoming a Black Knight, they completely gave up their personal lives. But Mon and Jane always believed that their hearts were connected. They had planned that if they ever retired safe and sound, they would spend the rest of their lives together. That hope had come to an end. I see. Mon responded with a calm voice. Just like Jane had prioritized the family and disappearance over choosing words to leave to her lover until the end, Mon did the same. Personal pain doesn't help the family. That's what Black Knights believed. That's a Black Knight of Run Candle. Did the second Flagbearer also stay behind? Yes. Mon didn't ask why the next patriarch stayed instead of another Flagbearer. Is it intentional or not? Why does Jean have the black sword Caner? If not, what does the second Flagbearer fight with? Mon didn't ask because he somehow knew why Joshua stayed behind. Did the mission succeed? Jean took out the objects from his pocket and showed them. As long as we come out unscathed, the mission is a success. Let's save detailed stories about my wounds, Yona Runcandle, and Sandra Zippel for after the escape. Let's get moving before I collapse. Mon's gaze landed on Sandra. She was once again rummaging in the pocket of her coat, searching for painkillers. Oh, luckily, I still have some. Swallow this. The other uni felt great after taking it. It's hard to run when something hurts, right? Uni? Could it be that you're talking about Jane, Sandra Zippel? Yes, that's right. She thanked me. Mon took the painkillers without saying a word and swallowed them. Then, Mon lightly touched Sandra's shoulder. Mon hadn't explicitly revealed their romantic relationship, but the group somehow seemed to understand the sentiment behind Mon's gesture towards Sandra. They resumed their journey. Passing without an armed conflict would be difficult. It was natural, as it was the center of the Literomagicall Federation, and the surveillance network was several times tighter than usual. While Jean contemplated the most efficient route to break through, Sandra spoke up. Ha! It seems like it's time to end our first date. The group's attention shifted to Sandra. She was biting her lower lip, trying to console herself. I guess I have to step forward now so that you can escape, Jean Nim. From now on, even if you want to see me, you can't come looking for me like this. Jean Nim, today is the last time. Okay? Jean and Sandra's eyes met. I'll divert the attention of the border guards for you. Escape without getting caught. However, do you remember what I said? However, thanks to you, my brothers and the Black Knight could save their lives. If there's anything you need, ask for it. If it's in my power, I'll do it after the escape. Both Jean and Sandra remembered those words at the same time. What do you need? Sandra extended her golden prosthetic hand towards Jean, making sure that her face engraved on the forearm was clearly visible. I would like you to engrave your name below this drawing. Wow, you're really amazing. I thought only Enya, the Bratz fan club president, was crazy, but even she's nothing compared to you. I might not see another human like you even if I live another 3,000 years. Fan club? After the announcement of the Golden Pong, all sorts of unofficial fan clubs emerged. I even created and approved a bill related to fan activities and registered it officially. There have been several articles about it, even on the Huffister side. I think I've seen something like that. It was someone named Nodav Sarsing, probably. That's my alias. So, what Enya does is just a personal fan activity, while mine is an official fan activity. There's a big difference. Jean silently unsheathed his dagger and, as requested, signed below the drawing of the prosthetic hand. Sandra was about to scream, but she covered her mouth. Wow! I'll treasure this more than my life. The feeling of her arm turning into a golden prosthetic hand, with her face engraved on it, and even Jin's signature below, the feeling of hearing her say she would treasure it more than her life. There were no words to express it. However, at the moment the signature was completed. Kurur! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion occurred in the Roman forest. It was a massive explosion, felt even in the central border, causing an earthquake. And this explosion wasn't caused by Kinslow or Zippel. It was an explosion caused by Runcandle's decisive killing move. Everyone in the group was recognizable at a glance. The family's only self-destructive sword move, a sword created with the ultimate purpose in mind. The seventh final movement, Volcano. It was the same one Joshua used when facing Jean and Garmund in the archipelago of the Bluebirds. Joshua's clone had chosen the volcano as a desperate final act. At that time, Joshua's volcano had demonstrated the power to ravage the entire island 32 of the archipelago of the Bluebirds. The volcano unleashed by the current Joshua, enhanced with murky energy, far surpassed that power. The aura mixed with murky energy rose to the sky and fell to the ground, destroying the Roman forest. It literally looked like a massive erupting volcano. Even from where the group was, the shockwave distorted and shattered the space and sky across the entire region of the Roman forest. The battleships urgently deployed their shields to the maximum, and the strongest ones did their best to save allies who couldn't withstand the explosion. They're also launching congratulatory fireworks there to celebrate the birth of my treasure. Sandra seemed joyful, as if the fact that the volcano was destroying her clan's territory wasn't particularly important. Now, Nim, thanks to that explosion, the border guards seem a bit disoriented. If I cause a little more confusion, there should be a gap in their surveillance. Sandra Zippel. Yes. But, Jean, I have a responsibility to fulfill on my own. If my clan is going astray, shouldn't I correct it? I'll make everything normal. I'll return Zippel to the proud clan that I know. That's a story lacking in reality. I don't think there's anything I can't do if you help me. Regardless of us being friends, there are things that can't be done. It's impossible for Run Candle to help Zippel. Suddenly, Jean saw in her his friend. He remembered their conversation at Baradin's mansion. Leave the clan, discard the name Zippel. That moment flashed in his mind. I would like you to convey my greetings to Baradin. Oh, I never thought I would at least shake hands with you again. I already had plans to meet with Raiden and talk about Nim. When Jean extended his hand, Sandra's eyes widened. Of course, it wasn't to fulfill Sandra's request but rather a handshake request from someone who had received significant help in this situation. Then, until we meet again, Nim. Goodbye, Sandra. Sandra didn't waste time turning around and running out from among the bushes, and as soon as she encountered the guards, she shouted, I'm Sandra Zippel, the acting master of the White Knight Tower. Intruders are fleeing towards checkpoint 16. Track them quickly. While the border guards moved in response to Sandra's order, the Run Candles were finally able to cross the border and escape from the center of the Lutero Magical Federation through the Western Sea. Chapter 510, March 5, 1800. A day has passed since those who participated in the special mission in the Soda Desert returned to the Garden of Swords. The mission was successful, but the losses were enormous. We saved him. However, the necrosis and tissue loss were so severe that we couldn't do anything, said the medical director with a heavy voice. It was Mon. Although they managed to recover Mon's amputated arm after the battle with Bianca, those who participated in the Soda Desert mission fought several fierce battles with the Federation Navy even after crossing the central border of Lutero. Even at the end of the battle with Bianca, the arm was in a state that could not be remedied without treatment at the level of the Holy Queen. Will he be able to continue with missions in the future? Jean asked, suppressing the anger boiling within him. Jean didn't ask that question about whether Mon, one of the best knights of the family, could perform missions. He asked with the hope that Mon would maintain his existence and pride. Except for the left arm, the rest of his body will recover perfectly soon. It may be difficult for him to perform Black Knight missions, but I believe he can handle missions below that level. Thank you, medical director. Please come in. He's awake. When Jean entered the operating room, he saw Mon wrapped in bandages and medical equipment. Nim. After his return, Jean heard from Zed that Mon and Jane were lovers. 12th flag bearer. Mon remained silent for a while, looking out the window. The sky over the Soda Desert during the mission was either blurry or filled with the flames of battle, contrasting with the unusually sunny light now filling the hospital room. It's inevitable that I'll be demoted to Guardian Knight or Execution Knight. This arm will only be a burden to the other Black Knights. The mission couldn't have succeeded without you, sir. The weather is nice. Mon neither affirmed nor denied Jin's words. He was simply reflecting on the information he had heard from Jean on the way back. Don't burden your heart too much. Being a Black Knight is just a symbol of loyalty to the family. Even without it, my essence remains unchanged. However, Mon turned his head towards Jean and continued speaking. If your words are true, if it really is so, it seems that things have changed. The word changed did not refer to himself but directly to this place, the Garden of Swords. The seventh final movement, Volcano, the second flag bearer, was probably facing certain death. No, he's alive. The one who executed the Volcano was not the real Joshua but his clone. Clone? Young one, what are you talking about? While escaping from the Lutero Magical Federation, Jean informed the group that Joshua might be a clone. It had not been proven yet, but Dyfus and Mon couldn't shake off the uneasy intuition. 12th flag bearer. Please speak. Jane really wanted to serve you, And the moment your words are proven true. At that moment, someone entered the medical room. It was Jin's butler, Petro. Young master. Jin instinctively felt why Petro had come so urgently. Mon felt the same. The second flag-bearer has returned. When Petro finished speaking, immense energy radiated from Mon. The entire building shook so strongly that it was hard to believe it belonged to a person who until yesterday was on the brink of death. Tears of red and bloody tears welled up in Mon's eyes. Soon he gathered strength, rose from the bed and looked at Jin. Come quickly, 12th flag-bearer. They went outside. They saw Joshua standing in front of the steel gate. He was in good health, without a single injury, and led all his knights except the Black Knights. A flag with the run-candle symbol, the Black Swords, was raised. The knights who were outside the gate and had come with Joshua and the knights gathered inside the garden held the same flag. The sight was horribly repulsive. Your words were true. Dyphus stood next to Jin and spoke. Dyphus's tremor was palpable as he barely contained his anger. Jin. Yes, elder brother. Make sure to drag that guy and kill him. And if Mother shields that disgusting one again this time, I won't let it slide. Betrayal. Or reform. Dyphus had made a decision. Jin too. However, unlike Dyphus, Jin was almost sure that his trusting elder brother would find it difficult to evade responsibility this time. Looking at the knights behind Joshua, Jin felt more convinced. He must have brought his knights here out of fear. But he hasn't realized that. I don't know about the hounds, but the clan knights don't pledge loyalty to him. It was a complete mistake for Joshua to bring the knights en masse to the Garden of Swords. Joshua should have come alone. That's what Jin thought, and so did his mother, Rosa, who came out of the main house. The knights formed a line on both sides of the path. Rosa, walking among them, had indifferent eyes. Second flag-bearer, Joshua Runcandle. Reporting after completing the mission. Joshua's voice, struggling to maintain confidence, lacked the pride of having successfully completed a challenging mission. There was no boasting about completing a difficult mission. There was only the fear of a son who couldn't be sure if he would receive punishment or reward from his mother. Until he entered the Garden of Swords, Joshua always believed that he would receive a reward as usual. No, he wanted to believe it. However, as soon as Joshua faced Rose's cold expression, he felt that hope fading. It's challenging for small children to endure their parents' unusual facial expressions. Joshua even rationalized the act of accompanying the knights. It was not because he feared Rose's decision but a mere act to elevate the dignity of the next patriarch, who had returned after diligently completing the mission. I received the report that you died during the mission. What happened? No matter how much Joshua tried to rationalize it, he knew it from the first words. His mother didn't seem pleased with his return. It was time to realize the painful reality. Mother, address me properly. Right now, I am not here as your mother. Joshua's eyes widened. Those who were watching were also surprised. It was the first time Rosa, and not Siren, trampled on Joshua's authority in front of everyone. I apologize, acting patriarch. I made a mistake. Explain clearly how the second flag-bearer, Joshua Runcandle, is standing there instead of being dead. Why are you alive? You should have died there. That's how Joshua heard Rose's words. Joshua couldn't help but shudder at his mother's voice, which went beyond a simple reprimand and even felt malicious. Answer me. The 4th and 12th flag-bearers wouldn't have dared to lie to me. When Rosa shouted again, a strong pressure filled the surroundings. The reason I'm alive is... Joshua stammered. His eyes flickered, and he felt infinitely smaller. There was a deep sense of contempt in the eyes of the family members looking at him. Sent a clone on the mission. At that moment, Jin thought to himself, not only did you make the senseless mistake of bringing the knights, but you're also missing the last chance to change our mother's mind, Joshua. Joshua had no idea why his mother was exploding in anger that way. It was because he had forgotten his essence. Who? Joshua took a breath and looked at Rosa. However, his trembling legs couldn't hide the fact that he was scared. The reason I'm alive is that I sent a clone created through a prophet on a mission. As a result, the mission was successful. A Black Knight died, and another was left disabled. Can you call that a success? That was the main reason why Joshua was being reprimanded now. Mon survived, but in reality Runcandle lost 2 Black Knights in this mission. As the person in charge of the mission, Joshua had to take responsibility. But there was another reason why Rosa went so far. The essence of Runcandle, the fight. Joshua had forgotten it. Maybe he hadn't forgotten it, but it simply didn't exist from the beginning. The method didn't matter, even if he used a false body. For the mission, even if it resulted in a Black Knight facing death and another being disabled, even if it caused greater losses, Joshua should have fought. As the next patriarch of the family, he should have elevated the values of the family. He shouldn't have trembled and stammered like a scared dog, like a terrified child. He had to prove that he had never been wrong. He had to face Rosa and face the family. He should have roared, asking if there was a superior way to use the power of the prophet and cloning, why no one had done anything if there was a better way, and who really caused the death of the Black Knight of the clan. Just like Jean did when he made the patriarchal declaration. If you had shown that you never forgot the essence of Runcandle, Mother would have defended you again this time. Jean felt nauseous. He, more than any other Runcandle and more than any of his children present here, understood Rosa Runcandle better. It was a fact that made him shudder. I made a mistake. Rosa's eyes became even colder. Why didn't you recognize me? Didn't I successfully complete the mission for the family? Haven't you tolerated my use of prophet and cloning power until now, Mother? Aren't I your most beloved son? Joshua's head was full of those thoughts. The essence of Joshua Runcandle was nothing more than a child fighting to be recognized by his parents. Couldn't be called a fight. 4th flag bearer. Yes, acting patriarch. Speak. Did you know that the 2nd flag bearer sent a clone? I didn't know. 12th flag bearer. Did you know? I had a suspicion. But why did this mission require the sacrifice of the Black Knight, and not just his clone? As I reported yesterday, because our family invested the least among the 3 main factions in this incident. However, Jean looked at Joshua and continued. If he had shared all the information with me and the 4th flag bearer from the beginning, if he had offered the sacrifice of the clone in advance, there would never have been the death of the Black Knight Jain-Nim or the loss of Mon-Nim's arm. Mother, no. That was just a hypothesis. Let me explain. My plan was clearly perfect, but there were too many variables in this mission. A smile more than of disdain appeared on Rosa's lips. Black Sword Association. Submit Joshua Runcandle. As you command. Those who responded to Rosa's order were the knights led by Joshua from outside the garden, not from inside. Except for the Black Knights, all of Joshua's higher-ranking knights were formed by the execution knights of the Runcandle Elder Council. Although Joshua himself had just found out. Lane, Bex, Rihanna, and even Sinatra. Are you all members of the Black Sword Association? The execution knights of the Black Sword Association removed the masks hiding their faces and revealed their identities. Everyone in the room held their breath as the old, ruined, and unrecognizable faces were revealed. From now on, the status of Joshua Runcandle as the 2nd flag bearer of the Runcandle family is suspended. Furthermore, I issue a secret search order for both his real body and the clones, which may be active outside. Lock him up in the dungeon. Mother. Fall. Everyone watching Joshua Runcandle crying for his mother was thinking of that word. Chapter 511. Luna abdicated the throne, Jin's patriarchal declaration, and Joshua's fall. Among the significant events of the current generation, this incident was undoubtedly the one that had the greatest impact on the family. No one expected Joshua to fall like this. He had always been the next patriarch after Luna abdicated the throne, with strong support and favoritism from Rosa behind him. However, it was Rosa herself who brought Joshua down. Furthermore, she did it in a cruel manner, trampling on his dignity and tarnishing his honor, all in front of everyone. It's refreshing, but it feels a bit uncomfortable. He wasn't someone who would collapse so easily. Well, regardless of his intentions, he obstructed an important mission and lost 2 Black Knights. It's not unreasonable. Pong, clink. Dyfus's eyes were blank as he spoke while filling his glass. He had been waiting for the day Joshua would fall since his childhood. But seeing it end this way made him feel an unpleasant sense of futility instead of excitement. Even after pouring himself a strong liquor that an ordinary person couldn't drink in 1 gulp, the bitterness in his throat didn't ease. In reality, Dyfus harbored not only resentment but also affection for Joshua. It wasn't a lukewarm feeling. It was a mix of regret for not being able to confront his old enemy with his own hands, and the feeling of helplessness that his mother's words weighed incomparably more than the authority and fighting spirit he still maintained as a high-ranking flag-bearer. These things tormented Dyfus. By the way, younger one, you've gone too far. If you knew he was a clone, couldn't you have at least warned me? No, wait, I must have been a fool not to know until now. Since you told me with your wicked tongue and ridiculed him, suggesting killing Joshua together in the Soda Desert, I felt there might be something. You've been talking to yourself and answering on your own since before. It seems like you don't need a drinking companion, elder brother. If my elder sister Mary were here, you would have found out quite a few things. That girl would have understood me. If she sees someone snatching away the prey she's had in her sights for decades, her guts will churn, whether she admits it or not. At those words, Jean smiled coldly. A total of 48 years, 28 in the past life and 20 in the present. For almost half a century, Jin's greatest enemy changed twice. In the past life, his own family, the Runcandles, was his greatest enemy, while in the present, he faced Zippel as Runcandle through various events. However, opponents and enemies are different concepts. The one Jean personally held the most resentment towards hadn't changed since he discovered the details of his curse. Joshua Runcandle. So, Jean also lost his prey, and it was impossible for him not to feel worse than Dyfus. The reason was simple. I don't think it'll end like this. It would feel less dirty, but this time it's definitely over. There's no way Mother would forgive him, and even if she did, who would follow Joshua after seeing him quiver and tremble like that? It's unthinkable in other Knight families, but this is Runcandle. Jean took the drink Dyfus offered and downed 5 or 6 glasses in a row. Come to think of it, isn't it a bit strange? What thing? If Mother had officially referred Joshua to the family's trial and ordered an investigation to uncover the truth of the mission, maybe he wouldn't have fallen so dramatically. Frankly speaking, even if she had shared the information from the beginning, it would have been impossible to save the 2 Black Knights as long as there was a variable like Hito. Hito, the guardian of the White Knight Tower. After reporting the mission, Jean and Dyfus still knew nothing about him from Rosa and the Elder Council. They didn't know if Rosa and the Council were unaware or if there was some other reason. They only speculated that the latter was much more likely. If Mother had done that, it could have caused both you and me to fall instead. Joshua is the ultimate decision-maker, but we also have responsibilities as flag-bearers. Even if he's a clone, didn't he use the volcano for the good of the family in the end? If that assumption holds, Joshua could even strangely twist things to make us traitors by involving Sandra Zippel's help. Plus, his kinship with Baradin Zippel is a factor. It doesn't seem like Mother wouldn't have known what we might think. No, she must have known. And Mother's goal has always been to make Joshua the next patriarch. But now she has made a completely opposite decision. In the end, Mother must have recognized that he is not fit to be the next patriarch. I don't know why she realized it only now. Damn it, he was so scared that he even dragged the knights and ended up looking like a fool. If it were me, I would have cut his throat right there. While Dyfus nervously kept emptying his glass, Jean wondered why Rosa had attacked Joshua instead of them. The end. Dyfus's words were not wrong. Those who witnessed Joshua's pathetic state yesterday would not recognize him or follow him again. Suddenly, a new assumption appeared in Jin's mind. The prophet. What? If Joshua's mind was manipulated by the divine power of the prophet and dark magic? How can that be? The Joshua who stuttered yesterday was the very image of him being trampled by father and the elder sister in his childhood. It was the essence of Joshua. I know that too. I don't really believe the prophet manipulated Joshua's mind. However, if Mother claims it later and forgives Joshua again, what do you think? Dyfus set down his glass. The prophet, she has provided critical help in this mission using unknown powers, and has also been assisting Joshua and his family's missions until now. She had also created Joshua's clone. Although the true identity of the prophet had not been fully revealed, everyone in Runcandle now knew her actions and her existence. Some would argue that the prophet had deviated from the law and should be expelled. Others would say she was necessary to face the enemies, and others would maintain neutrality and remain silent. But they all had to admit one thing. Joshua's prophet possessed truly divine abilities. I understand. And what about the third? Leaving aside the method of killing the second flag-bearer, what is your real goal? What benefits does the death of the second flag-bearer bring to the family? Second elder brother, I feel like I'm being graded for my exam. What benefit does it bring to the family? It's an opportunity to cut the rotten chain of favoritism and purify the family. Even if we kill Joshua, the prophet will still be under our mother's control, so we can decide what to do with her abilities at that time. A conversation between Jean and Dyfus in the Soda Desert. Not only Rosa but also Dyfus believed that the prophet's power should be used for the family, to find the legacy of the first patriarch, to massacre the enemies. This thought became even more solid through the experiences of this mission. A fleet of over 100 battleships, Hito, and even an unknown demon that turned Black Knight Mon into a cripple. Although only a part of the enemy's hidden powers had been revealed, they far exceeded the flag-bearer's expectations. Mother will never give up the prophet's power. The reason she brought down Joshua this time might be a warning to the prophet. It's very possible that the relationship between Mother and the prophet is not as close as with Joshua. So what you're saying is that Mother plans to bind the prophet, and later blame her for everything and reinstate Joshua? Not just that, Mother restores her authority by bringing down Joshua. This will erase the stains caused by the exile incident. She showed strong determination by personally destroying the second flag-bearer, whom she had supported so much. Regardless of the details, family members can't help but fear Mother even more from now on. After elevating her power to the limit, bringing Joshua back to the surface, and transferring all authority back to him, and both blame and justification fall on the prophet. There was a moment of silence. Neither of them refilled their glasses. That's not entirely impossible. No, it's quite probable. If Joshua at the time of his reinstatement can show a strengthened appearance, convincing enough for someone to think that his previous flaws were due to the prophet's mental manipulation. If Rosa gains the power to mercilessly purge anyone who doubts Joshua at that moment, and if her own battle prowess becomes the strongest in name and reality, the reinstatement of Joshua was very possible. There's one more thing. More. Do you know how the prophet creates Joshua's clones? Do you also know how that woman creates Joshua's clones? I only know that it requires a lot of humans. What? It seems they used the death row inmates from Huffister. If Joshuanim sends them to the prophet, new bodies are created. She mainly uses those bodies to handle tasks like dealing with people like me, to strengthen potential contractors and suppress them directly when they go out of control. After killing Joshua's clone for the first time in Bluebirds, Jean heard Julian say that the prophet used humans as material. Later, he learned from Emma about the strange execution of death row inmates in Rickalton and tried to find out related details. After the Black King incident, he sent Black Knight Docs there. Human beings are used as materials. A large number of them. It's information I obtained by capturing her direct hunting dog when I was a provisional flag-bearer. Ha! If that's true, he has to face an even greater punishment. But Joshua is already in the dungeon. There's no way to delve deeper. At least not officially. Who would dare to assert that Joshua, whom Mother personally brought down, must be trampled even more? I have a witness, but there is still no concrete evidence. I can't make such claims lightly. Dyfus felt as if a cool breeze passed down his spine. His senses dulled by alcohol suddenly sharpened, and a shiver ran down his spine. If what the younger one is saying is true, Then Joshua's fall is nothing more than a successful stratagem of mothers. Of course, all of this was nothing more than speculation. However, two people who knew the human called Rosa Runcandle as their mother, they had the intuition that this speculation was very close to the truth. So, it's not the time to soothe our bitterness with alcohol. The fight has only just begun. Chapter 5:12. Tap, 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 and couldn't stop tapping the table with her index finger. Sometimes she bit her nails, unable to hide her anxiety. Damn, 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 damn. On the opposite side, Mew couldn't hide her worried expression either. It's not an exaggeration to say that the sisters survived in the family by focusing solely on Joshua. They never stood out in any period. Not when they were provisional flag bearers, not when they became flag bearers, not even now. Specifically, things have gone downhill since they lost a rank war to Jean, who was a 15-year-old intermediate cadet. Siren and Rosa never showed interest in them. They weren't praised even when they achieved something that could be considered an accomplishment. And they weren't severely reprimanded when they made mistakes. Mew and N were like air, just like other purebloods who didn't show an exceptional appearance. Even air is necessary, TCH. We're just useless decorations to highlight the exceptional brothers. Looking back, we've always been in that position. What are you talking about all of a sudden, older sister? Is this the time to get lost in such thoughts? Our elder brother is already finished. It hasn't happened. It's already over. So we're also finished. Now we're no different from chickens about to have their necks wrung. Ha! Mother would never abandon elder brother so easily. She must have some thoughts. Something, definitely, on her mind. Unfortunately, Mew and N had no way of seeing what Jean had intuited. The sisters fell silent, their faces gloomy, remembering the day Luna had slapped them, a long time ago. From what I've observed, the younger one is not a very merciful child. You better be careful from now on. Is there still something left to ridicule? Elder sister. No, I say it because I'm genuinely worried about you. It's been a long time since things seem to be going wrong. But you two are still my sisters. The younger one is not a very merciful child. When Mew and N heard these words from Luna, they trusted that Jean would never be able to defeat Joshua. However, it would have been better if they had been a bit more cautious. The sisters always showed more hostility towards Jean than necessary, and the results were never good, especially now, which was the worst. Should we go beg the younger one? Anne, you never know. Just like we did with our elder brother, we can offer to be his right hand if he asks us. We were never his right hand. What benefit did we give our elder brother? If we caused trouble, elder brother just covered it up. He took us in because we were pitiful. Maybe he saw himself in us, who were always trampled. Damn it. So are you suggesting that we sit still and wait to die, older sister? There weren't many brothers who could fill the vacant position of the next patriarch. There were only 4. Luncia, Dyphus, Mary, and Jean. Among them, the sisters considered Jean to have the highest chances. Anyone who saw his patriarchal declaration would think the same. And if Jean became the patriarch, they were destined to be purged. The same would happen even if another brother ascended to the throne instead of Jean. They figured there was no way to avoid the purge, as Jean wouldn't be eliminated and would hold important positions due to his ability and the legacy of the first patriarch. No, we have to find a new umbrella. Yes, elder sister, that's it. We can't die like this. First, we have to find out why mother abandoned elder brother. Maybe, could it be because of our elder sister? Anne's eyes widened. Elder sister? Why would father take elder sister to the Black Sea expedition for no reason? Maybe father wanted to show her something there and try to change elder sister's mind. Mother knew it, that's why she abandoned elder brother Joshua. It's frustrating, but elder sister is still the best flag bearer. If elder sister only expresses her intention to become patriarch as you said, then there is no one who can oppose her. I think we can survive if our elder sister ascends to the throne. Desperation sometimes leads people to a dark world of imagination. The sisters were talking nonsense, distancing themselves from the reality that there was no way that would happen. Or, Isn't elder sister Luncia looking for the legacy of the first patriarch? If she achieves good results, mother might push her instead of elder brother Joshua. The possibility is higher for her than for elder sister. After a few days, I might go visit mother. The moment she said that, a laugh suddenly came from behind the table. Ha ha ha. Sir. The sisters unsheathed their swords at the same time adopting a defensive stance. The place where the sisters were was Mew's room. Despite being in a state of despair, they were still flag-bearers of Runcandle. They got goosebumps at not realizing at all until someone approached so closely. Wasn't there any sign? This voice. Surprisingly, the laughter belonged to someone the sisters knew well. I can't listen anymore. Ladies, do you really think Joshua is finished? Shining mischievous eyes, black hair, and a delicate body. Elena Runcandle. It was already quite shocking that someone had infiltrated without any signal. But the fact that it was her made it even more surprising. She is Joshua's wife. Since when have you been there? How can someone so foolish and incompetent wear the flag-bearer's cloak? The Runcandle I knew was not like this. Elena had never been so rude and hostile to the sisters. Runcandle's flag-bearers rarely married until the patriarch of the generation was determined, and the battle for hegemony came to an end. This was because the risk of their spouses and children being purged and killed was too high. Furthermore, when a new patriarch was chosen, surviving brothers usually entered strategic marriages according to the family's orders. However, since Joshua had been the next patriarch for a long time, he married Elena. Everyone thought the reason Joshua married Elena, who was not the daughter of a famous knight family, had an unknown origin and lacked special skills, was just an impulse or a passing passion. To prove this, the wedding was very modest, and the marriage was not made public. Elena lived quietly like a shadow after marriage, never interfering in power struggles or expressing greed. Moreover, Joshua barely visited her after their honeymoon. So, family members believed that once Joshua found a new girlfriend after becoming patriarch, Elena would naturally disappear. Even the sisters, who now unexpectedly faced her, thought the same. She had no personal power. She was just Joshua's wife, a powerless figure. However, such an powerless figure was mocking them. It wouldn't be a problem to kill her with a single blow. Since Joshua was imprisoned in the dungeon, Elena would also undergo a process of downfall or expulsion. However, for some reason, their hands holding the swords did not move. The sisters sensed something. Elena was not the discreet person they thought. Furthermore, if they drew their swords, now it wouldn't be Elena, who until yesterday was a nobody, who would fall, but themselves. You? What is this? What's wrong, Lattice? I'm your sister-in-law, no one else. I'm not asking that because I don't know. Anyway, you have no more talent than barking. That's why our orphan loves you. Precisely because of your incompetence. Step, Elena approached slowly step by step. Step back. Go away. Mew and unconsciously stepped back as they saw their shadow growing. The shadow under Elena's feet represented something completely different from her delicate body. Something like a demon, a monster, or something even more horrifying. The sisters' breathing suddenly became heavier as they observed the change in the shadow. They had the feeling that an irresistible darkness was approaching. In the end, the sisters couldn't wield their swords until Elena was right in front of them. They were trembling and sweating. Please, forgive us. Forgive us. The Runcandle flag-bearers begged for their lives. Stunned, they completely surrendered by just facing Elena. Even if they were considered incompetent, it was only insufficient when it came to the next Runcandle patriarch. The sisters had traversed countless battlefields as Runcandle flag-bearers, facing numerous formidable opponents and defeating them. The sisters had never shown signs of fear, even when facing opponents stronger than them. Whether it was Luna slapping them, Mary hitting them, or challenging Jean whenever the opportunity presented itself. However, as they had never experienced Siren's wrath, the sisters could only be sure that there was no greater terror in the world than this. Elena looked at the sisters and smiled gently. You don't have to be afraid, Lattice. I won't hurt you. Swoosh! Alina's enormous shadow surged upwards, enveloping her. The sisters, looking at that figure, laughed and shed tears. In a moment of despair, it seemed like they had grasped the helping hand offered by fate. Ha ha ha! I am the prophet of calamity. Alina, emerging from the shadow, had a completely different appearance than before. The darkness that could be described as her body filled the spacious room, and her button-like face in the middle of it all had a grotesque shape, swollen as if it would burst at any moment. Take the hand of our orphan. Mew and knelt down, extending trembling hands towards Alina. Something indescribable, cold but warm, seemed to grab their hands. I will become your father. Say that you desire it. We desire it. Then, the shadow of the sisters shattered like broken glass. One of the largest pieces was absorbed by Alina's arms. The despair you have embraced as grieving orphans will make you even more valuable. Soon, Alina's body became smaller again. There was an ordinary-looking shadow under her feet, which had returned to how the sisters remembered. The sisters remained kneeling. The role of saving our orphan, Joshua Runcandle, falls to you, Lattice. Can you do it? The sisters, with a faith they had never had before, nodded. Chapter 513. In the lowest level of the dungeon. It had been 2 days since Joshua was confined here. His limbs were tied to the wall, and his eyes were unfocused. The gag tightly in his mouth prevented him from biting his tongue. Can't end like this, but what could he do? His bound limbs were pierced by iron spikes, and the knights he trusted turned out to be servants of his mother. The sisters he cherished, like Mew and Anne, didn't have the power to save him, and the Elder Council was the same. He couldn't pin his hopes on the hunting dogs raised outside the family. They wouldn't be able to traverse this dungeon, and, from the beginning, his hunting dogs were not as blindly devoted as Taemun's offspring. The hunting dogs would lose their focus and collapse. Now that he had fallen, the other flag-bearers closer to the throne, Luncia, Dyphus, Mary, and Jean. There was only a remote possibility if they personally requested it, but that was absolutely impossible. Even if his father in the Black Sea knew of this fact, there was no chance he would revoke the order of his mother. Even ending his own life was impossible. The Runcandle dungeon was not a place to kill prisoners. Whether the subject was human, dragon, demon, or anything else, the goal was to isolate the prisoner in complete solitude until the end of their life. If a person refused to eat, they were forced to eat, and suicide attempts were futile. Not even the prophet could get him out of this place. I can't do anything. I can't trust anything. If there was at least one thing, a glimmer of hope to bet on. Mother, the cruel mother who had pushed him into this very hell, personally presenting herself to offer him a way back to the surface. That was the only means to ascend again. Ting! The sound of the entrance to the lower level opening echoed from afar. Joshua, fixing his blurry gaze, looked towards the closed door. If that door opened, his mother would enter, or so he hoped. Took a while until Joshua's cell door finally opened. What a sight, second flag-bearer. Oh no, you're not a flag-bearer anymore. An old, snake-like voice. It was Jordan Runcandle. He removed the gag from Joshua and clicked his tongue. How does it feel to fall? Sword Association Chief. Don't look at me like that. I didn't come to mock you. Jordan then released Joshua's limbs that were tied to the wall. I may not have been imprisoned, but my situation is not much different from yours. What are you talking about? I may not have lost my limbs, but I've lost everything else. Although I haven't suffered a public disgrace like you, my pride has been trampled by the acting matriarch of the family. Black Sword Association, a clan's punishment unit composed of particularly powerful elders. Jordan was no longer its leader. Although he still held the position of chief of the Black Sword Association, command had completely passed to Rosa. Of course, all the clan's forces were in the hands of the patriarch and the acting matriarch. Even so, Jordan could no longer personally maneuver the Black Sword Association under any circumstances. It was due to the exile incident. Both you and I, we fell at the hands of the 12th flag bearer. I. Are you trying to say that you're here not as a result of being defeated by the 12th flag bearer, but because of the acting matriarch? Joshua couldn't answer. Stop denying it. We lost. Completely. What are your plans, Chief of the Black Sword Association? Fortunately, my head is still attached, so I have to plan the next step. You're asking the obvious. And aren't you in the same situation? In the same situation. As far as I know, you have never suffered a fall like this. Didn't you survive after being treated like an insect by my father? Did you gnaw yourself with the futile desire to become the patriarch? Did you lose the Black Sword Association? None of them can compare to the cold floor of this dungeon. Smiling, Jordan let out a laugh. Children like you might think that. You said you didn't come to mock. In the end, you've come to revel in a loser who is even lower than you. No, I've come because I envy you. What? Soon, the acting matriarch will come to visit you. Joshua's eyes widened. Only now did he seem to understand the meaning behind Jordan's words. If you show your mother the same degrading behavior you're showing me now, then it might really be the end. I came earlier because I was worried something like that might happen. Mother said she would come to visit me? Mother. You really are fundamentally a child. It's almost humiliating to share the same last name as you. I never had a mother. Besides, my rival wasn't the 12th flagbearer, but flagbearer Siren Runcandle. Once I fell, I had to spend an eternity unable to surface again. A bitter smile appeared on Jordan's lips. Now it's time for you to bear that weight. When you finish your seclusion training and return to the world, I'd like to see you shed your fragile shell. Seclusion training? Do you think I can change things now with something like that? In the end, what rules the family is the overwhelming martial prowess that everyone has no choice but to follow. I too have ignored that fact for too long, using the shadow of your father as an excuse. Jordan turned around. It's up to you to change hell into paradise. I'm not saying this as chief of the Black Sword Association, but as a fellow. Jordan left the dungeon, and on the stairs he encountered Rosa, who was descending into the dungeon. Acting patriarch. I guess you didn't come down to see the ghosts of the dungeon. Did you meet Joshua? That's right. You've done something unnecessary. If parents are cruel, someone in the family should treat them with kindness, right? Have you regained confidence after losing everything? You talk with such arrogance. I just remembered the essence of the family that I had forgotten. If many people hadn't forgotten it from the beginning, today's Runcandle wouldn't have been so precarious. But the acting matriarch hasn't become dull either. Rosa smiled, as if it were ridiculous. The words of the powerless are nothing more than complaints. If you want to discredit my mood, let alone my sword and body. Prove it. Finish perfecting that humble sword of yours, as I suggested. That's why I left you with your neck. During the brief time Rosa passed by Jordan and entered the lowest level, Joshua thought about what Jordan had just said and what Black Knight Jane had shown him before dying. I hope my current state serves as a lesson to you. Jane's farewell words and the visit from the chief of the Black Sword Association. They couldn't change Joshua Runcandle's essence in an instant. They remained just points of discussion. As Rosa entered, Joshua straightened his posture. She's here, acting patriarch. Crack. Rosa suddenly drove Frenzy's blade into Joshua's right shoulder. Ugh! The flesh tore and blood spurted. Then, with a swift and quick strike, the sword left a gash on Joshua's left shoulder. Fear struck him again. A fear he had never overcome, the fear of his parents. A new fear created by the indiscriminate attacks of his mother, who seemed determined never to let him go. You'll say you've exhausted your strength, but does that mean you can't even react to a sword like this? It was a speed even advanced cadets could avoid. Acting patriarch. Well, now you don't dare call me mother anymore. But is that all? If it had been those exceptional kids, your sisters and brothers, they would have avoided it. Frenzy swung again, this time slashing Joshua's chest. The depth of the blade cut was anything but superficial. Guh! No, did you barely manage to dodge? Luncia, Dyphus, Mary, Jean wouldn't be screaming like you. They would be looking me directly in the eyes and trying to counterattack. No matter the reason or who was wrong, once the sword strikes, shriek, and if it were Luna, she would have grabbed her weapon, frenzy, and aimed it at my neck. Wouldn't that girl be able to do that even after losing her strength? Then, why wouldn't we lament Siren and me? What Joshua was enduring, the stabs and slashes of the sword, was truly nothing compared to the unbearable pain inflicted by comparisons and feelings of inferiority. Krah, what do you expect me to do? Joshua's jaw twisted, and his sternum shattered as he recklessly lunged at her. It wasn't a counterattack but a frenzy. Kook, cough. Why can't you do something like this? Why couldn't you, the son of the prophecy, do it? At those words, Joshua blamed his mother for the first time in his life. You raised me like this. I have no memories of raising you like this. No, you're right. You raised me like this. No, I didn't raise you like this. And didn't you give birth to me like this? Luna, Luncia, Dyphus, Mary, Jean, why didn't you pass on talents like theirs to me? They are all your creations. Talent? Well, I admit Luna's. But do you really think those other kids have more talent than you? And that's why I put you here? You just didn't try as hard as them. Despite giving you so many opportunities. Ah, if I say this, now you'll claim those opportunities were poison, won't you? Rosa let out a bitter laugh. Joshua fell forward and trembled. He wanted to rise again, but his body, ruthlessly stabbed and pierced by frenzy, refused to respond. I also admit it. Now that I think about it, the opportunities one gave you over the last few decades seem to be poison. I didn't expect that feeding you only with a spoon wouldn't be enough. If I had known I had to chew it for you in advance, maybe you wouldn't be here now. What kind of nonsense is this? Did you really think I would send only you, a flag bearer, and the 2 Black Knights from the Soda Desert on that important mission? Chapter 514 Soda Desert. Flag bearers and Black Knights were not the only ones fulfilling their mission there. Other members, were there more? Joshua barely raised his head and looked at Rosa. Her expression was not visible due to the darkness of the dungeon. For Black Knights, the 1st Division of the Black Sword Association, and others I personally hired, I was also there in the desert. What? Certainly not just Joshua. Jean, Dyphus, Mon, and even Jane had no idea that Rosa and her knights were in the Soda Desert. They didn't start together. Rosa and her knights entered the desert after the group initiated the operation. And their goal was not just to succeed in stealing the blueprints. I observed them. What decisions do the flag bearers make, and how do they succeed in their mission? In particular, what kind of judgment does Joshua make? Rosa had closely watched the overall development of the mission in the desert with the troops she personally led. Acting patriarch, only Mon is left in the underground shipyard. The 2nd flag bearer seems to have decided to monopolize the information. However, since Kinslow also moved at the same time, it will be revealed soon. We confirm the 4th flag bearer, the 12th flag bearer, and Murakan starting to move. We decide to withdraw as further tracking would likely expose us to detection by crystal balls. If it's the youngest one, he probably already knows that it's not the shipyard but the 2nd magic tower. Wait near the 2nd magic tower and report when the youngest one and his group overcome the barrier. Alright, even when the barrier of the 2nd magic tower collapsed due to the Shadow Blade, and more than 100 battleships were exposed, Rosa was completely unfazed, unlike Jean and his group. She had already figured that out a long time ago. The flag bearers who went to the Soda Desert didn't know, but it wasn't the first time in the long history of the Cold War that Zippel attempted to build a flying fleet centered on Kozek. How many spies does Zippel currently have in the Garden of Swords? Exactly confirmed, 97 servants, 20 low-ranking Guardian Knights, 12 intermediate-ranking Guardian Knights, 5 high-ranking Guardian Knights, 15 stewards, and scribes of 2nd class or higher, 2 flag bearers, 5 execution knights, 7 elders, and 1 Black Knight. Additionally, it is estimated that there are at least 20 more spies capable of fatal-level intelligence. And are spies in Zippel? In Zippel's main house, there are 40 servants, 10 low-ranking magicians, 5 intermediate-ranking magicians, an elder, and a tower master. That's all. It was the last meeting of the flag-bearers personally convened by Siren just before departing for the Black Sea. On that day, the conversation between Siren and Luncia had the nuance that Runcandle was far behind in the information war compared to Zipple. However, in reality, it was Runcandle who extracted more critical internal information. Barton Vicena, the Black Knight who was the worst spy, was killed by Jean and Dyfus. It was Yona who informed Kinselo of the operation time of the flag-bearers. So it seems. I didn't expect her to accept such a double request, Rosanim. It's no different from the fact that Rosa was able to hide in the desert throughout the Soda Desert mission, avoiding the eyes of Jean, Yona, Zipple, and Kinselo. There is only one person who rules the Samel City, the nameless King Owl. It was thanks to hiring him and the best nameless assassins. I'll take care of this mission. No. Even if you stop me, I'll go. If you really have to go, there are some conditions. Rosa found Owl shortly after Yona left. I know that when the youngest was a provisional flag-bearer, you delayed Yona's return to the family under the pretext of the 1,000-poison antidote, Owl Nim. However, that doesn't mean you can use Yona to betray Runcandle. Betray? I simply received a request. Rosanim, your words seem a bit excessive. It ends up being a bit excessive, given that Siren is absent and I am here in his place. Shouldn't Runcandle be grateful to me for sending Yona to the Soda Desert? In this turbulent world, if you do it purely out of your will to be on Runcandle's side, it would be something to be grateful for. That's not too bad either. You would have let Yona go with a condition. Bring back the original or a copy of the blueprint to Samel. You intended to weigh the balance between the major factions, holding it as a bargaining chip. That's not too bad either, right? Even if Siren is here, the price of deceiving Runcandle is high. But I don't want to turn an ally like Nameless into an enemy. For this, please join me in the Soda Desert. The Nameless of my generation is an ally of Zipple, Rosanim. I won't make it too difficult for you. I'm not asking you to participate in fights and thefts. Just help with hiding. Can't you hide others better than Yona? Owl did exactly that, only assisting with concealment and observation. He and the best assassins who came to the Soda Desert with him did not draw their swords even once until the incident was over. Acting Patriarch, the only confirmed individuals remaining inside the second tower are Sandra Zipple and 4 members of the Spectre Corps. Since the 12th and 4th flag-bearers have also entered the tower, the battle should already be over. Phenomena of a first-level superhuman using force have been detected. This vibration is the sword wave height. Could it be that he's here? The phenomenon is intensifying. There is a high probability that the flag-bearers and the Black Knight Jane will die soon at this rate. Rescue operation preparations are complete. Ready. Dash. Just now, there was a time distortion in the second tower. The silver dragon claw was used. Yona also participated in the battle. Rosanim, are you really okay with this? It seems you're worried about Yona, Owl Nim. The second tower is starting to collapse. Draka's main force will arrive soon. Acting Patriarch Rosa, now is the last chance to approach. Continue to wait. If the sole purpose was the success of the mission and the survival of the flag-bearers, Rosa should have entered at that moment. But Rosa Runcandle wanted to confirm something more. She was anticipating the moment when Joshua Runcandle would awaken and bloom. If that wasn't possible, at least she wanted to see him make better judgments than Jean. She believed she would get at least that. First-level superhuman combat halted, presumed to be influenced by Sandra Zipple. The battleship Granil is on its way. The battle in the second tower has ended. The flag-bearers managed to escape. It is confirmed that the Black Knight Jane is gravely injured, and Sandra Zipple has joined them. Afterwards, the flag-bearers regrouped with Zephyrin, requested an escort. Jean used his wisdom to traverse the Roman forest, and at the moment Jane sacrificed herself at the central border. In the end, Rosa didn't see what she was expecting. Once again, it wasn't Joshua but Jean who led the mission to success. You had poor judgment throughout the mission, demonstrated that you were trying to save the clone at all costs. and lost the family's Black Knight in the process. Ha! You saw how everything unfolded. Your younger brother risked his life at every moment and successfully completed the mission without my or the family's help. Why didn't you help? If you had intervened, we could have saved Jane Nim. Oh? That is actually the question I want to ask. Why didn't you use the power the Prophet implanted in the family when you were fighting against Hito? Joshua only used that power when Jane sacrificed herself. Did you want to save the clone? Maybe it's not just that. You had expectations that you would achieve better results without using the clone if the youngest, Dyphus, Murakan, and the Black Knight were there. What disgusting expectations. No, In the end, the volcano. That was because at that moment, there was no other option for you. Weak people like you end up thinking that a forced choice is their own will. I did it for the family. If you had used that power when facing Hito, Jane wouldn't have died. Although everyone was constantly prepared for her inevitable death, you saved your clone until the end. That was your true choice and will. Joshua couldn't say anything. He felt that even if he were stripped naked, exposing his internal organs, he wouldn't feel more pierced than this. After that, you led the nights when you returned to the family, stuttering at my few questions, trembling and apologizing. You couldn't even let out a scream or retaliate when my sword fell a moment ago. A will beyond good and evil, a transcendental struggle. Until the end, Joshua had only brought disappointment to Rosa. What made it even more bitterly ironic for her was the fact that she, too, had harbored expectations of Jean. From a certain point onward, just as Joshua had focused on how far Jean could go, Rosa had also shifted her focus to what Jean could achieve. Jean Runcandle, her younger son. He always had the power to make everyone expect more, just like Luna did once. It's not just the Soda Desert, Joshua. I have watched you during the numerous missions you have participated in, and I was never satisfied. Kill me. I'm not worthy of living. Neither my mother nor the family members. There is no one left who expects anything from me. This is a place where you can't die, even if you want to. Your sin is not so light as to be resolved with death. And, as you said, I no longer expect anything from you. But the prophecy you have. Siren Runcandle will call and possess the shadow again. Joshua Runcandle. Joshua Runcandle will call and possess the shadow again. That shadow will never disappear from the world in Joshua Runcandle's splendor. Finally, your war will end in victory, and the land will receive an eternal blessing. Worship the one who called the shadow. I think it's still worth waiting for that absolute language of God. Joshua involuntarily laughed at that passage. Haha. Prophecy? Until now, you were praising my outstanding brothers and the values of the family, telling me that my place should be in the abyss. Are you saying you're waiting for the prophecy that has not yet come true? You're not dead yet, and I hope not only for the fulfillment of the prophecy but also for the struggle that will break it. I don't think your younger brother Jin's struggle can break the prophecy, no matter how absolute it is. Ha, prophecy and struggle. Which one do you think I put more expectations on? Rosa turned around. She added these words with venom in her voice. If a day ever comes when your prophecy takes you to the real world of struggle from this underground prison, and if you survive that world, I will bring you back to the land. Of course, as always, your prophecy will disappoint me this time too, as you always have. Chapter 5:15. The White Knight Tower. The White Knight Tower, which always emitted a soft light even in the midst of the gloomy desert, lost its mana and looked miserable due to the Soda Desert catastrophe. 3 elderly figures and a dragon that had transformed into a human stood on a rooftop with a massive hole. Keliark, Octavia, Hito, and Cadden sat on chairs created by Keliark's mana, gazing at the Soda Desert. Traces of the battle still lingered in the desert. The underground shipyard had exploded, causing the entire center of the desert to collapse, forming a horrifying and gigantic pit. The blowing sand carried sparks and heat, permeating the air. The fire and lightning erupting like tumors all over the desert showed no signs of ending despite being suppressed for several days. The remains of dead dragons and destroyed battleships filled the surroundings. 12 dragons died, 43 battleships were destroyed, and 8 specters and more than 250 magicians perished. Additionally, some battleship blueprints and parts of the machinery were stolen. This is the first time our clan has suffered such a blow since the Holy Kingdom Protection War 500 years ago. Keliark spoke calmly, eliciting a snort from Cadden. I couldn't even compare this to that time. Although he spoke as if it were a trivial matter, Cadden was the most disturbed among them. The Duke of the Demon World family has reappeared, and Murakan seems to have regained a considerable amount of his former strength. These two factors troubled Cadden. He felt as if the nightmares of the past were coming back to life. Of course, Murakan had only recovered about half of the strength he had in his prime, but those who heard Hito's report had the misconception that he had fully recovered. The misunderstanding about Murakan's battle prowess, stemming from the Black King incident, continued to grow. The run candles escaped successfully even when you were present, Hitonim. It seems Cadden is not afraid of Murakan for no reason. No, I never said I was afraid. You said that with your own mouth last time. It was right after the Black King incident. Do you have to talk about that in front of others? It wasn't just the run candles and Murakan. Kinselo and his demons were a problem too. Based on the circumstances, it seems a demon named Bianca Caligo injured Hitonim. Keliark and Cadden nodded at Octavia's additional explanation. Unlike the demon Anus Caligo, Bianca Caligo showed battle prowess at the level of a first-level superhuman. The damage was limited to this extent thanks to Hitonim. That's right. If Hito hadn't been there, this tower would have disappeared without a trace. Keliark. And your daughter would be dead or captured for experiments or imprisoned. Her decision to evacuate all forces from the magic tower in advance was excellent. It would have been a massacre if everyone had been there. Because of that, my subordinates seem to have incurred Hitonim's hatred a bit. Keliark, your daughter sometimes makes exceptional judgments with a strange intuition. That's the only thing Sandra has in common with you. Hito remained silent, fixing his gaze on the distant desert again. He had started telling lies he had never said in his life since he began serving Sandra, but this was the first time it was about something so serious. If there's something you desire, please tell me, Hitonim. As long as you don't hold me responsible for not protecting the chamber, it's enough. That's not your fault, Hitonim. Stop avoiding it and speak. If you could grant me a few days off, I would appreciate it, including the miss. Keliark smiled. Hito felt uncomfortable under his penetrating gaze that seemed to see through everything. Very well, take a 10-day break. You can leave immediately. Then I'll see you upon my return, Patriarch. Hito immediately left when Keliark finished speaking, mainly because constantly telling lies was becoming unbearable, but the rest of the group admired his dignified departure. I like Hitonim's confident demeanor. That human is undoubtedly Zippel's treasure, Keliark. You should hold on to him tightly so he doesn't change his mind. Yes, that's true. By the way, Keliark's gaze shifted between the Roman forest and the central border. After the battle, the place where Joshua executed the volcano remained inaccessible to recovery personnel. That power was undoubtedly chaos, right? Octavia. Yes, Patriarch. Runcandle and chaos. Both the infiltration tunnel and the power he showed at the end make it clear. The prophet of calamity is with Runcandle. The prophet of calamity. Since Sodaret disappeared, Zippel had been constantly tracking her. As far as Zippel knew, the last time Sodaret communicated with humans was with her former patriarch, Ryal Zippel. After that, there were her contractors, but there was no record of Sodaret communicating with them. So, Zippel had assumed that Sodaret had lost her power or sealed herself to avoid fulfilling the oath. That was until Jean appeared, and evidence surfaced that the prophet of calamity was with Runcandle. And the fact that Joshua Runcandle openly used the prophet's power indicates that Siren has entered the territory of the Five Kings. Yes, Patriarch. Siren Runcandle would never have allowed the use of that unstable power. Still, it's surprising. He must have known about the existence of the prophet, yet he tolerated it until now. I wonder if he thought there was no other way. No, it's not that. That monster is not such a weak human as to rely on something other than himself. Then why? Well, maybe he was looking forward to seeing his children and relatives surpass even the prophecy of calamity through Runcandle's values and fight. He probably didn't know when his time would run out, and once we regain our former power, Runcandle is destined to perish. Why would he make such a choice? I'm sure he had some expectations of the prophecy. He's different from us. He's old-fashioned. Suddenly, Kellyark's appearance began to rejuvenate. The wrinkled face and rough hands became smooth, and the disheveled hair regained its shine. No one could recognize that it was Kellyark Zippel, who instantly took on the face of a playful child. Anyway, we can't start a total war just based on the suspicion that Siren has entered the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Moreover, the enemy's capabilities exceed our expectations, considering what has just been confirmed in this incident. Runcandle and Kinslow. Through this incident, Zippel was able to reaffirm their strength. The Prophet of Calamity, Demon Dragons, the power of the Demon World Duke family, and more. Even that might not be everything. It seems that the price of arrogance gained by dominating the world for 1,000 years is a bit painful. We intentionally lured them to confirm their power, yet we suffered the most significant damage. Humph. Do you see that? I told them time and again that it wasn't the time to calmly look at crystal balls that show nothing. They have the blueprints and the machine, so those guys will become even stronger. Therefore, I have to be a bit more cautious from now on. I have to speed up all my plans. The completion of the Demon God Orb, the confirmation of Siren's entry into the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea, efforts to confirm and reinterpret the exact content of Runcandle's prophecy, the restoration of the ancient civilization, understanding Soderet's true intentions, tracking Timar's tomb, and much more. To accelerate and accomplish all these tasks, one person was indispensable. I will allocate more manpower and resources to find the last survivor of Hister. Do we have that manpower available right now? When are you going to recover all that? You'd better try harder to find it yourself, Cadden. Ah, this is so frustrating. I also need to move a bit. Really? You're not going to waste time looking at crystal balls again. Yes, Valeria Hister. She was the key to all major factions. The key to victory, the key to delaying defeat, the key to gaining new opportunities. Perhaps I'll have to sit back at the negotiating table with Rosa Runcandle. If we meet again because of Hister, the deal will be much more disadvantageous than last time. Kinslow's headquarters. Most high-ranking executives, including Bishkal and Barakt, alternately looked at the tightly closed door of the leader's room and the Grenil battleship anchored in the rear. Since the incident at Sword Emperor Castle, the leader had never fully awakened. However, this time Zephyrin and the Grenil battleship again used their power, and the leader's condition continued to deteriorate. Thud, the partly destroyed Grenil, fell even when standing and seemed to scream in agony. This further complicated the executive's feelings. So, Vice Leader, you used me as bait very appropriately. I've never seen such a cunning human. Ha ha ha. Although Bishkal Nim seems ruthless, she's actually a very nice person. She always invites me to sweet potato croquettes. Wow, this tastes good. I should ask for this every day too. Anyway, if the vice leader hadn't devised a plan to use me as bait there, I would probably have been captured. Those humans are stronger than you think. Ugh. Still, they're nothing more than ephemeral bugs compared to my elder sister. Let's toast to Bishkal Nim. Very well, Bouvard. Let's toast to sweet potato croquettes. Only 2 people, Bouvard and Ainaz, spoke enthusiastically. Ainaz was unaware that she had never been used as bait, and Bishkal had simply refrained from using the battleship's power out of fear of wasting. To save her. It was true that, in the end, she saved Ainaz. The Grenil battleship and Bianca followed Zephyr's signal, and while Zippel pursued them, Joshua executed the volcano, and Ainaz was quickly forgotten by everyone on the battlefield. Bishkal's real hair fell out when she heard Bouvard and Ainaz laughing heartily. Seeing a handful of hair in the palm of her hand, it was difficult to suppress the urge to immediately slit their throats. Stop tormenting the poor vice leader, demons. Zephyrin grabbed Bouvard and Aines by the hair. That's right, as good as my older brother may be, everything has to be in moderation. Besides, the leader is lying there not only because of this incident but also to heal Bouvard Nim. Shouldn't we be a little quiet today? Even Margiela stood by Zephyrin and spoke. I think you two should go there and sit in a corner. It was frustrating enough that Jean Runcandle mocked me over and over again, and on top of that, Joshua Runcandle, whom I should have taken as a hostage, self-exploded. Understand? My mood is very, very bad. In the face of Zephyrin's words, Bouvard and Aines seemed to break out in a cold sweat and disappeared with hesitant steps. I'm sorry, Grand Duke. My younger sister is still kind. I understand, Princess Bianca. I'm sorry. Bianca repeatedly bowed her head instead of Aines and disappeared, following her younger sister. Zephyrin sighed deeply, reflecting on whether they were really the ones who would carry the future of the demons. What are you going to do now, Zephyrin? Asked Margiela, and Zephyrin clenched his teeth. I guess I have to negotiate with Jean Runcandle. If he plays with me again this time, I'll do whatever it takes to kill that brat. Chapter 5:16. While Joshua fell, the ceremony honoring Black Knight Jane proceeded solemnly. Servants held a long silent prayer outside the mausoleum, carrying morning flowers in their hands, and the guardian knights, holding their swords upside down, formed a path leading to the mausoleum. Rosa held Jane's black helmet as if it were a portrait, and Murakan stood by her side. The Black Knights, flag-bearers, elders, family scribes, and guardian knights followed. All wore black uniforms and mourning attire. They passed by the densely planted swords in the courtyard, heading to the deepest part. Even before the procession entered the mausoleum, a thick iron-like scent permeated the air, like the aroma of blood. The black sword flag fluttered slowly in the cold mausoleum wind. The sound echoed through the stones inside like a mournful cry, but there was no one truly weeping. Those capable of shedding tears swallowed them, while those who couldn't suppress their emotions. Only Jane's black helmet occasionally gleamed in the darkness. This was a special place prepared for those who had faithfully protected the family until the end. For the Black Knights, the mausoleum could be considered the final point of their pilgrimage. Unless they committed treason, they were destined to be buried here. The mausoleum darkened as it deepened, and the procession gradually diminished. Family members, including scribes and stewards, stopped walking at the entrance, and the elders stood upright in the middle. Those who remained in the procession until the end were Rosa, the Black Knights, the flag-bearers, and Murakan. Only their outlines were visible when they reached the end. Rosa placed Jane's helmet on the specially prepared stone coffin. Even if the day comes when the Garden of Swords crumbles into pieces, scattered by the wind, and the world forgets even the name Runcandle, your loyalty and glory will never leave this place. Murakan created a morning flower with shadow energy and placed it in front of Jane's black helmet. Thank you, Jane. The stone coffin closed, and the procession exited the mausoleum after a while. Upon leaving, the order reversed compared to the entrance, and those who had been waiting at the front rejoined the procession. The procession finally exited the mausoleum, and the knights who had been waiting raised mourning flags all over the Garden of Swords. Thus, the ceremony to bury Jane's soul in the mausoleum, which had lasted from dawn until noon, came to an end. Originally, the burial in the mausoleum would take over a week, but Rosa and the flag-bearers informally celebrated it, considering the various circumstances of the family. Factors such as the absence of the corpse, the recent and significant battle, and the fact that Joshua, the next patriarch of the family, was incarcerated. A more turbulent and sunken stream flowed in the Garden of Swords than ever before. It feels uncomfortable. Yes, it does. Daytona and Haytona. The two took shelter under the eaves of the shed to avoid the suddenly pouring rain and smoked cigarettes. Naturally, some of the flag-bearers gathered there. It wasn't to avoid the rain or because of the Tana brothers. Because beyond the eaves, a woman was kneeling in front of Joshua's private quarters. She was Alina Runcandle, whom the brothers knew as Joshua's wife. She was recognized as Joshua's wife, but she had no real authority, and her position within the family had become ambiguous. preventing her from participating in Jane's ceremony. People thought that the reason she came out of the private quarters and kneeled was not to honor Jane in this way but to make some kind of plea, perhaps begging for her husband's release. I understand her feeling, but it might have been better to stay inside. Rand shrugged and spoke. Vigo nodded. There must be a reason Mother decided to leave her in that state. Leave her alone. She'll stop when she realizes it's futile, and she might end up dying like that. Dyfus thought that the fact that Rosa didn't stop Alina's actions was ultimately because it provided the slightest justification for Joshua's reinstatement. And the two who knew his identity, Mew and Anne, had indifferent expressions. Jean was more focused on Mew and Anne than on Alina. Their behavior has strangely changed. If they were Mew and Anne, he knew. Naturally, they should be showing signs of anxiety because they couldn't be sure that Joshua would be reinstated just like him and Dyfus. Did Mother inform Mew and Anne about the fact that Joshua might be reinstated again? No, Mother wouldn't need their or others' help. Now, it didn't seem like Mew and Anne had any hidden power or will, but for some reason it didn't feel right. Are they just determined? Or is there something more? Felt like looking at someone other than Mew and Anne. Elder brothers Ran and Vigo. Let's talk. Us? Yes. About what? Is it going to end like this? Even the lower-ranking flag-bearers must join and take charge of a faction within the family. Otherwise, we'll be purged if someone else takes the throne later. Mew spoke without hesitation, though Jean and Dyfus were listening. Mew and who says someone will kill you? No matter which of the younger flag-bearers ascends to the throne, I don't think that will happen. If the youngest takes the throne, it seems our heads will roll that day, elder brother Dyfus. Oh, you might end up dead by Mary's hand if you keep acting this wicked. The family is in this state, and you're still only concerned about your own survival? Fulfill your duties in your positions. When are you going to become a responsible person? Upon hearing that, Mew and Anne let out a bitter laugh. It seems becoming a person is a lost cause now. Ran and Vigo, if you intend to speak, don't hesitate to come to my room whenever you want. After Mew and Anne left, Petro sought out Jean. Young Master, the acting matriarch, is looking for you. Then Dyfus nodded as if he knew what was coming. Take care, Jean. Yes, elder brother. The reason Jean and Dyfus showed this reaction was that Jean had not yet handed over to Rosa some battleship and machinery blueprints obtained from the armored vault of the second magic tower. Jean followed Petro. Rosa awaited him in the central training ground. The training ground had not been fully restored yet after Jin's patriarchal declaration. The rain ceased along the way. Have you come? Yes. For a moment, mother and son looked at each other in silence. Last night, the prophet sent me a message. Rosa spoke first about that, not the blueprints and the machine. A message? Wasn't Mother in direct contact with the prophet? The mother will never give up the prophet's power. The reason she brought Joshua this time could be a warning to the prophet. It's very possible if the relationship between the mother and the prophet is not as close as that of Joshua. So, what you're saying is that Mother plans to bind the prophet and later blame her for everything and reinstate Joshua? A conversation Jean had with Dyfus not long ago. As Jean suspected at that time, Rosa had never communicated directly with the prophet. They had seen each other before, but she still didn't know Alina's true identity. It wasn't because Rosa lacked the ability. It was simply because the divine power of the prophet was that exceptional. What was the message? She claims to have the ability to interpret and perfect unfinished blueprints to create a fleet. Jean hadn't delivered the items yet, but during the report, he informed Rosa that the blueprints were encrypted with magical codes, making them impossible to decipher with Runcandle's current technological capabilities. It was natural that, unlike general blueprints, the blueprints for mass-produced battleships could not be deciphered or copied by anyone. And it was impossible to even guess the use and identity of the obtained machine. She also mentioned that she knows the purpose of the machine. She says it's an item that can change the course of future wars. Acting matriarch. Speak. Do you know what the catalyst for the prophet's power is? Living humans. Rosa's voice contained no remorse or shame. the infiltration tunnels and spells used in this mission, and the information related to the key to the second magic tower were all obtained by the Prophet using humans as materials. She used prisoners from Rick Alton. It was the Tower of Living Beings that Dox had seen in Rick Alton. The Prophet used those humans as material for Joshua's mission in the Soda Desert. I sent one of the family's Black Knights to Rick Alton. However, he didn't return even after the deadline passed, and when I went there personally, all that was left were the bones of at least an estimated 10,000 humans. Maybe there were also bones of innocence. Jean had also sent Dox to the same place, and he had not yet received any reports from him. And when Dox was in imminent danger of death, it was a Black Knight sent by Rosa who came to his aid. The Black Knight hasn't returned yet? No. You already knew that the Prophet was using humans, so why did you send the Black Knight to Rick Alton? What were you trying to confirm? Did you dismiss the possibility that the Prophet would harm the Black Knight? I don't have to answer all your questions. I haven't called you here to explain everything to you. If you don't like my judgment and actions, prove me wrong and move forward. You sound very uncharacteristic of yourself. If I seem despicable to you, that only shows that you fear me. Jean calmed his boiling blood. As Rosa said, she wasn't in a position to answer all of Jin's questions. Originally, I planned to use those items with the help of the Prophet. If Joshua had shown signs of awakening, Rosa would have handed over the blueprints and the machine to the Prophet without hesitation. She didn't entirely trust the Prophet, but she was certain that all her actions revolved around Joshua Runcandle. If someone had confronted the Prophet's absolute prophecy even once, they would inevitably have been convinced. But this time, I changed my mind by suspending Joshua from his position as flag-bearer. I'll postpone negotiations with the Prophet. During that period, show me that you have a method superior to the Prophet's. Hister. And the record magic of Hister. When the constant mission of finding Arya Alhart was entrusted to the flag-bearer, as Joshua foresaw, Rosa already thought that Jean was in contact with the survivor of Hister. If I fail, you will hand them over to the Prophet. Is that what you're saying? That's right. Even if I fail, those things won't go to the Prophet. If you fail and don't hand them over to the family, I'll take them by force. What the family seeks is domination, not immorality. Accepting and actively using the Prophet's power is an act that goes beyond the line. You speak as if you're affected by some kind of curse or something. You must have learned a lot about enemies in the Soda Desert. However, you speak like a spoiled child. Listen well, Jean Runcandle, my youngest son. For me, the survival and prosperity of Runcandle are more important values than anything else. Nothing can surpass those values. Even if tens of billions of humans die in the process of achieving it, even if the world is destroyed in the struggle, and what remains in it are only a few members of Runcandle. I don't care. If that's the case, then what I have to do is destroy you as always, Mother. I look forward to it. Jean turned around and left the training ground. Rosa remained alone in the training ground for a long time, even after Jean left. Chapter 517. Tychon was still under construction. The massive equipment of the Black King's Mountain was being reviewed and reinstalled, so it was natural that it would take some time. However, even though the construction was not complete, Tychon now possessed over 80% of the defensive power of the Black King's Mountain. Considering only the defensive power of the equipment brought from the Black King's Mountain shelter, it was at 80%. If one took into account the strength of Jin's companions and the newly formed Blood Alliance, although they were considered subordinates, Tychon stood as an unparalleled city in defense, excluding the two main factions. At the moment, there was no small nation that could surpass Tychon. Since the union of the mercenaries and the Black King, Tychon had become a land that could easily be called the fifth faction. Oh, the nation's declaration is just around the corner. Perhaps because of this, the man who was the leader of Tychon, the owner of the seven-colored peacock, and the ghost sword Kashmir Alfrian had been crying a lot lately. It was due to inexpressible emotions, an overwhelming sense of gratitude, heightened sensitivity as he approached middle age, and the conviction that a long-cherished dream was about to come true, as well as gratitude towards his companions. These were the reasons why Kashmir shed tears of happiness. Oh, Kashmir Nim is crying again. Uriah, please bring your father's handkerchief. Young Master Jean is also there. What kind of insolence is that? So said Jet and Elisa, and Amala added, Why are you crying, Kashmir? Truly, after a long time, all the companions gathered to eat. Thanks to Murakan's persistence, except for Gilly, who went for a walk with Murakan, everyone sat at the dining table. It's still not enough to make a nation declaration, Jean said. He was also excited. However, after this mission, a sense of urgency naturally settled in Jin's mind. Yes, as the Lord says, we're still lacking. Although the chances of Zippel and Kinselo touching this place in the near future are slim, they will try to press whenever the opportunity arises, said Lada, and Valkas nodded. The installation speed of the defense equipment is slower than expected, my lord, Valkas commented. I heard it's because the equipment was specialized for the mountain range where the Black King's Mountain was located, Valkas Nim. That's right. Compatibility with Tychon is not bad, but it's not perfect. Also, since our time at the Black King's Mountain hideout, I've felt that there is much room for improvement in our equipment. Thanks to Amala, many improvements have already been made. Amala, as demonstrated on the Gaifa Islands, she is a war master who uses the power of chaos. In Gaifa, she showed even greater power by merging with Bouvard's chaos. But even without that, she was already the world's best war team operator. Valkas rated her higher than all the mercenaries of the Black King, not in terms of pure strength but in the aspect of war. Although not all equipment has been installed yet, it's producing 80% of the energy. However, I understand seeing Amala reinforcing the equipment can still improve. It means we can surpass the power of the old Black King's Mountain hideout. Is that possible? It's possible, my lord, said Amala, waving her hand out of her bushy clothes. Jean felt somewhat uncomfortable with her behavior. On the Gaifa Islands, she fought with the intention to kill them all the time, and after Yona's interrogation, she fainted, so he left for the Soda Desert without keeping a word of conversation. On the other hand, Amala behaved very friendly and referred to Jean as the Lord just like Valkas and Lada. This was because her chaos had submitted to Yona and fundamentally had the nature of a somewhat affable girl. The slight fear she had towards Jean and Murakan seemed to have disappeared. Most of the old Valkas's equipment is a product of modern magical engineering. However, some are relics commonly called masterpieces, like the Lord's helmet. It seems that old Valkas and my cuties didn't know each other so well. Before meeting Jean, Amala roamed the world as a lifelong mercenary and chaos explorer. Thanks to that, there were not many people in the world more knowledgeable about relics and artifacts than her. Haha! I can't believe I'm listening to an old man from my comrades. Heavenly, don't call me handsome. Amala, hidden in the thick clothes, seemed younger not only than Jean but even than Enya. For some reason, Valkas felt strangely hurt. Those who reacted strongly to the term cutie were Lada and Faye. Masterpiece. These things were made by demons or by ancient Zippels. An example is what old Valkas calls Black King Cannon number 1, but in my opinion, it's more appropriate to call it a full-range mana absorption percussion cannon. Old Valkas didn't know, so he used it like a normal cannon. Mana absorption. What? Amalanim, you know how to use difficult words. Did you understand it? Full-range mana absorption percussion cannon? Jean, who had always lived with Academy critique books, was familiar with such long official names. Well, will it improve? If all functions are completed, it will become the most powerful cannon ever. To compare, where is Kozek? It would be more powerful than Kozek's full-range mana absorption percussion cannon. Even comparing the slightly different names, the first one seems stronger. However, it couldn't be confirmed if Amala's words were true. If that's true, how did that thing end up at the Black King's Mountain? During the time when the Black Kings existed independently, there were occasional exchanges with Zippel or the Imperial family engineers for equipment maintenance. They couldn't just leave when they saw mana cannons. Something. Hee, you ask cute questions. Did they send top personnel to the Black King's Mountain? Since they always sent people who looked like confused scarecrows, it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't know. It's a problem that can be solved with a bit of brain. That's true. Hey, the cutie is a fan of Amala. Well, anyway, it seems to be an amazing canon. Can Amalanim restore it? To Enya's question, Amala shook her head. Because Lotta had her in a tight grip, her neck hardly moved, and she only shook the bushes. Ugh, I can't. Bones, they've got me. Wait, I lack skills. And I'm not sure if there's personnel capable of restoring it. My lord, whether Amala's words are true or not, it seems necessary to recruit a suitable magical engineer. There are many devices to improve, and above all, we need to find clues about the machine obtained in the Soda Desert. An object that could change the course of the future war. That's how the prophet described to Rosa the machine Jean had acquired. Mother also did not hear the prophet talk about the exact purpose of that object. If she had heard, she would have told me too, as it will undoubtedly benefit the family. Of course, the prophet's words could be false. She might also not know the true purpose of the machine. But the machine wouldn't be alone with the blueprints. There must be a reason for its existence. To find that reason, Hister's record magic was needed, and the help of a genius magical engineer. Jet. Yes, my lord. Inform me immediately if Arya contacts. Jean has not met Valeria since leaving the Wantaramo forest last year. She kept the demon man's corpse obtained in the Wantaramo forest as evidence to pressure the imperial family. Furthermore, she was analyzing the metal used by the leader of Kinsalo that Jean had obtained from the Sword Emperor's castle and the recording device Jean had given her, and also tracing the Timar's tomb while restoring Hister's magic. The lack of contact could be due to no progress or that she is exposed to some danger. It must be one of the two. If not, she may have entered the next succession temple. In addition to Valeria, Jean still couldn't contact Misha, so he was a little anxious. Of course. No news is good news, so don't worry too much. We haven't contacted her for quite some time. But is something wrong with that haughty lady? That would be great. Hey, Murakan. Mishanim. My lord, Murakanim went for a walk with Gilly. There he comes. But why is there a giant toad? Is he riding Talaris Nim's death snow toad? The 7 swords of the hidden palace, Ryu and Hiten, who were sitting at the table, stood up and bowed. Greetings, mistress. Greetings, mistress. Not only Murakan and Gilly, but also their mistress was on Talaris's death snow toad. Next to them, for some reason, Kazan, Beriz, and Yulian were standing with seemingly blank expressions, as if they were some kind of assistants. Hee son-in-law. Long time no see. Talaris Nim, Lady Cirrus. Why don't you ever call this mother even when there's such an occasion, my son-in-law? Didn't you receive an invitation from Lucas Manfran? Oh, it must have been a confusion. I almost feel resentful again. Ha ha ha. Ha. It's amazing. On my way here, I heard from that handsome black dragon that something strange clung to my son-in-law. It was a story about Sandra Zippel. At that comment, Cirrus let out a sigh as if she no longer had the strength to argue with her mother. To my son-in-law, she's not to your liking, right? The daughter of a hostile clan. Mother, even if she's Zippel, she's a person who has helped Jean a lot. Era, you're acting stiff as always. Can't you even accept a joke? It wasn't a light matter. Of course, Cirrus was never aware of Sandra Zippel. However, even though Jean is her friend, she seemed unable to help betraying the hidden palace. But she felt strange that Sandra did. If it had been me in the past, I would have laughed and mocked about this. After meeting Jean, it seems that I have changed a bit. Talaris shrugged. Era, I thank you too. But it doesn't give you the right to humiliate your mother in front of people. This mother is still the owner of the hidden palace. I apologize for that, mother. I was just joking. Don't be scared. Really? I can still enjoy teasing my daughter. Anyway, it's nice to see everyone. It's a bit strange and fascinating to see the 3 great mercenaries eating together like this. Indeed, this is the work of the charm of the man I marked as my son-in-law. So, what were you talking about? Full-range mana absorption percussion cannon. At the moment Jean responded to that point, suddenly, an alarm sounded throughout Tychon. The equipment installed by the Black Kings was causing the alarm. Woo woo. The alarm went off due to the sudden appearance of an unidentified object in the sky. And the protagonist who triggered the alarm was the person who escorted Jean and his group in the Soda Desert not long ago. Zephyrin. Chapter 518. Zephyrin had the appearance of a harpy commonly depicted in novels. In general, she looked human, but her entire body, except for her face, was covered in black feathers, and she had wings instead of arms. And she flew very fast. She appeared as a dot in the distance, but in an instant, she came close enough to be recognizable. What's with that human crow? Is it a surprise circus act my son-in-law has prepared for me? It's a demon dragon named Zephyrin. It seems she has come here for some matters with me. Another woman, huh? Anyway, you're very popular among women, my son-in-law. Naturally, Zephyrin didn't seem very friendly. She had already suffered humiliation from Jean in the Soda Desert, and her plan to take Joshua hostage had failed. Furthermore, the last-minute battle and the damage from the volcano had left the leader on the brink of death. Somehow, I feel a chill. If it had been at another time, there might have been some tension. But Jean calmly turned his head to observe his companions on both sides. A sly smile appeared on his face. That thing. Zephyrin. Isn't it Zephyrin? Zephyrin? This. Damn. How well we treated her. The eyes of the Black Kings on external guard duty sharpened like blades. She's an enemy of our leader. Charge Black King Cannon Number 1. Open all cannons, including Black King Cannon Number 1. We will avenge our leader. The sacrifice of our leader will not be in vain. The Black King's mercenaries spoke as if Valkas had died in that moment. It wasn't clear if it was to inspire anger or if someone had used the term enemy to create a strange trend in the flow, but it couldn't be known. The cannons were aiming. The Black King's mercenaries stationed at the central watchtower were sending signals. It meant that the preparations to shoot down that damn thing had been completed, so give the orders immediately. Well, my lord, please make a decision. Let's do a defense test. Valkas raised his hand, and the staff in the watchtower nodded. Boom! The defense devices installed by the Black Kings in various places on Tychon's walls began to appear at the same time. It was a perfect and seamless transformation, like the rotation of precisely interlocked gears. Cannons appeared in the embrasures to press and suppress the intruder. There were also devices firing nets, and there were over 40 giant bows operated by various members. Additionally, numerous defense setups were aimed at Zephyrin. I heard rumors that the fortress defense had started, but was it to this extent? Moreover, to receive such treatment when they should greet me politely, it's absurd. Jean Nim, start firing. While the commanders shouted, the sky instantly turned red with projectiles, flames, arrows, hooks, and nets. If it had been an ordinary dragon, it probably would have met its death at that moment. However, Zephyrin skillfully dodged the attacks. She's quite fierce. Zephyrin was surprised first by that part. Under normal circumstances, she might have laughed at such a pitiful sight. However, it was a different story in the current situation where she couldn't harness the leader's power. Black King Cannon Number 1. Fire. Fire! As soon as it was determined that a blind spot had been created, Black King Cannon spewed fire. Bang! A strong but refreshing explosion, as if something blocked had been pierced, sounded after the cannon fire had already grazed Zephyrин's cheek and shoulder. Just now. What was that? If she had taken a direct hit, in her weakened state she would have suffered death or equivalent damage. The intuition was so clear that Zephyrin had no choice but to block Black King Cannon Number 1 after it flew at an impossible-to-dodge angle. She had harnessed the leader's strength. Cough! The leader, who was lying down at that moment, was vomiting blood, and the Kinselo members were on alert. It's quite excellent, isn't it? During the Black King incident, the battle took place almost in a different subspace, and the members couldn't use it as everyone was evacuating. The power of Black King Cannon Number 1 was at an extraordinary level. It's the pride of our Black Kings. Now I have an approximate idea of its performance. Now, please guide Zephyrin to land here. When Valkas relayed Jin's order, the firing pattern changed from suppression to guidance. After that, Zephyrin rolled through the sky for about 5 minutes before landing in the mansion's front yard, somewhat battered and bruised. Huff, huff, tase. Jin, run, candle. Bastard, are you mocking me again? Have you forgotten our agreement? Come out. I'll rip off all your limbs. She spat out such words in the heat of the moment. All of Jin's companions gathered in front of her. Who are you going to tear apart? Zephyrin, you turned the Black King's mountain into that state and still dared to come here. Lower your gaze and behave properly. Talaris, Valkas, and Lada spoke simultaneously. Especially Talaris, without waiting for Zephyrn's response, closed the distance in an instant and delivered a punch to Zephyrn's jaw. Thunk. Thud. The sound of a fist imbued with the power of full ice colliding with the jaw of a demon dragon was a sensation that anyone who heard it couldn't help but wonder. Isn't she dead? Zephyrin received the impact of her punch for the second time. Quang! Shockwaves and gusts of wind swirled around her, followed by a sudden cold that froze Zephyrn's limbs and held them like chains. No. Ugh. How do you mean no? Ha! Hidden Palace Master. It seems you don't know who I am. Ack. Ah. I guess you need to take a few hits until you soften up. Bang. Without the need for further intervention from the other companions, Talaris ruthlessly and triumphantly struck Zephyrin with overwhelming blows. After enduring such a ruthless beating for 5 minutes, Zephyrin, with a severely swollen face, could only think of one thing. This is not. Of course, this was not what she expected. Even if she couldn't use the leader's full power, though she had used it once again, Zephyrn's strength was by no means lacking. She was just slightly thrown off by Tychon's defensive setup, forced the leader's power a bit, and fell to the ground somewhat fatigued. Moreover, her opponent was none other than Talaris. Zephyrin also expected that, if Jin had any decency, he would have received her with some elegance. After all, they had made a promise in the Soda Desert. Ah, you said something like that, Zephyrin. If you had contacted me in advance, I would have received you politely. I thought you were a terrorist. Well, you are a terrorist, aren't you? Because you're from Kinsalo. Jin responded as if he didn't know, and Zephyrn's eyes turned purple with demonic energy and murderous intent. Jin, run, candle. You bastard. No, now is not the time to speak so recklessly. It won't do you any good if you keep fooling around. Right? Zephyrin, calming her anger, observed Jin's group. Jin, it's been a long time. In the end, she admitted that now was not the time to stir up trouble, realizing it could cause a big problem if she used all her power. Not so long, comrade from the Soda Desert. It seems you also safely escaped from that desert. Bastard. Zephyrin smiled, barely suppressing the growing urge to say something vulgar. You speak as if we're nothing if you could use your power properly. The truth was no. You're interpreting it strangely. I'm curious since last time. What the hell do you believe in and keep moving alone? Moreover, this is my territory. It means you shouldn't come like this without an invitation. There was a clear reason why Zephyrin preferred to move alone. She, the Grand Duke of the Demon World, having someone unnecessary around, she thought it was beneath her. However, it was an awkward situation to say that, so she didn't respond. Beings like dragons, demons, those close to immortality, tended to have such strange and outdated cultures and ideologies. I was going to kill him, but I spared your life just for our promise. So I hope this kind of rudeness doesn't happen again. Fine, I get it. Now, can you let me go and have a chat? No. When Talaris flatly refused, Zephyrin murmured. Hidden Palace Master, it's not very effective to play tricks like this. There must be records left by the previous Hidden Palace Masters about me. Then Talaris slightly burst into laughter. Today is full of kids taking jokes seriously. Demon Dragoness Zephyrin, there is a very short record about you. Most of it must have disappeared. I had quite interesting encounters with the Hidden Palace Masters. Wasn't there anything like Do not mess with her at all in the records. There was. The record left by the previous hidden palace masters about Zephyrin was just one line. Avoid her if you encounter her. She is not the target of sealing or assassination, and her current level of strength is only average. There must be a reason for leaving such a record. FZZZZ. The ice-binding Zephyrin dispersed into the air. I didn't see such content, but be aware that if you threaten my son-in-law like that again, it won't end as a joke. Moreover, on your own territory. The fact that the hidden palace master, Talaris Endorma, was very friendly with Jean was well known to everyone. The public already knew that the marriage between Jean and Cirrus had been confirmed. However, those who knew the secret of the hidden palace knew that they maintained absolute neutrality. To resolve anomalies in the world, sometimes it was necessary to ally with certain forces. She's warning me, implying that she can deviate from neutrality. The hidden palace doesn't seem the same as before. It was new information for Zephyrin. Humph. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, Jean, keep the promise we made. Zephyrin was very curious when she came for a visit, but now she was angry and anxious. That's right, those things for Runcandle are actually like pearls around a pig's neck. I won't be fooled in the next negotiation. So enjoy today's small victory, Jean. If Jean changes his words again this time, she would return with no gains, only being beaten like a fool. I will. Surprisingly, Jean was obediently responding to Zephyrin's demand. Are you talking about handing over the blueprints and the machine? That's going too far. I will have a formal meeting with Kinslow. I will give you the opportunity to decipher the blueprints and the machine at that time. The deciphering process will take place in front of both factions, and all information must be shared with our side. Haha, you still talk like a tough guy. You're mistaken, Zephyrin. The winner of that day in the desert was me. Since the items are in my hands, Zippel and your Kinslow are losers. Thank my generosity. If you don't like it, just go back empty-handed. And leaving your head behind wouldn't be a bad idea. The day will come when all demons will curse you, Jean. Jean responded with a mocking smile. It's fine. I'm immune to curses. I will decide and notify the date of the meeting. I think we're done here. What are you going to do? Since we were having a meal, try some dishes before you leave. Chapter 519, Kinslow Headquarters. The bitter loss in the Soda Desert wasn't enough for the leader to suddenly stop coughing up blood again. So the atmosphere wasn't good. Only Bouvard and Anas were laughing. Ha! Zephyrin used the leader's power again. The leader needs to regain consciousness properly and control Zephyrin, but he lost his energy again. It seems like this keeps happening. I'm starting to think we should say something to Vice Leader. As Bishkal and Barak seemed to express their frustration, Joe nodded. No, and so what if she's the Grand Duke of the demon world? Isn't this a bit too much? The leader coughed up blood again. Don't interfere, Joe. Seriously, do I have to personally tell you to shut up every time so you keep that snorting closed? Should I break your jaw so you can't talk again? Zephyr-Nim must not have had a choice. She must be more anxious than anyone for the leader's recovery. She's in a similar situation to Jean-Nim's Dragon Guardian, Murakanim, so she must be frustrated. Well, that's true. Margiela. Joe found it difficult to hide his uncomfortable feelings every time this happened. If he had said exactly what Margiela had just said, Barak would probably have lunged at him, threatening to kill him. Ugh. This narrow-minded, foul-mouthed, dirty, and discriminatory bastard. While Joe thought that, Margiela turned her head and met his eyes. Don't have such bad thoughts, Joe-Nim. She said this by moving her mouth, and Joe let out a dry cough as he felt a shiver down his spine. The door opened. Zephyrin entered. Zephyr-Nim. Everyone who was sitting stood up, showing their respect. Oh, Grand Duke. You've come. The White Wolf just mentioned you. Zephyrin gestured for those standing to sit, looking somewhat annoyed. I told you, elder sister. Zephyr-Nim, you're here. Everyone was talking about you. They were talking about me? What? Oh, what were they talking about? Everyone. About Zephyr-Nim. We were talking about how awesome you are. Going alone to enemy territory is a heavy task for us, the lower beings. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Zephyrin. Bishkal hastily interrupted Ainaz and changed the subject, sensing Zephyrин's low spirits. Even Barak, who had said he would speak, sighed just by looking at Zephyrин's mood and face. Damn it, I, a great warrior, am in a situation where I have to be cautious. Why is her jaw so like that? Could it be that she was hit? Zephyrин's jaw was very swollen. Hee. But Zephyrin, where did you get this bump? Will something come out if we pop it? On the other hand, Ainaz, despite being warned once, shamelessly touched the swollen jaw, laughing softly. Of course, the giant bump was the result of a blow from Talaris. Oh, Ainaz. That's not good. The Grand Duke might get angry. Hee. I've never seen such a big bump. Sister, try touching it too. You shouldn't, crazy thing. Die. What are you doing to the Grand Duke? Die. Bam dash. Bianca's way of speaking suddenly changed, spitting curses and punches in rapid succession. Ainaz ran away, but Bianca soon followed her with a cudgel in hand. Margiela rolled her wheelchair towards Zephyrin. What happened? Zephyrin. We've decided to hold a meeting, Margiela. Jean will notify us of the date, and we can discuss things during the meeting. We must share all the information we find at that time. Damn that Jean run candle. Wow, it's an impressive harvest. Do you really think so? Of course, if someone else from our group had gone, we wouldn't have gotten anything. Meanwhile, the Caligo sisters, who had been wandering among the executives, regained some of their senses. Oh, what have I done? I'm sorry. It must hurt, Ainaz. Oh, no. It's fine. Huh? But what's this smell? Grand Duke, did you eat something delicious there? There's a really appetizing smell coming from you, Grand Duke. This time, even Bianca sniffed the air near Zephyrin. After the beating, Zephyrin had eaten something in Tychon before leaving. She couldn't help it because refusing to eat in such a situation seemed to go against the dignity of the Grand Duke of the Demon World. Sigh. Why were those cookies so annoyingly delicious? And that strawberry pie too? Zephyrin took out cookies from Latree, and the Caligo sisters immediately bit into them, expressing their joy by hopping around. In other words, it was a mess. Bishkal couldn't help but feel bitter and sad, wondering how Kinslow had ended up in this state. Shall I tell you a funny story for the downcast Zephyrin? Sure, Margiela said as she rolled her wheelchair. What's it about? Something sad might happen to Jean Nim soon, Zephyrin. Something sad? Margiela smiled gently. You really ate a lot. You even took all the cookies I left for the kids. But I saved the strawberry pie, Jet. I couldn't resist eating strawberry pie at the table, but it's not as good as the strawberry pie my strawberry pie makes. No way. Sure. Murakanim is the best. After dinner, the group gathered to chat or smoke. Talaris listened to everything that happened in the soda desert and examined the blueprints and the machine. We might need a specialized magician to properly interpret the blueprints. This encrypted magic is probably a new type created by Zippel. As for the machine, did that prophet say this would change the course of future wars? Yes, Talaris Nim. I'd say it might be true about a Black King's cannon calling it something like mana absorption, but I have no idea how such a small thing can be used. All of Jin's comrades and allies so far had the same reaction. I felt the same, but as I kept thinking, I came up with an idea. It might have something to do with the cube that Zippel used in the Gaifa archipelago, the summoning device. The last survivor of the Hister clan named Arya Alhart and Misha are crucial. I'm sure it will be possible to decipher the blueprint code using record magic. But can't we at least find out who made the machine? I agree. And it would be great if Kinslow can decipher the codes. The Black Dragon Misha might be of some help. I haven't been able to contact Misha Nim. It's been a year already, so I'm starting to worry a little. The last time Jean saw Misha was around this time last year. He had sought her out to inquire about the recording device after visiting the second tomb of Timar. By then, Jean received information from Misha that Arya Alhart was in Mummet, leading to a natural reunion with Valeria. A year, well, that's nothing for dragons, so don't worry, son-in-law. Having fought together, I don't think she'll be caught easily. I'd also like to share a drink with Miss Misha as a companion. Yes, brat. The Hidden Palace Master is right. That crazy woman will show up when she feels like it, so let's stop worrying about that. Huh? Thinking about her face gives me chills. And she's not perfect either. She's good at shady things like deciphering codes, but she also messes up a lot. Heh. Is the handsome elder brother really scared of his elder sister? Huh. Who's scared? Ah. So you're the one who's really worried? If you knew that crazy as well as I do, you'd realize how insignificant the act of worrying is. If she hides with all her heart, not even the gods could find her, let alone humans. The demon god orb is the combination of the abilities of various gods, so who knows? Maybe you need to be a little too honest. Too loud. Anyway, I think it's more useful to find the genius magical engineer as soon as possible, not Misha. Improving the equipment of the Black Kings and understanding that unidentified machine is important. We need a magical engineer, and we also need to meet Miss Misha. I have many things to ask her. After recalling the need for a magical engineer, Jean diligently searched through the memories of his past life. He tried to remember which truly great magical engineers he knew who were not affiliated with Zippel or the imperial family by that time. Ramos Phil? No. He was already affiliated with the Imperial Academy when I was a provisional flag bearer. Talva Newman? No. The Scylla clan? Wasn't it a clan that existed only until the early 18th century? Magical engineering ranked last among Jin's magical interests. As a result, he didn't know many memorable figures, and most were either dead or already affiliated with someone. A magical engineering genius, huh? There were some individuals like that among my past lovers. Should I contact them sometime? Son-in-law. Past lovers? I really don't trust that Hidden Palace Master. Did you like those flashy types? I'd appreciate it, Talaris Nim. I plan to meet all magical engineers who are not currently affiliated. All right, but I have a condition. Call me mother-in-law and I'll do it. Of course, mother-in-law. I should address you as such after all you've done for me. Jean, you too. Cirrus looked surprised. Haha. Exactly. Only my son-in-law responded well to my joke today. The rest stayed serious. Ha ha ha. Talaris and Jean burst into laughter. Does my mother and Jean find it so funny? But, for some reason, I also feel like laughing. Maybe it's because of the peaceful and friendly atmosphere. Cirrus resisted the urge to smile that was forming. Oh, son-in-law, look, if we tease her a little more, she might smile too. Son-in-law, you know? When she was young, she called herself the Ice Princess. Ice Princess? No, Ice Princess, you say, Lady Cirrus? How old were you then? Ice Princess? The brat got the nickname of Dark Crown Prince. Have you heard of that? The Dark Crown Prince? Jean Runcandle. Dark Crown Prince? That's pathetic. I think Ice Princess is better, Jean. PFFF. In the end, Cirrus burst into laughter and responded to those who were laughing under their breath. Thinking, well, all right. After laughing and chatting for a while, Talaris got up and fixed her hair. Haha. Thanks to my son-in-law, I've laughed a lot. Are you leaving so soon, Talaris Nim? Yes, I have to go. I'll prepare the farewell. Son-in-law, you should come too. To the Hidden Palace? Yes, specifically, to the Hidden Palace Training Ground. Why to the Hidden Palace Training Ground? I heard you received from your sister, Mary Runcandle, a training book for a secret technique written by Siren. This mother-in-law will personally help you perfect your mastery of the elements. It's the price of my laughter. Chapter 520. At the Hidden Palace, the leaders of the Golden Pung informed Jean about the status of their business. Now, Golden Pung cosmetics were becoming nearly irreplaceable items, thanks to the development of various skincare products. Not just makeup but also clothing, people of all ages worldwide were using Golden Pung products regardless of gender. It had become a representative product of the era. Who would have thought that the flowers and snowflakes of the hidden palace could be so good for human skin? If it were a world where only money mattered, I'd already be near the top as an individual. I offer this glory to the great, beautiful, and all-powerful Talaris. Jean nodded at Peng's words. How is the development of magical items going? We're still pouring water into the bottomless well. But don't we have a lot of money? If we keep pouring like this, in the end, we'll see some results. Money doesn't lie. The money earned from the Golden Pung business not only fattened Jean and his comrades' pockets, but was also invested heavily in the development of magical items. Eventually, it would change the market dominated by Zippel. Time passes and the world develops. The more the world developed, the more Zippel's influence solidified, while Runcandle declined. To stop Zippel's monopoly and Runcandle's decline, Runcandle needed something more than military power. However, recruiting magical researchers or engineers isn't easy. Except for the best, we only managed to get people big enough to work with us in secret, so slow progress can't be avoided. For Tychon's defense, analyzing the machine from the second magic tower, and developing magical items, the situation demanded a genuine engineering genius. Of course, it was highly unlikely that all these problems could be handled by the skill of a single engineer. However, things couldn't go well without recruiting anyone. I'll actively look for more people in the future, so keep up the good work. Then don't worry, comrade. Oh, and the guy who bought clothes from us, Nordav Sarsing. Did I hear his real name is Sandra Zippel? Yes. If he didn't approve of your clothes, he was going to kill all of you. He's a damn customer, but we'll have to be careful when taking orders from now on. Oh, and I didn't write it in the report. I put the Watertails together as a test on their bulletin board. People reacted well, saying they were cute. Take a look at this. When Peng showed the ad design, Jean chuckled slightly and headed to the training field. Talaris was waiting there. It looks like Siren really liked Mary, seeing such meticulous work in the Secret Techniques training book. Well, if he trains well and finds the right direction, he can be one of the strongest in the current Runcandle generation, excluding Luna. Talaris examined the book of secret techniques written by Siren. As Jean entered the practice room, her eyes changed. I tried to help lightly, but your serious face is a bit overwhelming. I guess this mission has been quite impactful in various ways for you, my son-in-law. I always have a strong desire to become stronger, but it was particularly impactful in the Soda Desert. Because of that Hito, I've been thinking about that person for a while, but no one comes to mind. As I said before, most likely, it's the warrior your father saved in the Black Sea in the past. Not just because of the Tower Guardian. Overall, I felt powerless. I heard your judgments were great. The handsome elder brother said the mission would never have succeeded without you. Well, I think Runcandle must have prepared security measures in case you failed. If my battle prowess had been higher, Jane Nim, the Black Knight wouldn't have died in combat. On the contrary, if it weren't for you, even the Black Knight named Mon would have died. You certainly did well. And now, at barely 20 years old, how much stronger do you think you need to be? I think I need to be as strong as my father was at my age. Now you seem stronger than Siren at 20. I doubt that. Irrational impatience will only eat you up in the end. I've heard this many times before. I know it well, so I plan to systematically alleviate this feeling of impatience. First, I'll master the secret technique, then I'll fix the overall situation, and then I'll start closed-door training. Closed-door training? I'll go to the world of the Legends tribe, La Ferosa. I won't come out until I reach 10 stars. You'll come out soon. You also have to figure out how to bring the Legends tribe from the dead world. My son-in-law is busy. My head is about to explode. But in times like these, there's nothing better than training. Especially for cooling your head. There's no better technique to perfect than Runcandle's fifth secret technique, light speed thrust. Runcandle's final movements, secret techniques, and ultimate techniques can't be used unless you have the blessed body of pureblood Runcandle. Therefore, it can't be taught unless you are pureblood. However, Talaris knew the fifth secret technique, light speed thrust, better than most purebloods. It was because she was the person who had clashed swords the most with Siren Runcandle in the world. I can't even teach you the complicated things of Runcandle's secret technique. It's impossible to know something like the gathering and organizing aura that only pureblood Runcandles can use because their body structures are different. But that's not the case with this technique. This is very simple, my son-in-law. Simple? It's just an incredibly fast thrust. Most of Runcandle's sword movements are like that, excluding complex ones like the third secret technique, annular solar eclipse. Just an incredibly fast thrust. Other warriors can't imitate Runcandle's swords for one reason. It's because they don't have a body that can withstand that tremendous acceleration and explosive power. Pure. White chill gathered in Talaris's right hand, forming a single sword. It was full ice. But if you're a skilled warrior like me, you can do something similar like this. Watch closely. The full ice sword cut through the air in the training field of the hidden palace. A dazzling aura spread, and space distorted and cracked in the shape of the sword tip. There was no preparatory movement, but Talaris's thrust surpassed Mary's. The reach of the strike was clearly shorter, but it was of a higher level. It was the concentration of force with minimal dispersion, completely focused on one point. Amazing. If Talaris Nim unleashes this kind of thrust at full power, probably, I wouldn't be able to react. Talaris didn't even go all out. But Jean was sure that she could display an even more remarkable thrust. What do you think? Isn't it similar? It's not just similar, it's far superior to what elder sister Mary showed. Of course, I showed exactly the same technique. It's nothing compared to the original executed by your father. Ah, my waist. It feels like my shoulders could tear as well. Are you okay? As expected, imitating Runcandle's sword skill is something I can't do. That's why it can't be applied in real combat. I'll end up receiving more wounds than the enemy. Of course, the vast majority of warriors couldn't handle the thrust Talaris had just executed. However, if Talaris were to fight a warrior of a similar level, this thrust would undoubtedly act like a handshake. Naturally, there was a huge gap between superhumans like Talaris and Jean. There was a certain wall that couldn't be expressed with simple numbers like 1 or 2 stars. Knowing that gives me chills. If Talaris Nim decides to kill me, it will end in less than 10 minutes. When Jean felt that certainty, he had no choice but to admit it, but he also felt strangely bitter. Talaris smiled as she read Jin's thoughts. If I were to try to kill you with all my might without anyone interfering, the result would come in 5 minutes, my son-in-law. I thought it would be 10 minutes, but it seems even shorter than that. The domain where I stand may seem distant, and indeed it is, but if we compare it to stairs, there are only a few steps of difference. And I don't know about Siren, but I was in a lower position than you when I was your age. Jean didn't believe it, but it was the truth. And your growth rate keeps increasing sharply. Is enduring 5 minutes against me really that little? Considering the time density we both have experienced, it's quite unfair for me, son-in-law. It's not bad. Jean slightly tilted his head. I think I've been arrogant and disrespectful to you, Talaris Nim. Reasonable arrogance is not unpleasant. Now show me your light speed thrust, son-in-law. I'll teach you the theory Siren deliberately wrote in a complicated way. I'll simplify it for you. The training book Siren gave to Mary was elaborate but quite difficult to understand. He placed traps in each paragraph hoping that Mary would further illustrate the sword theory. Shriek dash. Bradamanti emitted a glow. The concentrated aura left a dazzling afterimage, and along the blade, a sharp band of aura drew in a diagonal line. It was a light-speed thrust similar to the one Talaris had just executed. In terms of speed and power, light-speed thrust surpassed Mary's. Jean read the book whenever he had free time, but he rarely practiced it. Still, the reason Jean was able to execute a single light-speed thrust was Talaris's assistance. The moment I unsheathed my sword, the power of Talaris Nim supported me. The key to light-speed thrust is, of course, acceleration. There were a total of 7 accelerations using the aura in a single sword-wielding motion. To ensure Jean could feel each precise moment, Talaris assisted in the 7 accelerations with her own power. Is it possible to assist with such precision to match my speed? Although Jean had questions, there was no need to doubt. He had experienced it firsthand. Talaris smiled as if she expected him to be surprised. It's hard to understand the acceleration points with complicated theories, but now you can understand them accurately, right? Ha! Yes, Talaris Nim. It means you have to execute it not by releasing the aura at once, but by precisely dividing it into 7 moments. Ordinary knights wouldn't be able to do it due to their low sensitivity to aura. Even if they managed it by luck, their shoulders and waist would break. Jean immediately prepared for the next practice. After receiving my assistance for a day or two, you'll feel it more clearly. If you let your body memorize that feeling. Swoosh. While Talaris explained, Jean unsheathed his sword again. This time, Talaris didn't help him. She hadn't anticipated that Jean would practice a second thrust before she could finish her explanation. However, Jean was in a trance. Completely immersed in the sensation that Talaris had awakened, he unconsciously executed a second thrust. The pleasure of that simple response was so ecstatic that he didn't even hear Talaris's explanation. And the light-speed thrust he shot the second time was 90% of the first, which extended with assistance. The second light-speed thrust shattered the ice wall of the training field, and Jean was surprised by his own unconscious action, ignoring Talaris's words. Talaris's eyes widened as she was surprised by the results after the soul assistance.